crafters, we're so excited you're here with us for September 2025 SBC Fest.
We've got another amazing lineup of both new and familiar faces, and all are ready to inspire your creativity. And the best part is, this is all still totally free.
That's right, Cody. Can you believe this is our 7th SBC Fest already?
No, it's crazy.
Watching Jill's vision of free crafting education grow into this incredible, vibrant community has been such a joy.
Yes, and speaking of community, let's talk about how Scrapbook.com is here for your crafting experience and to make it awesome with our happiness specialists.
That's right. From packaging your orders with care to shipping them out lightning fast, we're dedicated to making sure your crafting journey is smooth and fun.
Need help? No problem. Our friendly team of happiness specialists who love crafting just as much as you do are always here to help.
That's right, Cody. And if this is your first SBC Fest, we want to tell you how SBC Fest works.
Today, you'll see pre-recorded classes from our incredible instructors. And if you're watching live, you can chat with them in real time.
And if you can't catch it all live, no worries. The replay will be available right after the stream, complete with timestamps, so you can quickly find your favorite classes. And the best place to watch SBC Fest is at scrapbook.com/SBCFest.
And we want to see what you make, so share your projects on social media with the hashtag SBCFest and upload them to our gallery and use the tag SBCFest.
And if you're watching live, snap a pic of your crafty setup and tag scrapbook.com in your stories. We love seeing where the magic happens.
We
so
sure do.
Share with us.
Yes. We always love seeing your space.
Yes.
And what you're watching on. We want to see it all.
And with all your friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes you have your pets.
Yes. And then we feel like we're there with you.
Yes.
Okay.
So do you want to show off your SBC Fest spirit? You can download our exclusive SVG files and make your own custom merch.
Like our t-shirts.
Yeah.
And remember, our golden rule is to keep it positive. This community shines when we lift each other up.
That is so true. And our past SBC Fests have been packed with positivity, and we want to keep that energy going for this one too.
That's right. So if you have questions, check out the FAQ section on the SBC Fest page. And if you're eyeing the products from class, we've got them all listed by instructor so you can easily find them.
Yeah, and before we get into SBC Fest, we want to share a very exciting announcement with all of you.
Are you ready? If you don't know, we go live on Scrapbook.com YouTube channel every Tuesday and Thursday.
And now we're adding one more day to the mix. We're now going live on Wednesdays too.
Woo! So excited. We're going to be with you more.
Yes.
So that's right. You can now join us on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, so join our very first Wednesday live stream starting on September 17th.
So exciting. We can't wait to be with you all for another live day.
Yeah, and I'm so excited too. But now for the part that everyone is waiting for, giveaways.
Yay!
So stick around because we'll be popping in between certain classes and share chances with you to win some amazing goodies.
That's right. So speaking of giveaways, let's kick things off with our first one. Up for grabs is the Spellbinders Platinum 6 machine. Let me grab it right here.
Yes, so you will win this machine. So to enter, just drop a comment and tell us how many SBC Fests you've joined or what you're looking forward to most this year.
It's great. So while you're commenting, don't miss today's special freebie, the mini Artiste glue. So add it to your cart before it's gone.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I'm going to be using this in my class. I love this glue. So this is our Artiste glue, but in tiny form, mini size. Look at that. So cute.
This is like so nice just to hold in your hand.
And I love the tip. Do you have a piece of paper? Let me see if I have a piece of paper
me...
somewhere. I just want to show how amazing this glue is because it has the tip, this tip that comes with it that is actually, you could make it really fine or you can make it thicker. It's how you control it. So I love this glue so much, love the tip, and it's our Artiste glue in mini size.
Yeah, and the regular tips from the full-size bottle will also work on this too.
That's right. So if you want to keep refilling it with your bigger bottle, you can. I personally like having a tiny bottle to work with when I'm crafting because it's easier to squeeze for my hands and I can get that glue out nice and it's not taking up a lot of space and my hands can wrap around it so I can get the detail of where I want the glue, especially on like fine dyes and stuff. Detailed dyes. These are really nice. Okay, that's free. So make sure you add this to your cart, friends.
Yes, and don't forget to use the coupon code FESTIVE at checkout to save if you're shopping during SBC Fest.
That's right. And are you ready for SBC Fest? Give this video a like. We're announcing the giveaway winner in the live chat right now. Congrats to to the winner.
Yes. So let's get things started off with SBC Fest with Laura's class. So we can get cleaned up, we can move our chairs, and you can get to work.
Started.
Yeah.
Okay, get to work, Laura. Here we go. Okay,
oh,
so
and I was gonna say, speaking of work,
Yes.
if you guys did your homework, we can take a look at that right now too.
I will get my spot ready.
Yeah, so if you did the homework, this is the homework for card number 1. And you can see Laura cut out the bows, the bats, the circles in orange, and you'll need a white piece plus the stamped Happy Halloween. And you'll want to die cut that out as well. We're getting
oh my goodness, you're getting
peek of your class.
Sneak peeks of my class and all my things. Let's see, I've got my homework ready. Let's grab that. Grab those, grab all my inks that I'm going to be using. Oh, I got a little bat in here. I think that might go in there. Okay, this is all my homework. I cut up all my homework and put them in little stack and sort trays so everything's organized. Ooh, I have a stamped sentiment here too. Okay, let's put this. Can I use this table over here, Cody?
Yeah.
I'm going to roll this over here and use this just to hold some of my stuff. Get everything out here that I need. All right. Okay, let's start with what comes in my kit for my class. This one is a little bit different. I don't know if you all saw that and realized that. Things are a little bit different in this kit than they are in other kits because we did the Halo Light combo, which is from Pear Blossom, who we love very much. And so I'm going to show you everything that comes in my kit. Did you all organize your classes with the pouch that comes with the kit? I have everything organized like that. I love it. All right, here's my homework I have printed up. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here's what comes in the kit. You're getting the Halo Light combo, which comes with 3 different lights and the batteries, which is nice. And then you're getting the Festive Duo A2 paper pad. Love this paper pad. Then you're getting the Bright Holidays stamp. These are photopolymer stamps, high quality, really good stamps, and they coordinate with the Bright Holidays die set. This is a huge die set. You can create so many things with this. It has 27 pieces. We're using that. And then we added the snowflakes, black and white. We're going to do a fun technique with these white snowflakes, and we'll use both the black and the white on some other things. And then this is the foam adhesive. This is the 3mm thick, 1/4 inch wide foam adhesive. And we're going to use this today as well. There were some add-ons, Cody, for my class as well that I had everybody make sure you have. I think it was acetate, vellum, the 1/8 inch strip adhesive foam that is 2mm thick. We're going to be using this, some inks, and some of Gina K's little sequins and embellishments. These are the stars. Then we've got the micro disco ball and the clear sequins as well. So I'll be using a few of these for the class today as well. Okay, let's get started. Let's start with homework for card number 1. You should have all of these things cut and 1 stamp done. I'm cheating here because I have one of my other stamps done, but we'll put that aside. It's a little boo, but I'll put that aside. So we should have 1 vellum circle cut, an orange frame circle cut, the solid orange backer cut, the top of the hat, the bow, which it looks like I already did something to this bow. I meant to show you how to do that. So on the bow, these little tails are connected. I don't know how this one came apart already. So what I did is I bent it back and forth, and I'll show you that in a minute. So you can use these tails. We're going to use it on the card as well. Then you should have a little bridge for the hat here and a little bat plus your bow. This is part of my bow. And then Happy Halloween stamped and cut out in black ink on white background. Okay, so those are all of our pieces we should have done for card number 1. This is card number 1. So cute. Look at this guy. Let me move my homework. Okay, look at how cute. And when you push his hat, he lights up. Look at that. Let me see if I can show this close up. Look at how his little nose lights up. And I love that you can see it through the bottom too. So the whole thing kind of glows. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but the whole thing starts to glow, which is nice. So you can light that up. We'll go back to overhead. It looks really cool. Look at that. So the little push is right up here on his hat. So we're going to do a light up jack-o'-lantern card. And that's what we're going to make first. And then we'll be making 2 other cards after that. But I just want to show you that to start with the first card that we're making with all of our pieces. Okay? All right. And then we will be in the chat as well answering questions. So if you have any questions as I'm going through the class, be sure to be checking in there for Scrapbook.com and the team to be answering all the questions that you might have. I am taking our Grip Mate, this peeling off these plastic covers for it, and I save my covers because I reuse them. But I'm going to be using this, so I'm going to put this, just get the top off and put it aside for a minute. But first things first, let's start with cutting some paper. Another add-on item is our black cardstock. This is our mixed media paper pad, and I just want one of the black sheets in here. Okay. And then I need my paper trimmer. Is it over here? Here it is. There it is. Okay. All right, paper trimmer here. I'm going to cut this black out to 4 inches by 5 1/4. Okay. So 4 inches across this way with an A2 size paper from the paper pad. So we're going to do 4 inches by 5 1/4. We're just going to cut 1/4 off. There we go. That's going to be our backer for our orange paper. So then next, we're going to need to take from the paper pad, we're going to need to take this beautiful orange paper. Did you notice how this paper is laid out? The front is a dark color and the back, or no, is the front light? The front is the light color and the back is the darker color. And you go through all the colors, pink and red. Ooh, this pretty maroon and the lighter pink. We've got this, ooh, gorgeous purple and the lighter pinker purple, dark purple and light purple. That's fun for Halloween. Then the blue and the light blue, the greens, and then more different shades of green. We call this one festive because you can use this for all the holidays. One paper pad for all the holidays, which I love. Okay, so now with this orange one, we're going to cut this 3 3/4 by 5 inches. So let's start with the 5. I'm going to go this way for the 5. Okay, and then we're going to do 3 3/4 right there. And that's going to create our mats. So we have this orange mat to go over our black there. And then we'll eventually put that on there, but I want to do some ink blending first. Okay, so first things first, let's get our mat back over here. Let's take our mat and we're going to put this down. This is our Scrapbook.com Grip Mate. It's just a photopolymer sheet, which is nice, and our logo is etched inside of it, Scrapbook.com. This fits inside of the Misty. So I already have one in my Misty here. You can see this fits. Oh, I don't have one in this Misty. Where is my Misty? Do you have a Misty?
I was going to say there's like 3 in that spot.
Pile here?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I think we found one here. Okay, so here it is inside the Misty, you can see. Well loved in this one. So it's perfect for your Misty. And we have a new size that got released. Look at this. This is the new little one for the mini Misty. So we have a photopolymer sheet that fits inside the mini Misty. So if you're looking for a little one, we have the little guy too. So cute. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that orange paper. The back side's dark. This side's light. I want the light side up. I'm going to put that there. And then I need to find where I put all of my ink blending tools. Let's see, where did those go? Because I'm going to use some vintage photo and some black. So there they are. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to use Simon Hurley's blending brush. And is that in stock, Cody? Should be in stock.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that's in stock. All right, and then we've got the Distress Oxide Vintage Photo. And then let's use a little bit of black soot as well. And I'm going to use a Scrapbook.com ink blending brush. We can use the VersaFine, but that will stain my pretty mat. So let's use this. Let's try this. Okay. So I am just going to take the vintage photo and I'm going to go in circular motions, and then I'm just going to tap and swirl. And I'm just doing a bunch of swirling motions to make this look like a eerie, spooky background. So we're just going to go in circular motions, get those edges dark brown so they look really like vintage and smoky, scary, spooky, whatever you want to call it. So I'm just tapping and twirling. Get some of that ink on there, good. And then I can take some of this ink and pull it into, and then I'm going to go like this. I don't know if Simon recommends this, but this is what Laura did to get the swirlies. So I'm holding it like this, and I'm doing swirlies all around, blending it, blending it, blending it. Look at that. Love that. Very vintage, very swirly, smoky. Then we're going to take some of that black soot and let's do the edges and do the same thing. Go around circles to those edges. Just keep blending. It's going to change the look of this paper completely because it's going to start to look very Halloweenish and smoky and misty in the background. Look at that. And then I keep the center kind of orange. That orange pops out a little bit. And then just keep going around in circles. Using a little bit of a heavy hand and then a light hand. Heavy to get those swirls and then lightly going over it. See how that looks like smoky, misty? Looks like you just walked into a spooky scene. All right, that's as dark as I want to go. Maybe take a little bit of your VersaFine because that goes on really thick and dark. And I'm just going to do a little bit on the edges just to give me a little bit darker. Look at that. Blend that out. Okay, down here as well. Just to give it more of that darker, spooky edge feel. Just on the edges, creeping in that darker mist. I'm doing a little storytelling here. We're going into a spooky werewolf night. Okay, smooth it, smooth it, smooth it. There we go. Ooh, that's pretty. So my pad background looks funky, but wait until I take it off. You'll see the finished result. So I'm just going to go like this, peel it off, and then look at that spooky scene. Isn't that fun? And then we'll just wash this off with our stamp chamois. Stamp chamois cleans this off nicely. Put it in my bag. We're just going to wipe this clean. You can tell where I did that VersaFine. It's on there good. But what is it that Laura uses? She takes it to the sink, and I use Dawn. Dawn soap gets this out nicely. So I'll have to take this to the sink and use some Dawn soap to get that permanent ink off. Put this aside. Okay. Oh, one more thing, actually, we need to vintage up the other pieces of our cutouts here for our homework. So we need to do this frame, and we need to do the little hat part right there. So I will take some more of this vintage photo and just go across the whole thing in circles to darken up that orange, richen it up. Let's take some more Stress Oxide vintage photo. Let's go around that and this one, just right on top of it. And then same thing, I've already got black on here, so I'm not going to put it back into my ink because this is pretty strong from that VersaFine, and I'm just going to lightly go over it to create this darker, more rustic orange color. This, there. Just give it a little bit of distress there. And that. Okay, so I'll put this aside, wash it really quick one more time. There is, with this GripMate, there is a front and back plastic piece that comes with it to store it. So I've got the back one on right now, and then I would just put the front one on after I clean this in the sink. That stamp chamois gets that distress oxide off really nicely. Okay, all right, so I've got the Misty here with my GripMate inside, and we are going to take that solid orange from our homework, put the vellum aside, take that solid orange, and we're going to put it inside of our Misty, putting it down in the corner here, and then I'm going to get my stamp set, and we are going to use this jack-o'-lantern face, the eyes, the nose, and the mouth down in the bottom corner here. We're going to put that right in the center of our orange circle. So just look at that. About centered to me. Grab that with your Misty, and then I'm just going to season it up because this is a brand new stamp I just opened. I'm just going to put my oils from my hands on top of my stamp to get rid of that stickiness so it'll grab the ink good. Okay, and I'm just using VersaFine black ink, and we are going to ink up our face. Stamp that. Where's my stamp pendable? Right there. Ooh, my black stamp pendable matches my theme for this card, Halloween. That's nice. And let's do it one more time. Just to make sure we get a dark impression of that jack-o'-lantern face, because we are going to use this jack-o'-lantern face with our vellum so that when the light shines through, it creates this really cool spooky look with the light. Okay, there we go. Clean this up. Stamp chamois cleans those stamps nice. Look at that. Like brand new again. All right. Now let's put our jack-o'-lantern together. That dries. You can use a heat tool if you would like to dry this before you put the vellum on. So I might want to do that for a second just to make sure my ink dries on this paper. So I'm going to grab my heat tool. We're just going to heat it up a little bit to dry that ink, because we're about to put vellum on it and I don't want it to come off onto the vellum. So make sure your jack-o'-lantern face is dry. You can do the back side so that it straightens out. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's put all of this together. And what is nice is you can use, if you want to use your GripMate, which I have right here, I can put my pieces on here to glue together. I'm going to put my hat, and remember we ink blended the little orange piece for the hat, the brim here, and I'm going to take that Artiste glue that you get free for SBC Fest, this cute little bottle of glue, and I am going to get my tweezers, put a little glue on here. Glue that up. Oops. That will clean up with your stamp chamois. So we'll get that in a second. Then I'm going to grab it over here. Let's put this down right there. Put your hat brim on. Push that down. And then we're going to take our little bat, and he's going to go right there. And we're going to need to get out our Misty. So I might use my little Misty here because we have to take this hat and we're going to stamp the word push right on our little hat here, because that's going to be our push button for our Pear Blossom light. I think I'm sitting in the wrong chair. I should have grabbed the other stool. Okay, let's get our little push button. So in the stamp set, you have a little push stamp. So grab that. It says push and it's tiny. So you can put this anywhere on your project so that you can put the light there. And we're going to want to put our light under here. So now that I have my bat on there, I can see where I want to put my push. I'm just going to line that up on there. And grab it. Oh, stay down, hat. And grip mate. And then I'm just going to season it because it's a brand new stamp. Let's just season that a little bit. And then let's take some of our VersaFine ink. Ink it up a little bit. Cute that is. You only need to do it once. Okay. Stamp chamois. We'll be using that push again, so don't let that go too far for each card. All right, let's put that there, back in our stamp set. Okay, so our little hat now has that. Put our jack-o'-lantern together. So we're going to take a little bit of this dotted adhesive. I'm just going to do a little bit at the bottom here and a little bit at the top, because you're not going to see the top, the forehead of our jack-o'-lantern because the hat's going to be on there, and we're going to line it up with our vellum and just put that vellum circle right over that you cut out for homework. Push it to your adhesive. You can see the adhesive through, but no worries because we're going to go like this. And then we're going to put our hat right on top of that, okay? So let's take our artiste glue liquid adhesive, or you can use roller adhesive, whatever you want. But I'm gonna do this and just go around the edges here. And then I'm gonna put this right over the top of my vellum and jack-o'-lantern. Push that down and you can pick it up and move it around so that it's perfectly shaped on top of that circle so you don't see any edges like that. Okay. Perfect circle like that. And then I'm going to take my acrylic block and hold this down while it dries. Okay. While I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to grab my bow out. Now with this bow, all I did was pushed, it had these tails on it. You just go back and forth, back and forth. Thought I had an extra one up here cut. Let me see if I do. You can either snip them off or you just fold it back and forth, back and forth. Here's an extra white one. Let me see. Let me show you. Here's a white one. You're just going to bend it because it already has like a score line and a little bit of a pierced line. So you're just going to bend each tail back and forth, fold it along the line that it goes, back and forth, and then you just kind of tug a little bit and it comes right off. See that? Tug a little bit. Then you can use your scissors just to even and straighten that out. Where the little notches were, you can just cut them with your scissors to even it out. And there you have a cute bow like that. Okay? That's what we did with the black one, but we're going to keep our little tails because I thought it was cute to do this. Let me show you this card. Look at the tails on the sides there of the bow. I think it's so cute. I'll show you close up. Look how cute that looks with the tails. Okay, so let's do that. Let's get him. Let's put our bow tie right here. Just put a little bit of that artiste glue right in the center. We're going to put our bow down. We're going to take these little tails. This one, we're going to glue on the back. And we're going to tuck him right under so that it's sticking out a little bit. And same with this one. I'm going to glue that corner piece that we tore off there. We're going to tuck it right under here as well. Look at how cute that is. Then it creates a bow tie with little tails, which is cute. You can have them go up, down, skitty walk us a little bit, or straight. I'm going to let that dry for a second. I don't want to push it because I like the dimension it's creating, which that glue will give me a little bit of dimension if I leave it and don't push it down. Push a little bit of glue out here, so I'm just going to take my tweezers and wipe that off. See that? Okay. Let that dry. It will dry clear. Next, we're going to do our hat here. And I want him to come down a little bit on his forehead. So let's just do a little bit of glue. Okay, now comes the fun part. Let's put this aside to dry. Put our little glue to the side here. Okay, we need to get the lights out. So we got our halo light combo that you got. Let me show you how these work. These are so much fun. When we saw these at the trade show with Pear Blossoms, we fell in love, and I just knew I wanted to do a class to show you guys how to use these because they are so much fun. The possibilities are endless with these. So this is just a few examples of how to use them. I cannot wait to see what you all do. I think once you use them, you'll be hooked because I got hooked after I used them. So it comes with batteries. They're lithium batteries, so you do need to open these up. Get my tweezers. Let's open one up. Okay. Then it comes like this. They're connected together. This is where it might get confusing for some people, but see how it's connected with little tiny branches here? I like to call them branches because you can just break off the branches. So what you're going to do is you're going to take these middle pieces and you're just going to twist, and they come right off. Do the next one. Be careful not to hurt yourself. And then you're just going to pop these off. You just bend them, little branches that are connected here, and you just bend them off. You can't really hurt it, so don't be scared. Just break them off like that. And now this one still has one on the corner here. I'm going to break this one off just by bending it. Okay, that one's ready to go. That one's ready to go. And my halo light is ready to go. Okay, so you get 3 different lights in this set. You've got this one, and this one, and it comes with 3 batteries for each one. We're going to take the battery. You're going to do the plus sign up, where you can see the writing, and you're going to slide it right into the slot here. So actually, I'm doing one of these. So you're going to slide it where the plus sign is. And you're going to slide it right in there. You would do the same thing with that one. But look, you see the light? Let me show you. Look at that light. It's so bright, you guys. It's awesome. So when we put it underneath our jack-o'-lantern, look how we're going to light him up. He lights from underneath and then all like an aura around him as well when he's on our card. It's going to be so cute. You can put it down in the mouth if you want. I'm going to put mine kind of centered with the nose because I want it to kind of aura around the whole thing. So that's that. We'll do these other 2 next with our other ones. Let's get out our Halloween that we did. Okay. Now what we want to do is we are going to put this on. So this is what I did. There's no problem doing this. So just so you know, I took a little bit of adhesive and I just put a little dollop on this metal part on the front there. Did you see where I did that? Just a little dollop of glue right on the front there. You can use double-sided adhesive if you want to, but this will help me guide, and I can move it around a little bit because I want my push to be right under here, and I want the the nose to match up with the bright light. So this is helping me. It's sticking on here. So now I can just move it around down where I need it to be and kind of guide it to where I want it. See, that's where I want it right there. Oops. So let's put that back on there with our glue. There we go. So when you push it, it's going to be right where you want it. And I'm moving it with my 4 fingers here because it's adhesive that I can move around a little bit and have some space to play and make sure my push is right on my push where I stamped push. And there it is, just like that. So that's going to be it. And I'm going to let this dry. Put that down. See how it's drying on the back there? It's going to dry for just a minute. Okay. Now we're going to get out our rub-ons. So we got rub-ons in our kit. So let's get out these fabulous snowflake rub-ons. We're going to need the black and the white ones. You get a 6x8 sheet of black and white. And what we're going to do is we are looking for, let me show you my one. We're looking for these dot rub-ons. We're just going to be looking for the black and white dots, a few sets to use. So I'm just going to cut out a few of them. Like this little trio here is cute. I'll probably use that. Put that aside. And then probably these 2 little dots. You're just looking for some random dots to cut out to put along the side of our hat. Those, and then maybe these 2 over here. So what's great about these rub-ons is you can cut out pieces from the rub-on to preserve the whole sheet, and then just use the pieces as you need them. Or you can use the whole sheet too. Okay, so I'm going to keep those aside that I cut, and then I'll do the same thing and cut out some white ones too. Have you all seen when Cody and I did the rub-on video where we used the fuse, we used the die cut machine, and we used the popsicle stick that comes in your package? There's so many different ways to use the rub-ons. And it was somebody at SBC Fest that told us about the die cutting machine. These are hard to see, I know, my white on white. We forgot to put my workspace mat down. Whoopsie. And get these 3. Just cutting out some little clusters of these dots. I think they're snowflakes. But we're going to use them for our hat. Let's cut out these 3 over here. Okay, perfect. All right, this should be about dry. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to take out that adhesive that came in your kit, the double-sided foam adhesive roll. And take that out. And we're going to put some foam adhesive on the back of our jack-o'-lantern to match that light. So I'm going to need a little piece, get my titanium scissors that don't stick to my adhesive. I'm going to need a little foam here on the top of my hat. And then I'm going to just do like a U there. So let's cut some pieces here. We're going to do one here. And over here, help that sturdiness. We'll do a few more here. And down here. Oops. Let's do one on this corner. Okay, so now it's all the same height. So this adhesive goes perfect with the lights because it ends up being the same height as your light that's on the back, so it's all even. Okay, let's take that black cardstock that was our black mat that we cut, and let's adhere our distressed orange spooky background that we made to that. Look how cute that is. So I'm going to use my dotted roller adhesive. This stuff is amazing because if I don't put this in the right spot, I can move it around quickly. It's repositionable adhesive. So it lets me change my mind if I want to, or if I make a mistake, I can move it. Okay, so let's go like this. And put that down. Okay, and then we're going to put this. Now, make sure you stamp and cut out this stamp, Boo. I already did mine, so as part of, it's not part of the homework, but make sure you stamp Boo and cut that out, okay? And if we're going too fast, you can always pause the live or the SBC Fest, or you can go back and watch it again. So don't worry about us going a little bit ahead. So I already did the Boo. So let's take off our adhesive here. These lights are so fun. I can't wait to have this done. Okay, so we're gonna put this right here centered and down a little bit. Make sure he's right in the middle. Before I do that really quick, before I do that, let me tell you one thing I did do that I forgot to share with you all. Let me get my grip mate really quick. This is a fun little thing. You do not have to do this, but I did it and I like it. I used our silver glitter brush and I just did some speckles on the back here. It looks black, but it's gonna dry silver. It's so pretty. Okay, so just do that really quick. Watch when I dry it. It's gonna turn silver. Take it off the mat to dry though. Here we go. Look, it's already drying silver. It's so cute. Make sure you dry that really good. Just gives it a sparkly silver background. Let me show that close up. Look at this sparkly silver. Look how pretty that is. Isn't that gorgeous? So if you want to add some splatter on the background, that silver is so pretty. All right, so let's put our pumpkin down right over that splatter. We're going to put him down right in the center here. And right there. There we go. Ta-da, look at how cute. It's an interactive card. Kids would love this card. Okay, let's take our boo and we're going to take that same foam adhesive, put that on the back of our boo. And we're going to do a little bit of rub-ons. Okay, and then this one we'll call good. Move on to the next card. We need to get through 3 cards today. Okay, boo will go down here. Make sure it's even, right in the center. Here. And I'm going to take some of these Concord and Ninth, really cute.
Enamel dots.
Enamel dots. Thank you, Cody. Enamel dots. Oh, right in the center there. Oh, it came off. Work with me here, enamel dot. Use my fingers. There we go. Okay, and then let's take a little one, put it right in the center of that bat. Just adds some really fun details, and that matches that silver, that glitter silver in the background. And then you would just take your rub-ons. I need a bone folder or something. Let's use this bone folder. And you're going to start just making a line of the rub-ons along that hat right here with the black and the white dots. And then because that silver is in the background, it looks so pretty. Looks like it was intentional to do a bunch of dots, even with the silver. Okay, so I just do a quick rub and then peel this plastic piece off, and look at that. We're going to make a whole line going up. So I'll do the black ones first. Right there. You can use a popsicle stick, a bone folder. I've even used the end of a pen before, like with the cap on.
Sometimes I just use the other end of the tweezers.
The other end of the tweezers will work. Good idea, Cody. I'm going to do some white ones. Interlocking with the other ones. Turn them the other way. Hold on. Okay. Bone folder. There's no wrong way to do that. Just add some dots like bubbling up from his hat, kind of like a cauldron. Just to add some interest on the side of this over here. And you're going to want to peel up your plastic. Find a good end to peel it. There we go. Let's do some more dots right up here, and then we will call this good. We're going to use the end of our tweezers like Cody said. Let's see if this works. Ta-da! Look at that. So we've got some bubbling dots up there. And then last but not least is our Happy Halloween that I seem to have.
It's right there.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cody. So this is meant to go like anywhere. You could put this Happy Halloween anywhere. You could do it here. You could do it. If you didn't have a bow here, you could put this here. You could do it across the hat here. I thought it was so cute because it kind of lined the hat on the side here perfectly. And it looked like it was meant to go along the hat. Like it forms against the hat perfectly. So that's what I did just for a little something fun and quirky and different for this fun jack-o'-lantern. So I'm just going to put him right there. Look at how he fits on that perfectly. Cute. He lines that hat really cute. So there we go. And I'm going to push this. Look at that. And he's like glowing. You can't see. I don't think you can really see on camera, but he's glowing along the whole edges here of our orange circle. All right, that's our first card done. We need to move on to the next one. The next one, card number 2, if we'll show that homework, Cody. That homework is the wreath card. So we're going to move on to the wreath card next. And let me grab everything that I need for that. My homework for that is right here. Okay, so did you all do the homework? Here's card number 2 that we're going to make. It's this darling wreath card. And look at how it lights up. It is bright. Watch this. Watch the middle. Look how much it lights up. It's so cool. Let's do it a couple times so you can see how cool that is. Very cute. And then this opens like this. So it's like a buckle fold card and it lights up in the center. So we're going to make this together right now. All right. So for the homework, will you show that homework quote, Cody, one more time? Sorry. You should have the 2 wreaths cut, the 2 bows cut, and little circles and little stars all cut. So I've got all of mine cut here. And first things first is we're going to cut a card. So you should have an already folded, scored, and cut A2 size card. So it's scored right here. So you'll just score that. And this is an A2, just a regular A2 size card. Okay. What we're going to do, I believe there is a graphic for it, Cody. We are going to cut it 2 1/8 inch off the edge. Let me get my trimmer ready. I'm going to go from this side.
Can you move over? Yeah.
Oh, move it over. Sorry, wasn't watching the screen. Move all my stuff and making a mess up here. All right, 2 1/8 inch. 2 1/8 inch. Measure that. It's the second tick after the 2. We're just going to straighten it, cut that off. Okay, don't get rid of this. We're going to use this. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to take this piece and we're going to fold it in half and score it. So take this piece that was extra, fold it in half, and then score that because we are using this. Okay, nothing's going to waste in this one. Okay, so you should have it scored and folded like that. Okay, and then this piece should be cut and it should have just 2 inches hanging off there, about 2 inches. Okay, then we're going to cut another piece that is, we're going to cut the pink. So where's my sheet? We're going to need a pink and a red piece. So we're going to get out 2 of these. This is that pretty pink and red. We're going to need 2 of them. Okay, 1 pink, 1 red. So we're going to cut the pink piece 2 inches by 5 7/16. Okay, so that is maybe the pink piece, 2 inches. Let me get this back out. I made myself a little cheat sheet too, so I can see the sizes. Make sure I tell you guys the right sizes. Actually, I need to pull this out. So we're going to cut 2 inches this way. Okay. And then 5 7/16. So 5 7/16, which is a little bit before the half.
A tick before the half.
A tick before the half, right? That's just a little bit off like that. Just a tiny little sliver off right there. Okay. And that is what's going to go on this, matted like this. Okay. Then let's take that red piece while we're cutting. Let's keep cutting. We're going to trim the red 1/8 inch off of two sides, only two sides, the top, the horizontal and the vertical sides. Okay. So 1/8 inch off. That is going to be 2 of these, right? There. Let me do it from this side. There we go. There on one side. And then let's do the other side. There we go. Okay, perfect. Those sides off. All right, so we're going to have to adhere these down, but before we adhere this one down, we're going to need this piece back, the piece we folded, okay? So let me take this pink piece. We're going to adhere it to the front cover. Put your adhesive on, whatever type of adhesive you like. I'm using that dotted roller adhesive, and you're just going to mat it inside the white front cover there. Okay, there we go. So it has a little thin sliver of white around. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to put this down right in the center and line up that fold part to the end of your card, right in the middle of your card, top to bottom middle, right there. Okay, so we're going to adhere this back side to it. So you can use, I'm going to use permanent adhesive, not the repositionable, because I don't want this to move. So get your adhesive on. This is our permanent adhesive. And I am going to see where my center is again and put that down. This is what's going to hold our wreath. So we want to make sure we get it lined up with the edge of the card. Right there. You can use your bone folder to make sure it's down good. And make sure that adhesive is holding it really good on the back of the card. So can you see that? Let me see if you can do close up. So you've got this fold, and this would go over like that. Okay, overhead might be better to show too. And then we're going to take that red piece that we cut down, and we're going to mat that right in the center here over our adhered piece that we just put down. So this is how it should look. Okay, so let's take some of that dotted adhesive, go along the back of our pink, and then the red is what we're going to show. And then we want to just mat this right in the center so it has a nice pretty mat around all the edges. Okay, like that. That's how it should look. Isn't that pretty? Okay. Now, if you wanted to, you could put a lighter color inside here, the same size actually, the same size that we cut for this front. You can put white. I think I did on my original one. I put a piece of white there so I could write my sentiment here to whoever I was giving this card to. Or you can leave it like this and write inside the red, whatever you want to do. It's just another option. Okay. All right, now we're going to put that wreath together. Are you ready? Okay. We're going to need to cut one more piece of white cardstock. So where's my white cardstock? Get out your white cardstock that you have. Oh, this is not open. Let me open it. This is the mixed media paper from Scrapbook.com that I love. I use this all the time for my bases for cards and for mixed media stuff, and also just for cutting sentiments and stuff because it's so... You have one already open? I'll just open this one really quick. Okay. Got a piece of this. Nice and thick cardstock. All right, we're going to cut this to be 2 inches by 1 1/4 inch. So I'm going to cut a 2-inch strip here. save this white piece for later if you want it for something. And then 1 1/4 inch. This is going to be our little spot that we put the light behind. It's going to hide our light. Okay, so you should have a little piece cut like this, that size. 2 inches by 1 1/4 inch piece of white cardstock. This is going to go right here on the edge to hide our light. And then we're going to stamp push right on top of there. You can see it here on the original card. It's going to be this piece. Okay, so let's put that aside for a minute. All right, let's put our wreath together. So we're going to create this fun wreath. Let's get out our pieces that we cut for homework. Let's get out this green wreath. And I'm going to get out my mat here. This black is stained, so don't worry. Put that there, and then we're going to start decorating it with the bows. So you've got this holographic bow that you cut out in a white. I'm just going to layer it and push it up to the left corner so that the holographic is peeking through on the right side, because that looks pretty, just having a holographic outline from behind. You can use liquid adhesive or you can use double-sided adhesive, whatever you want. So I'm just going to put a little dot here in the center of that one. You could even just do a holographic on top too. That's so cute. But I want to do white, so I'm going to do that and then shift it to the left so that the right side shows a little bit of that holographic right there. Okay, now we're going to decorate it with our little berries and our little stars. So what I'm going to do first is start with the little white stars, and we're going to take the little white stars that are cut that we have done. I need my Pick Pro tool. So we're going to need a wax tip Pick Pro tool right here, and I'm going to take some glue, and we're going to just start decorating this wreath. So we're going to pretend like our bow is going to go right there, so we can start seeing where we want to put everything. Let's put a star here. And let's do one opposite down here. Maybe one more right there. There's where our 3 little white stars are going to go that we cut for homework. So put that there. Pick one up there. Put it there. And one more right there. Oops. Okay. Okay, and that glue will dry clear, so don't worry. Then we need to do our red circles that are like ornaments. We're going to do a red one there. Red one here, maybe a red one up there. And you just pick up your little red. Oops, don't fall. Do red there, red one here. We're just kind of doing them opposite, mixed in with each other. Okay, next we have some pink ones. So we'll do a pink one here. And there. And then let's do these holographic stars in these open spots, one there. And let's do pink down a little bit. Let's do a holographic star here. Okay, cute. So we decorated our wreath. You can decorate it however you want. Add more, add less, whatever you want to do. I'm just adding a few here. I love that this set comes with all the different things to decorate it. So you can make it full or not full, whatever you want. I'm just doing a few, and then I'm going to put my bow here. We're going to adhere this bow down right there. So put that aside to dry. So let's grab that little piece that we cut while we're waiting for our wreath to dry. Let's grab that little piece and let's get out our MISTI again. We're going to stamp our push on here. Open up this MISTI, put this in the corner so it doesn't move. And then I want my push to be in the center of that and then all the way to the right. Okay. So let's grab that stamp again. Here it is. Push right down here. And how's everybody doing? Make sure you're asking questions, and if we're not seeing it, make sure you put it all in all caps so we can see your question. If you have any questions about anything so far. Okay, let's put that push there. Let's push that just a little bit. Okay, right there. That. Let's get our black ink. Fine. Cute. One more time. Lightly, you don't need to push it too hard. When you have a little word fetty like this, you don't want to push it too hard. It'll squish the letters. So just lightly do that. That's cute. It says push. Okay. And we'll put that aside and let that dry for a second. All right, now we're going to create our, push away, our shadow wreath that's going to be a shaker. So what I'm going to need is my wreath, should be dry by now, and we're going to need some vellum and some acetate. So I've got my acetate sheets here. So take out a piece of acetate, and then vellum. I have a sheet of vellum here too. Grab that. I need these two. So I'm going to put them together because I'm going to cut them about the same size as my wreath. So I just like to put it in the corner here. They're layered right on top of each other. And I'm going to put this down here. It's okay that there's a corner because I can cut that off. I'm just going to cut kind of behind my wreath just so I get the general circle size. You can cut a circle out with your die cutting machine if you want. I'm just going to go around like this. It's quick and easy, and then I'm going to cut off these corners. Yeah. Okay, so not perfect, but it works. Okay, so now we're going to take, we've got our acetate and our vellum cut, and we're going to take that acetate, vellum aside, and we're going to adhere that to the back of our frame. So I'm just going to use some permanent roller adhesive along my wreath here. And we are going to put that right over the acetate. Off my acetate there. So it covers our wreath like that. So can you see the acetate in the center there? There we go. Then what we're going to do next is we're going to put together this shadow. We need to stamp and cut out Oh What Fun. So let's do that really quick. Our sentiment, this big thick sentiment, Oh What Fun, was not part of the homework, so we're going to do it now. So you're going to take some of your leftover white cardstock, put that in our MISTI, and then let's stamp Oh What Fun and cut that out. Stamp that down. Let's do it one more time. There we go. Okay. Look how cute that is. I love this sentiment. It's very basic. It's evergreen. You can use it all the time for lots of different styles of cards that you're making because it's just a straight font, which I love. So excited about this one. And it's going to be peeking through our wreath in the center. Take this off, put this back, and then we will find the die that matches this that came in this set. Okay, so your die is in your die set, that big die set that you got. This is a new set I have up here, but let's grab the coordinating die for the stamp, which is right here. And we're gonna run this through our die cutting machine. We've got the switch that I'm gonna use. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna put some mint tape on here. Grab some mint tape. Put this down where we want it. Make sure it's going to cut. It cuts really close to it, which I love. Just make sure you line it up right. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of mint tape on there. Okay, so here are the mats. And I actually have a magnetic mat, so I didn't need to tape that down, but that's okay. We'll do it anyways. And you can use a little die cutting machine, but I'm going to use the switch. We are so excited about this at Scrapbook.com. Let's run that through the machine. So nice. I love this machine. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Cut it really nice. And so we have, oh, what fun. Cute. That aside, our mats aside. That die back to its set. Okay. Now we're going to make our shaker card first, and then we're going to make sure the light goes behind this vellum to light up the whole wreath inside. So first things first, we need to get out that adhesive that came with this, and we're going to create our little shaker card. So we're just going to do foam adhesive around our wreath here. Where'd my scissors go? There they are. Do that. And you're just taking your foam adhesive and going, I'm going to end up making like a square back here just to go along all of these areas so that the little embellishments that we put inside will stay in the center of our acetate here. So just take your foam adhesive, create your shaker back. Match it up right there. Make sure those go together so nothing sneaks out. Okay, so first things first is we are going to have to create this so that we can do this right on the back. I used Gina K's stars. They're called holographic stars. They're so pretty. That's what I used inside of my shaker card here because they look good on that vellum and lit up when the light goes through. So I'm just going to pour some there. Okay. Then we're going to take off our, no, do I have one of those anti-static tools up here? I do. Let's just do a little bit on our vellum here so that this doesn't all stick to it. Go. Okay. This is just Pink & Main's anti-static tool. Other side. Oh, Laura, you guys, I meant to do this side.
That's why I was like, do we want to flip it?
Yes, we do. Thanks, Cody. I was thinking it was going that way. So make sure you do the side that's going to be against the sentiments, okay? Do I have a crafty cleanup cloth up here? I need one. Let's see. Okay, let's take off our adhesive. Okay, I already did those two. Take this one off, and this one off. Let's say a tip for successful crafting is have someone younger in the room.
Well, it depends like how young.
That is true. True. All right, so then we're going to put that on the back there, and look at how cute our shaker is. It's got all those fun, I'll just use my hands to clean this up. All those fun little stars right through there. See close up. You see all the fun stars in there? Look at how they glitter and shine. So pretty in the middle. Okay, now we're going to create our fun card. I need to do a die cut really quick because I don't think I did before I came. No, I don't think I did. I need to cut one of those circles. So you know, in this die set, let's do that really quick. This die set, the circle, let's cut one of these circles out of white cardstock because we're going to put that on the back of our wreath. I'll show you in just a minute, but let's get out white cardstock, cut a circle really quick. Okay, you can pause, you can rewind if you need to. If you're just watching, you can remember to do this part. We're just going to cut a circle. Get my things all lined up here. Okay, put that through machine, cutting our circle because I'm going to use that on the back of my wreath. I'll show you.
This is also a great way to do this. Like if you didn't have the lights, you know, this is still just a fun shaker.
That's right. If you don't have the lights, you can still make this a really fun, easy shaker. There's so much you can do with this if you don't have the lights too. There's so many pieces in this kit. You can make shakers without lights for sure. Good reminder, Cody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's put our circle back so we don't lose it. All right, so we'll put that aside because we're going to use that in a minute. Okay, let's start with our push. And let's take out our little single light. We have another single light left. I did somewhere up here. There it is. Okay, our single light. We're going to put in a battery. Where's my tweezers? Let's just open that up. Kind of has a start for you, like a little tear in the center. You just have to tear it. So get out your battery. I'm going to take it off for both of these because we're going to have one more after this. Okay, let's get that battery. Remember, plus side on plus side. Slide it in the slot. There's a slot here. You just push it in. And then just push the button and you'll see the light. Okay? All right. So what we want to do is we want to put the push button behind the push stamp, right? We want to make sure this is getting low. Look how pretty that is. This is getting lit up from behind. There it is. Not lit up, lit up. So pretty. Okay, so I want it about right there. So same thing. I am just going to put some roller adhesive right here and put this on there. Let's try it one more time just to make sure. I'm going to put this here. That's going to go in right there in the center. So that's perfect. Okay. So you put that down and it's not moving with that adhesive, okay? Right there. You can use liquid adhesive if you want, or you can use, like I did, permanent roller adhesive. Okay? Now, what we need to do is we need to get that foam adhesive from our kit, and we are going to put that on both sides of this, down at the bottom, the back side. But we need to leave the center open because that's where we're going to put that light that's on there. Let's cut this, this. So, hold on, this is sticking out a little bit. Okay, so it'll be like this. So the foam is, again, the perfect size for this light with the battery in it so that it's the exact same height. So when you're pushing it, you're actually pushing down on that button. Let me show you. See that? Okay, so let's put that on. Right where it goes. Up, butted against the edge. And right in the center. Okay, there we go. Now, the next thing we're going to want to do is put this down. We're going to want to make sure it's centered. So I'm going to need some foam adhesive here and here to catch that wreath. Let's put this and this right on the edges of this. Same as what we did kind of behind this. So we'll catch that. And kind of put that centered. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to go a little bit higher there. Okay. So that's there. I think I want to do one more piece over on this end just to catch it. Here. Okay. So let's take off the adhesive. And let's put this down right where we want it. Centered. Put that down on there and it's catching it really good. See that? Oh, it's so pretty. I think you can tell. Cody, you can tell, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can see it lighting up. It's so pretty. This is one of my favorite ones. Okay, but look at this on the back. Not so pretty, huh? So what we're going to do is we're going to take that circle we cut to cover this up like this. So we're going to just take some adhesive, put it on the back, put it right in the center, and then guess what? We're taking that dark wreath that we cut, and it's going to cover it like this. So you have a little opening here if you want to write a sentiment in there or put an embellishment. I'm just putting adhesive close to the center of this wreath so it'll catch on that circle. And then you're just going to put this down to cover that. It's okay if the other one pokes through on the back side because it looks like it's just a thick, nice wreath. And there you have that. And we can add some fun embellishments to this as well to make it cute. I've already lost my embellishments that I wanted to use from Concord and there they are. These ones, I want to just put something in the center of my bow. So I'm going to take one of these big ones. We're going to put that down right in the center there. Look how cute that is. Again, just to add a little dimension. Let's see if I can show you this close up. Look how pretty that is. And then you've got it as a shaker card. So all those little stars are inside, shining and glittering through. So pretty in person. And there you have your buckle fold card with a wreath in the center that lights up. Fun. Aren't these lights so fun? I am so in love with them. I want to light up all the cards. All the cards. Remember when we first saw them, Cody? Remember when we saw the candles that we blew?
Yes.
We were like blown away. We're like, ah, it's so cool. So we're really excited to partner with Pear Blossom for this class for you and get all of these lights for you guys. So really fun. But again, if you do not have the lights, you do not have to use lights for this kit. You can make these as just shaker cards as well because they're still cute. Okay, last but not least, our last card. This card is what we're going to make next. Another shaker card, a snow globe. This has some fun techniques with rub-ons and ink blending as well. So we will show the homework for this one. Got everything here. Oh, my heart. Show that homework, thank you. So we've got all the pieces that should be cut up. I've got it all here on my table as well. We've got the globe, which is the bottom piece that's embossed, which is so nice. It has that embossing on it. Oh, I was showing close up, sorry, Cody. Look at the embossing on that, that's so cute. All the different embossing on that. So you've got that, and then you've got the light blue round circle. You can go back to overhead too, sorry about that. And then the frame in white, Happy Holidays stamped and cut out, 2 white bows, and then some white stars. How many stars was it? 3 and 2, or was it? I can't remember on the homework.
3 large and 2 small.
3 large and 2 small. There you go. Okay, so I've got all my pieces cut. Before we do that though, we are going to cut some white cardstock out. So I need to get another piece of white cardstock. We're going to cut this piece to be 4 by 5 1/4. Here's 4 this direction, 4 by 5 1/4. We're just cutting 1/4 off the 2 sides. Okay, there we have that. Then what we're going to do is we are going to take our rub-ons. We had some white rub-ons, remember? And we are going to put them over our card here. You can do the whole thing, or you can do 3/4 of the way down of your card, because we are going to be hiding this bottom part. I'm going to do the whole thing just because I want to show you the full effect if you wanted to do something different with this card. But if you want to save some of your snowflakes, just do 3/4 of the way down your card. I'm just freehanding, cutting around my card. So my white cardstock is under the white snowflakes. You're going to take off. I'm going to use this die cutting machine for this, Cody. This is the Spellbinders white, the one we gave away. We're going to give away, right? We're going to give this one away. Okay. You can hear Laura just throwing stuff to the side to make room. Okay, so take off your film. Take off that film. Back film, we don't need that. And we're going to take our white cardstock and we're just going to put this white on white. We're just putting it right over our cardstock, okay? And then we're going to put that on the mint magic mat. Put our plate on. So my sandwich is the platform, the B platform, the magic mat, and then a plate. This is how we're going to do a rub-on with a manual machine. Turn this way. So we can show everybody that we are just using a die cutting machine to rub our rub-ons on. I'm going to go front and I'm going to go back. Maybe 3 times. Forward one more. And let's see how this turned out. Ready? You just peel. It's hard to see, but it's white on white, but it's going to be fun what we're going to do. So look, all those snowflakes came off, except for the edges that didn't get on the paper. But look at that. Let me see if I can show you close up if you can see the shadow of the snowflakes. Can you? No?
Not so
Just
much.
wait. Oh, right there you can. Oh, you can kind of see them. But just watch what's going to happen. Okay, so take that. Put the die cutting machine aside. And watch what we're going to do. I need that mat again. So I'm going to take off the back of that. Let's put our grip mate down. Put that. If you have rub-ons on the edge, just rub them in like that. I'm going to put that down. And we're going to get out our ink blending brushes. Get out 3 of those. And then we're going to get out our colors. I have a bunch of colors up here. You can use any of these colors. If you don't have all 4, use ones that you already have in your stash that look like this, okay? Similar color. Okay, we're gonna go light to dark. So I'm gonna do a little bit of tumbled glass. Just start in the corner and you're going right over the rub-ons, okay? Just wait. As you're starting to rub on, you can see the snowflakes underneath, but we're gonna do something fun in a second. So just start, and I'm just going along. The center, along the whole thing. Circles. Not too worried about the bottom because we're not going to really see that. So that was tumbled glass. Okay, tumbled glass. And then let's do a little bit of prize ribbon. This is that pretty blue. Pretty, pretty blue. There's the lid to that. It's right here. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a pretty blue. I'm starting to see the snowflakes a little more. But we're going to make them pop in a second by doing something. So just go around. Get that background sky blue. It's a flurry of snowflakes in our background. And you're just going to ink blend, circular motions, keeping the center a little lighter and the edges a little darker. Look how pretty that is. Okay, watch this. Let me go grab a microfiber towel. You can use a paper towel. I'm going to use our microfiber towels. These are pink ones. Just tearing one off. And I am going to just rub on top on those snowflakes. And look at how much they pop more when I rub that ink off. They come right off the rub-on. Look how pretty that is. So it makes those snowflakes pop. Isn't that like magic? Look how pretty that is. I'm kind of like washing my paper, but just going around in circular motions. And it rubs that ink into that paper as well to give that vibrant, pretty blue color of the 2 colors mixed in the background. Ugh, so pretty. And I love that the snowflakes pop. Look how pretty that is. Okay, so just a little trick you can do with white rub-ons. You can ink blend and then rub them off to make them pop, and you've got this gorgeous background. Okay, let me take my stamp chamois and just clean this up a little bit. We're going to take some more of those rub-ons, put this aside to dry with the ink. We're going to take some more of those rub-ons, and we're going to just put some white ones on the back of that light blue circle that we cut for homework. So we should have get my machine back up here. We should have that circle in our homework right here, this light blue circle. We're going to take some of those rub-ons. Where'd they go? Here they are. We're just going to put them on the background here. So I'm just going to put my circle here. Some of the smaller rub-ons there. Like that. And then we're just going to cut around our circle. Save these because these are some good snowflakes you can use later. We're going to do the same thing with our die cutting machine. Take off that back film. Put it right on top of your circle. Like that. And then we're going to put this through our die cutting machine to rub that rub-on off. Go once, twice, 3 times. How's everybody doing? Have you guys tried this trick with the rub-ons? I love rub-ons. Do you guys love rub-ons? Okay, you guys have to see this. Oh my gosh, look at this. So cute. You just rub it on through your die cutting machine, and we've got some snowflakes on the back of this lighter blue. So this is going to be the background of our snowman. Okay, so we're going to make this snow globe. We need our light. So here's our halo light, and the battery is right here, our last battery. Remember, positive on positive, both up, and slide that, oops, goes the other way. Slide that right in there. And then there is our halo light. This is a cool one. I saved the best for last because I'm super excited about this. This is a fun one. So we're going to add our fun elements here. I did, for the sake of time, already stamp 2 of my snowman, but you just need 1. And then I took a glitter brush. I took the red glitter brush and the orange glitter brush and colored in just the scarf and the nose. Okay, you can use colored pencils, you can use markers, you can use glitter brushes, but the red for the scarf and the orange for the nose, and that's all I did. I'm leaving him white because he's a snowman. So we're going to die cut him out really quick. In our die set, we have this snowman outline that goes over our stamp. So we'll get that out, and then we will run that through our die cutting machine. Let's see, which snowman do I like better? This one. So let's put him right on top, and we've got our magnetic magic mat that's going to hold my die there. Put him right where we want him. And put this right here. Let's run that through our switch. Okay, so that's our snowman. While we're waiting for that, we will go back to our light here. We're going to create our fun snow globe with shaker card. So if you don't have these lights, you can always create a shaker card out of this the exact same way. And you know, we have domed shakers. What are those things called, Cody, that we have?
Yeah, shaker domes.
Shaker domes that are really cool that you could use too if you wanted more dimension and for it to pop out more. So you could check those out as well. Shaker domes. Okay, now we're going to need some more acetate. So I'm going to get that acetate out that we had. I need that, and I am just going to add some adhesive on the back of this white border frame that we cut out for homework. I'm going to make sure it's adhered. I'm going to put it on some acetate like that. And then we're going to cut around that acetate. Okay, you could die cut it out with the same circle die if you want. No problem there. I'm just doing this like this really quick. There we have our acetate circle. See that? Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to create this behind this and this to go like that. And this is going to go over this. So first things first is I am going to take this, but I want to add some foam adhesive. So I need to take a strip of the 1/8 inch wide, 2 millimeter thick foam adhesive, and I'm going to put it right on this light, and I'm just going to go around in a circle behind the light because there's the little lights on the edge there. Can you see what I'm doing there, Cody? I'm just going around and I'm shaping my foam adhesive around the circle, twisting, pulling, turning, and shaping it. And the top is coming off, and that's okay. My backer tape. It's moldable, so it's really nice, so you can just shape it right around. Almost to the end here. And we're going to go like that. Let me just trim it right there. Make sure it matches up. And you can take off that backer tape. And then we're just going to adhere this right to that foam adhesive like that, okay? Just push it down all the way so it's down all the way. See that? See the thickness of that? And then you've got your acetate on the back. We're going to use a little bit of the anti-static. But first, let's put that aside after we do anti-static. We are going to create our little snow scene. So I took another circle, which I see I don't have cut out either. So let me cut another circle really quick. Let's cut another one of these circles. I thought I had a center of a circle from the frame. Maybe I didn't keep it or bring it. So I'm just going to cut that again really quick. So let's just cut this frame circle. I want to use the inside circle for a little hill of snow for my snowman. It's just about the details. So I want to have a little snow hill inside my snow globe. So let's just cut that really quick and use that top of that circle for our little mound of snow. Okay. So our switch is making this go through nice and fast. And almost done. There we go. Side. This. Perfect. There's another frame, and I just want this little circle. Watch what I'm going to do. Okay. So I'm just going to measure it down here for my little snow because my snowman's going to sit right on top of it. See that? So what I'll do is I'll just adhere the back of this. I want my snowflakes going that way, yeah. Put that down right there. And then I'm just going to cut along my circle on the back side here. Doesn't have to be perfect because you're not going to see the bottom of this anyways. Then that gave me a perfect round hill. That's what I liked about it, so that my snowman can sit right on top. And I'll put some adhesive down for him. Make sure he sticks all the way down because I'm going to put in some fun on his mound of snow with his snowflakes behind. How cute is that? How's everybody doing? Cody, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. You like the little snowman?
I love it.
On the little snow pile?
It's my favorite way to see snow.
What's that?
It's my favorite way to see snow.
Snow pile.
Yeah. I mean, in a card, not in real life.
Yes, yes, of course, right? We're not used to snow here in Arizona, are we?
No, not down here in the valley.
Yeah, we have no idea what to do when there is snow like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this over, our light that has all of our stuff put together with it, the framed border circle and then the acetate. And I'm going to flip it and I'm going to put all my little things in there that I want to add. So I'm going to use Gina K's crystal clear sequins because they look pretty and snowy. And then I'm going to probably use a little bit of the micro disco ball sequins. You can even add some of those stars in. We'll probably do all three of them. Let's do a little bit of this. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot, Laura. Let's take some of that out. Some of those big flowers might be too big too. These flowers are cool, by the way. You can use those for other things. But let's do that. A little bit of clear. That flower is too big. And then let's do a few of the stars. Her holographic stars. add a little bit of those in there. Why not, right? And then I'm going to do the micro disco ball sequins. Gina K. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to end up putting the snowman right on the back side here for our scene. So we need to make sure he's straightened up and that he's going to fit perfectly right there. So you can use liquid adhesive, which is what I think I want to do. So I'm just going to use a little bit of liquid adhesive on the back of this. Woo, see that? Let's light it up. Why not? Holding it down and just putting a little bit of liquid adhesive all the way around this. Make sure there's no open spots so none of our sequins come out. So this is doing a shaker card a little bit different, a little bit backwards, right? Okay, let's get him centered. And let's put this down. And that liquid adhesive is going to help me turn him if I need to, which I do. Let's maneuver him where he needs to go. Down a little bit. Right in the center there. Look at how cute. And he's all, oh, that's bright light for you guys, huh? He's all lit up. Let me see if I can like shade him a little bit. It's so pretty in person, you guys, promise. I'm sure you're all seeing yours done right now. Okay, there is a bit of our shaker card almost done. But then we've got to add this, our bottom of our thing and our bows and stuff. So let's add this. Not yet though. We're going to first get this part ready. So we need to grab one more sheet of that blue paper, the light blue, and this is going to be our backer for this beautiful sky that we created. So let's add our foam adhesive on the back here. Actually, before I do that, you guys, before I do that, I need to add my snow first. So I'm going to take a piece of this. Hold on, don't put that on yet. I apologize. I'm going to take this and I'm going to just cut this like this. We're going to create this snow pile first. I'm so sorry, I forgot to do that step. I'm then doing this by memory. So what we're going to do is we're going to just take an A2 white cardstock, the bottom of it, our extra piece that we had where we cut a circle out of. And I'm just going to create snow freehanded. I'm literally just going to create some hills like this. Nothing fancy. And then go up, back up the hill. Like that. Okay. That's going to be it. It's going to be a little different than this one. That's okay. So let me adhere this to that before I adhere it to our backer piece. I need to get this down. Okay, so turn that over. That's going to go right down here. I'm going to trim off the edges. This right here. Okay. We're going to trim this off. Trim off this edge and this edge. Okay, now we're ready. And there's just our homemade snow hill. Let's put that on the backer of our pretty mint color blue. And we're just going to mat it right in the center. Turn that around so I can see it better. Do I need Cody again for my readers? Oh, I did it. Okay, there we go. And then just mat that on there. Okay, then we're going to start putting our thing here. So this is really cool because this is all flat, so you can just put permanent adhesive on the back. We're going to look at where this would go. I want it about right there. Probably going to put this about right there. Just center it, put it down where you want it. And here's the fun part. We're going to put this on here. And we're going to want our push on there eventually. So let's think about that. Let's make this first so we can put our stamp that says push on there. So we have a stamped Happy Holidays already that's going to go right here. And I used that same 1/8 inch foam adhesive strip, 2mm thick, to put adhesive on the back of my sentiment here because it's so thin and then it pops it up. It's so nice. These 1/8 inch strip adhesives are game changers. They make putting skinny sentiments like this on cards so easy. Let's add that, and it makes this sentiment pop up. So that's where that would go. I don't want to put it down yet because I want to put my push stamps. Let's get out our Misty. We're going to put this in here and think about this right here. And our push button most likely is going to be right there. So I got to think about that. So let's think about that together. If our sentiment's going here, I almost think I want to do something different this time. I think I want to put push. I think I want to stamp it on white and cut it. Let's try it, guys. Let's try it. I have this scrap here. Let's try it. We're changing things up on you here. Let me change this. Where'd my stamps go? Here they are. Let's get our little push out. Stamp it on white cardstock. An extra piece of white cardstock here. I have a little piece right here. Just gonna stamp push right there. I just think it'll pop if it's on white and look better. Take our black ink. Yep. Perfect. Only needed to do it once. Clean this off. How am I doing on time, Cody?
You're, yeah, right about at time.
Right. Okay, I'm almost done. I'm almost done, guys. We're so close. We're so close. Okay. Put our push back. Push back. Okay. I'm going to cut this. I need my little scissors. Let's cut it just to make it a little square. Yeah, I think I'm going to like this better. Just cutting around it. Yeah, that just looks better. Like imagine that right there. That's just better. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put that foam adhesive. Where's our roll? Finishing this off. Here's our roll. We're going to put it right here down this leg. And another one wide on this side. And that should go right in between the light. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have come up high right there. So let's peel that back a little bit and cut that because that's going to overlap a little bit on our snow globes. Let's just cut that top part off a little bit, okay? Because it needs to be able to line up right there. There we go. That's good. That's good. Okay. Okay. Let's put that down. You could back this with white cardstock, cut this piece out of white as well to make it a little more sturdy if you want to. That could be cute, but let's put this down right there. And then let's put our happy holidays down. And then Cody, I just have one more step after this. One more step. Here we go. Let's put this right in the center here. There's a middle plate part where you can put sentiments. I just need my tweezers to even this out right there. And then I'm going to take that push. We're just going to put a little dollop of liquid adhesive from our artiste glue. And it's going to go right above there. Push. A little push sign. That glue will dry clear. Okay, push. And then when we push it, look at that. Lights up so pretty, and it's a shaker card, which is nice. Okay, there's one more step. We've got to do our bows. I'm going to ink blend this bow really quick with that pretty blue. We have 2 white bows. One we're going to put aside. We're going to take this one, and we are going to take that blue that's on our ink blending brush that we used earlier, and we're going to do that pretty prize ribbon. And we're just going to ink blend our bow on the edges, just so it gives that blue pop behind. It's the same color as our ink blended sky. Oh, look at that gorgeous blue. It's so pretty. Okay. That pretty blue, and then look at this. So pretty. That blue behind it. A little bit of adhesive. You could do the white in the back too if you want, with the blue on top, or you can do the white with the blue. I think I like the white with the blue. Either way would be really pretty. I'm just going to put it on there and then shift it to the left a little bit. And we're just going to put a little glue on the back. Put that right at the top here of our snow glue.
Do you want to pull that down just a little bit?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep, sorry. Put that right. I'm just looking at my workspace, not looking up. Sorry about that, friends. Okay, then all we have left is to add the stars to some of these snowflakes. We've got some fun snowflakes kind of in the background. We can add some stars to here, 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 and here. It just adds more dimension. Here and here. Let's see if we have enough stars for that. Hope I did have enough. Where is my Pick Pro tool? Let's take our Pick Pro tool and get our wax tip. Let's do a big star here, big star here, and a big star here. And then we have little stars. We can do a little star here, one more little star here, and I'm going to just do one more little star down here because I put glue down there, so I have an extra star cut right there. And then those will dry, and then when they're dry, you can take some Gina K sequins and put them right on top of those. So I would just take, I'm just going to show you one really quick, Cody. Cody's my timekeeper.
I know, I guess I'm like,
I made him promise to keep me on track, so don't think he's being mean to me. He's being really nice. I made him promise to keep me on track.
Yeah.
And he's doing a great job. Thank you, Cody. I want to make sure there's enough time for everybody. Okay, last but not least, just take these little sequins and put them right in the center of your stars. And that just adds a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of dimension, and is pretty to see when you're looking at the whole light with the light on. It's just so pretty. So see how that looks, and then I'll show my finished card right here. It just looks really pretty with the sequins all over it. So really fun cards that we made today, you guys. Let's look at them all. They're all over the place. If you see the front camera, are you going to front camera? My mess. It's a mess around here. It's such a mess, but isn't this the fun part of crafting? We make a huge mess, right? That's what we do. We made this card, so we can go back to overhead. We made this card, we made this card, and we made this card. Look at how pretty. We made, oh, that's not correct. Hold on, I'm trying to make room. We made these 3 different cards. So fun. A buckle fold card. We did a cute jack-o'-lantern. So let's just push through with all the lights. Push, push, and push. So it's really fun in person to see these lit up. I hope you guys all enjoyed this class. It was so much fun. I'm super excited about these lights from Pear Blossom and that we could pair them with Scrapbook.com items, and we created some fun, unique shaker cards and light up cards. Is that what we would call it, Cody? Light up cards. So I had so much fun. Let us know if you have any questions. We'll make sure we're answering you. I really appreciate all of you joining me for my class. It's been so much fun. I love going live with you all weekly, and we're just so grateful that you join us and that you hang out with us. We love our community. So thank you all very much. Okay. On to the next class, Cody. Come on up.
Yeah.
Who is next?
So next up, we have a class by Juliana Michaels, and then after Juliana's class, we're going to come right back here and talk about her class.
Yay! Okay, let's head on over.
Hello there, I'm Juliana Michaels, and I'm so excited to be a part of SBC Fest with Scrapbook.com. I grew up in a creative household, and I give all the credit to my amazing mom. She loved to paint and sew and draw, and she passed along all that love for making things to me. Over 20 years ago, one of my best friends introduced me to scrapbooking, and little did I know that it would become a lifelong passion or lead me into the world of designing and teaching in the papercrafting industry. In 2008, I launched 17 Turtles, which is my blog, and I started it so that I could share my projects and tutorials. Since then, I've had the privilege to work with some of the top brands in the industry, including Tim Holtz, Scrapbook.com, and so many more. Over time, My paper crafting has evolved from scrapbooking now to more card making, and from a slightly more clean and simple style to more mixed media. And when I found mixed media and card making, I just felt like I was at home. And my style has kind of evolved from more of like a clean and simple to more mixed media with like a slightly grungy, distressed effect that a lot of people call pretty grunge. For my class, I'm going to be sharing 3 fun techniques using stencils and distress sprays and spritzes. We're going to start off with a 2-for-1 technique where we're going to be spraying through the stencil for one look and then taking that leftover ink and using it to create another background. And then we'll be creating one using texture paste and a stencil with the same sprays. So it's 3 techniques, 1 stencil, and a lot of fun. So now let's get into it. So to begin, I want you to grab your distress watercolor cardstock or whatever watercolor paper or mixed media paper you're going to be working with that will handle spray stains and texture paste. For the distress watercolor cardstock, I'm going to be working on the smooth side. And then you're also going to need your stencil. So this is a Spanish tiles stencil. And I'm going to be working in my splat box, which is just a cardboard box. And then I like to put some paper towel in the bottom of it just to soak up the excess ink, and it just kind of helps the cardboard last a little longer. And now you're going to grab your spray stains and your distress spritz. So again, we've got peeled paint, rusty hinge, and scorched timber for the distress spray stain. And then the distress spritz colors we've got are peeled paint, walnut stain, and rusty hinge. And with the spritz, before we even get started with any of the spraying, we want to make sure we get these shaken up really well. As you'll notice in the bottom of the bottle, all of the mica and pigment will kind of settle on the bottom here. There's a little rattling ball when you move these around, and you just want to make sure you shake all of these up really, really well and get all of that mixed in. So we're going to just shake, shake, shake here. And to know if they're shaken up well, when you flip the bottle over and it's clear on the bottom and there's none of that pigment sticking on the bottom, then you know you've got it shaken up and everything's mixed in really well. So just keep doing it until all of that is mixed in. And then from there, I kind of like to store these on their side just while I'm working. I don't keep them stored on their sides when I'm not using them, but while I'm in the middle of a project and I've just shaken them up, I do kind of keep them on their side just to kind of help things stay more evenly spread out. So next we're going to take a piece of the watercolor cardstock and you're just going to place it in your splat box or cardboard box, and then you're going to position your stencil on top of it here. You're also going to need a distress sprayer or a water bottle filled with water that you can spritz on and help get those inks moving around. And then from there, we're just going to spray the inks onto the paper through the stencil. And when you're working with the spray stains and sprays, I think a lot of people get a little bit nervous about working with them because they're like, they don't feel like they have control over them. I know I struggled with that initially, and I will say you just practice and play with them and use them, and you'll get a lot more comfortable working with them. The other tip that I can suggest when you're working with sprays is not to hesitate when you're pushing down on the nozzle, but just to push down and go. And I feel like that also helps. The distance you are from the paper will kind of impact how much ink gets onto the paper. So if you're trying to get ink into just kind of one small area, you want to be a little bit closer. If you want ink kind of lightly over everything, you can spray back a little farther. And but the biggest thing is just to not hesitate, just to spray and go. Now, that said, sometimes I like to kind of think about ahead of time, where am I going to spray these different colors? So we have 3 colors, and I want to kind of spread them across the background to create kind of a pleasing effect with them. So a lot of times I'll kind of spray the colors like opposite of each other. So that's where I'm going to start off here with the peeled paint. I'm going to spray it in the upper left corner here, and I'm going to spray it in the bottom corner here. And then you just wipe off that nozzle. And then we're going to do the same thing here with the rusty hinge. I'm going to spray some kind of here towards the middle a little bit, and then a little bit down here. And then we're going to do the same thing with the scorched timber. So I'm going to put it in the corner up here, and then a little bit here. And then from there, I'm going to take my water bottle and just spritz that lightly, just to kind of get it move just a little bit there. All right, so now while that stencil is still in place, we're going to add our spritz. And just again, make sure it's shaken up really well, mixed in well. And then you're going to take the spritz and spray it over the same areas where you had sprayed that same color of Distress Spray. And it's just going to add a little bit of shimmer to the ink. And with these, again, just make sure you wipe off that nozzle really well. And the other thing with shaking them, that also helps keep them from clogging so bad too. If everything's mixed in and you're not trying to suck up big chunks of pigment and mica through the nozzle, you're less likely to get clogging. All right, so now we're just going to gently lift off the stencil to reveal our design. And there we go. And so, you know, if a little more liquid, you're going to get a little more of that runniness underneath there. I personally am totally fine with that. And then from here, you can just use your heat tool to dry this. But we're going to just set this to the side and let it dry and go on to the next step. So now what you're going to do, you're going to take another piece of the Distress watercolor cardstock, and I'm going to grab a clean towel or cloth to put underneath it. And then I want you to get a couple of paper towels, clean paper towels. And now you're going to take that stencil with all that lovely ink on it. And you're very carefully pick it up and flip it over and place it on top of your cardstock. And you're going to see some ink kind of coming through there. So that's where you're going to take that extra paper towel and lay it on top and just dab up that excess ink. You're not scrubbing, you're just dabbing over the surface to soak that up. And you'll see lifted off quite a bit of ink there. So you can kind of flip that over, repeat again if you need to. Okay. And then you're just going to gently peel that off and reveal the next background. And then from there, we're just going to clean off our stencil real quick. So just give that a quick misting of water and grab a crafty cleanup cloth and just wipe that excess ink off. And then we can just set this to the side for a little bit here. And then from there, we're just going to take our backgrounds and just set them to the side and let them dry. Next, we're going to take that other piece of distressed watercolor cardstock and art stencil, and then I'm going to grab my grip mate here from Scrapbook.com. Just going to peel off the top liner. And then I can use this to kind of help hold my paper and my stencil all in place here. So get that in there, and then I center my stencil. On the paper, and then as you can see, that's stuck on there perfectly. And then we're going to take the texture paste opaque and a palette knife, and then we're just going to apply some of that paste through the stencil. So when you're working with the paste, you just want to scoop some of it up out of the jar on what would seem like the back side of the palette knife, and that's because that's the side you're going to apply the paste onto the paper with. And I kind of like to think of it as the movement being kind of like buttering your toast. And you know, so when you do that, you touch it down and then you spread it. And so you're kind of holding it at a little bit of an angle and then just rubbing that over your surface. Push down and slide it around. So you don't have to have a perfect coverage on this background if you don't want. I'm kind of going to go for it being imperfect myself. I'm not looking for exact perfect coverage. But when you're putting on the paste, if you get a lot of paste on there and you got so much on there that you can't really see your stencil design anymore, you probably have too much paste. So what you want to do then is just wipe off the excess and then go back, holding it at a little bit of an angle, and just lightly scrape over the surface and kind of remove some of that excess paste. You don't want to get so much on there that you can't see the stencil, because then it can be too much, and then you kind of run the risk of it maybe seeping under the stencil or not doing what you want it to do. Now from here, you are going to want to clean off your palette knife right away. So I would make sure to have just a wet paper towel handy that you can clean that off with. And then you're going to want to clean your stencil, and if you got any of the paste on the sticky mat, you're going to want to clean all that off right away as well. So we're going to set this to the side for just a minute, and we're going to clean all this off. And I just like to use some water and just give that a spritz. Same thing here. And then you can just take your paper towel and wipe off that excess paste. Now, this is going to wipe some of it through the stencil onto your craft mat. So just pick it up, wipe it off, and then just kind of keep repeating that process. You can also just take this to the sink and clean it if you want. That's a little easier, but for the purpose of this class, this is just a little easier than me getting up and going to my sink to clean this for class. Another thing you can do is you could have a little pan of water next to you, like maybe a baking pan or something, or some kind of plastic tray, and you can put some water in it and set this in the water, and that will keep the paste from drying on here, because that's the main thing. You just don't want the paste to dry on your stencil, because otherwise it's going to ruin the stencil. If the paste dries in there, it's going to be drying inside all those openings, and then you're not going to be able to get that nice design, nice crisp design anymore. And once you got it clean, just set that to the side and let it finish drying. And then you're going to do the same thing with your craft mat here. And you can use paper towels. I find that the crafty cleanup cloths are really nice for cleaning this off, because they don't have any lint on them. So you can just wipe that off. You can also just take these to the sink and clean them off with some soap and water, and you're not going to lose that stickiness because of the type of material they're made out of. So this is still sticky. I mean, my hand's still sticking to it. So, and we just wiped it down with water. And then just to store that, you just want to put the cover back on, and then it's ready to go for the next time you need to use it. All right, so now we are coming back to the splat box, and then we're going to take our paper that we just did the paste through, and we're going to grab our sprays again, and we're going to spray this background. And we're going to just kind of do the same thing as we did before, kind of spraying the inks in different areas and spraying with purpose. So just give it a good spritz there. That was the peeled paint. And we're going to do the same thing here with the rusty hinge. And then again with the scorched timber. And if you want those inks to move around a little bit more, you can. Just give that a little spritz of some water, like in those areas where the colors are kind of separated. If you want to blend those a little bit, you can. I'm not adding too much water, just a few little spritzes. And then I'm going to just tap off a little bit of that excess ink. And now we're going to go and add our spritzes again. So again, you want to make sure they're mixed up really well. Give them a good shake if need be. And you're going to spritz those over those same areas that coordinate. And that just adds this beautiful shimmer to the distress color. And then I do recommend wiping off the nozzles in between. I forgot to do that on this one. And that again just kind of helps with those clogging. And now we're going to dry this background. So grab your heat tool, and with this texture paste you can use your heat tool. Now there are some pastes that heat tools are not recommended for, and that's typically like a crackle paste. Because if you try to use your heat tool with a crackle paste, it's not going to crackle and give you that cool effect. But a lot of other pastes, it's usually quite fine to use your heat tool on them to help speed up the drying process. And as you can see, the paper is warped quite considerably, and this is watercolor cardstock that's made for all these mediums. That curling up of the paper is completely normal, and once we're finished drying it here, it will flatten out and go back to being flat and not be a problem. If your paper is getting kind of wavy, that's when you're probably using the wrong paper. And you want something, if it curls up like this, that's to be expected. If it waves, then it's not made for what you're trying to do with it. So get this all nice and dry. And let's also bring back our other backgrounds in, and if they're not dry yet, let's give them a quick dry. So depending on where you live and how humid it is or isn't, these things tend to dry quicker or slower. So if it's more humid, it's going to be a lot slower with drying. And if you're in a more dry climate, then it's going to dry a lot faster. Ready? And then we'll dry this other one here. And if you've got some stubborn spots that are like, feel like they're taking forever to dry, just grab kind of a clean area of your paper towel and you can just dab off that excess ink and kind of help speed that up a little bit. Because we are not finished with these backgrounds just yet. We've got another step we're going to add to them to give them a little bit more interest. All right, so now they are dry, and now we're going to add, well, first off, let's just take a look at them here. So this is the first one we made where we sprayed through the stencil, and I'm pretty sure that no matter what I do here in the camera, the spritz is not necessarily going to show up on the camera, but in person it just adds this beautiful bit of shimmer and shine to the card. Now this is the background we made where we took the stencil and flipped it over and kind of did what I call a mono print, but it's also could be considered like stamping with your stencil. And it's a great way to use leftover ink. So if you are spraying through a stencil, you can use that excess ink and get another background and kind of get a 2-for-1 there. So again, just that nice bit of shimmer from the spritzes there. And then lastly, our background with the texture spray, and then our background with the texture paste and the sprays. And again, just getting a really beautiful shimmer and shine there. And as I said, the paper is still kind of a little bit rounded. So all you have to do is just kind of carefully fold it the other direction, and it's going to flatten out for you. And then when you go to apply this to your card base with some adhesive, it's going to be completely fine. So no worries there. All right, so now let's add some more interest to these. And for this, we're going to be working with those spritz again. And again, just want to make sure they're mixed in really well, and you want to give them a little shake if need be. And for this one, what I'm going to do is take the walnut stain and give it kind of a light misting of color. And that's what's really wonderful about this spritz. They're a translucent spray. So while they add some color, you can still see through them to what's underneath them. And I just think that's one of the great qualities of this product. I also love the way the spray comes out when you spray with it, because it gives you a spritzy effect. It's not a perfect even spray. It kind of gives you little speckles and splotches and really adds to that kind of vintage distressed effect. So for this, I'm going to kind of hold it back a little bit further. I'm not going to go in as close as I was earlier, and just give it a light misting. And so you can see I've got these like smaller and larger droplets of the color over the background. I'm going to do one more little spritz like that. But you can kind of do as much or as little of this as you want. And just really adds another layer of interest to the background. So we're just going to give that a quick dry. And again, remember to make sure that you wipe that nozzle off in between after you use it. And then next we're going to add just some splatters with the rusty hinge and the peeled paint. And to do that, again, make sure it's all mixed up. And then you're just going to unscrew the cap and get some of that spritz on the nozzle, so it's kind of dripping off there a little bit. And you're going to take your finger, hold that over the paper, and tap. And you're going to get splatters of color. And again, working in the splat box, this is a great way to keep that from getting splattered all over your desk. And then we're going to repeat that with the peeled paint. So just tap over the background, and then we're going to give that a quick dry. And then we can kind of set this to the side and finish drying while we move on to the next one. So now we're going to take that stamped stencil monoprint background and kind of do that same thing. We're going to add some splatters. This time I'm not going to do the overall spray. I'm just going to add some splatters. And I'm going to kind of do the splatters here and there across the background. Again, just tapping on that nozzle to get that splatter on there. And sometimes I like to dry in between the splatters so that the colors don't mix together, but you can kind of do it either way. So you give that a quick dry, then you're not as likely to have the colors mix, but maybe that doesn't matter to you. I mean, it really kind of a personal choice there and not necessarily something that matters one way or the other totally. But sometimes I find that I kind of get more bold splattered effects when I dry in between. So now we're going to repeat that process of splattering with the peeled paint. And then again, give that a dry. And then lastly, we're going to add some splatters with the walnut stain. And then give that a dry. Okay. And then we can just set this to the side, let it finish drying, and we'll move on to the next background. And now we're going to do some more splatters onto this one as well. And I'm going to use that rusty hinge and splatter that over the background here. I really love how that just really pops against that scorched timber and the peeled paint. So you can't really see it when you splatter over the rusty hinge areas, but you can definitely see it when you get it on the other colors. And do that same thing here, a little peeled paint. And realizing mine needs to give a little shake here again because it's starting to separate. Try that again, there we go. Ooh. And if you do get like a big glop that drops down and you don't want that, just take your paper towel and dab it up before it has time to totally dry, and it'll be just fine. And then we're going to add a little bit of the walnut stain. And like I said, if you want to dry in between on this, you can. But like you can see on this one here, I'm not drying in between. Now we're just going to give it a dry now that we're all finished. And if you get some of that spray off to the side anywhere, just grab a little wet rag and wipe it up as you're drying your background there. And then if you want, you can just bring all those other backgrounds back in here and finish giving them a dry if they're not dry. And we're mostly at this point just drying that spritz that we sprayed on there. So everything else should be nice and dry. Now, if you're finding that the spritz is kind of wiping off on your hands, like you're getting some of that shimmer on your hands if you wipe over it, that means that it's just not dry yet. But once it's dry, none of that is going to wipe off and transfer onto your hand. So just make sure that if you notice it's rubbing off, it's just not dry yet. So just give it another run over with your heat tool. All right, so now let's just take a quick peek here at where we are with our background. So we've got all of our backgrounds that we made, and then we've added splatters to all of them, and just kind of a fun way to get, you know, the same products basically, other than the texture paste, that stencil and the spray stains and the spritz, and you get these three totally different looks. And it's just a great way to stretch your stencils. So if you've got a large collection of stencils like I do, you're gonna be able to do these techniques with pretty much any stencil you have. All right, now what we need to do is trim these backgrounds down. Now, if you want to leave this as your base for your card, just go take a minute break or just wait until we move on to the next step. But I always like to layer my cards and kind of mat the backgrounds that I create. So I'm just going to trim off about an 1/8 of an inch all the way around, or you could also do a 1/4 of an inch all the way around, whichever you prefer, and trim it down to 4 by 5 1/4 inches. So we're going to do that with each one of these backgrounds here. And sometimes when I'm thinking about like trimming down, I think like, oh, there's more, you know, maybe there's more of a brown or green that I like. Oh, maybe I want less green. So let's just chop off less of the green and then have our background. So you can kind of think of it that way. Sometimes like with the stencil where I had it like perfectly centered, then that's where I more likely am going to evenly trim off that 1/4 inch all the way around. That said, you could also have cut all of these down ahead of time and have them ready to go at 4 by 5 1/4 inches if you wanted. So I just wanted to kind of show you some options there when it comes to trimming things down. Now I'm going to put down a little craft mat here that I like to work on when I'm doing some ink blending. And I'm going to take my blending tool here, so a foam dome blender, and load it up with some of that scorched timber. And there's a couple of ways you can ink the edges of these, and that's what we're going to do now. We're just going to apply the ink, so you can just apply it to the edge like this, which is one way to get the ink on there. Or you can put the ink onto your craft mat. I like to kind of rub it around and get a little bit of that excess off, and then rub it around. So I'm kind of holding it at a little bit of an angle, working in kind of a circular motion, and then just going around the edges there. And so that gives you like a little bit softer effect. So you can kind of see this side's a little softer, this is a little more harsh. So it's really just a personal preference as far as which way you want to add that ink to the edge of the paper. But I feel like, again, that just adds a nice, I don't know, frame to the background, which is, I don't know, just something that I like to do. I like things framed and edged for some reason, and it just kind of always been that way. So there you can see just a nice soft edge there around that. And if you want to make it a little more harsh, you can just rub this around the edges and darken that up a little bit. And now on this one, you're not really going to be able to see too much of the ink because it's not going to cover up over that wall, over the brown areas, but you can get a little bit to come in on these, like this peeled paint area here. And just a subtle bit of color, but just one more thing you can do to kind of finish off your card. So now our backgrounds are completed, and we're ready to move on to creating the embellishments for the card. All right, so now we're going to get those homework pieces that I had you die cut and prep and have ready to go. So I've got mine in these little folders here. And what I want you to do first off is take out all of the little butterflies or whatever shape that you cut out from the watercolor cardstock. And we're gonna create some embellishments here. And I was inspired to create these because of one of the papers that's in this vintage pattern paper pad. And it's this one here, and these little butterflies that have like the orange and black on them. And so that's kind of, like I said, that's what I used as my inspiration for this technique. And we're gonna be using the rusty hinge, and you're just gonna smush some of that ink onto your craft mat. And then you're gonna need your water brush and a paper towel and your watercolor pencil. And to start off with though, we're just gonna get your brush loaded up with some of that ink, and then you're just gonna paint that onto your die cuts. So you're just gonna loosely watercolor them. It doesn't need to be perfect, and if you wanna just put most of the color onto the wings, you certainly can. Like I said, I'm not going for, I just want a kind of a loose bit of coloring onto each of the butterflies. And if you're needing more ink, you can add more ink if you need to. So I'm gonna squish a little bit more out here onto my craft mat. And then just keep painting away here. As you can see, I am like super loosey-goosey. I am not, there's no striving for perfection here. We're just getting color onto the butterflies. And if they're, you know, the ink's getting too light for you or you get too much water, you're gonna get a little bit lighter coverage. So if it's too light, you can always let that dry and then go back and add some more if you like. But then you're just gonna let those dry, wipe up that excess ink, and then just kind of clean off your brush. And then from here, you're just gonna make sure these are nice and dry. And this shouldn't take but just a quick dry with your heat tool. And then now we're going to take that watercolor pencil and we're going to draw on these little die cuts here. So I'm going to just take the pencil. Now if your pencil is like not sharp on the end anymore and it's kind of getting dull, you can just use a pencil sharpener to sharpen this if you're working with these watercolor pencils. And I'm just going to color down the body and then draw like around the edge of the butterfly. And then I'm going to draw kind of a line here to kind of separate the two wings. And I'm just going to repeat that for all of these butterflies. We're just going to color around the edges and draw a little line. So again, it doesn't need to be anything perfect. So we're going for just a mixed media vintage style, as I've been saying throughout here. And again, just draw that little line across there. And again, just keep on coloring. If you get more than you want on there, no fret. Don't worry about it. It's, like I said, these are not meant to be perfect images. They're just meant to have like a nice, soft, watercolored effect. Again, just color that body in, draw around the outside edge. And from the homework, you'll notice here there's 3 sets of everything, and that's because we've made those 3 backgrounds. And so now we're working on those embellishments, and so we need 3 sets of embellishments. And I decided to just kind of keep them all nice and simple and kind of repeat the same embellishment for each card. That's a great, in my book, great way to kind of just, if you're needing to do some mass producing, like you could just sit down and, you know, make a bunch of backgrounds, and then you could sit down when you've got time and then make all your little embellishments and kind of have them all sitting there ready to go. And then when you've got time, you could sit down and assemble everything. So a lot of times it's nice to be able to sit down and kind of mass produce something. And the techniques that we did on those backgrounds are also something that you could kind of mass produce, because you've got everything out, you know, with your sprays and the stencil. And then, you know, you could just even if you don't do the texture paste one, you could, you know, just do the stencil, the spray through the stencil technique over and over again, and get a pile of backgrounds, switching it out, doing different colors, that sort of thing. So now you're going to take your paintbrush with water or your water brush, and you're just going to color over that black area and just kind of blend it in. Now, if you got a lot of paint, if you've got a lot of water on your brush, just dab some of that off onto a cloth or paper towel, and then just continue coloring around the edges where the black is here. Now, you don't need to do this step, but I kind of like the effect it adds to. It gives it even more of a, I feel like more of a vintage distressed effect when you color over that watercolored pencil section that we did there. Kind of blends it in a little bit with the rusty hinge, and then, you know, we did all these the same color. Obviously, you could switch that out and do different colors for each card if you wanted. Got a little thick there, pencil, but that's okay. You get more on there than you want with the watercolor pencil. Again, like I said, it's okay. Just kind of spread it around and let it be, because it still looks super cool. All right, get there. Maybe I'm going a little too fast for you on this, but the idea here is it doesn't need to be perfect. So just wipe it on and go. I'm not looking for perfection. We'll save that for another day. So there are all of our butterflies, and they are ready to go. They just need to dry for a few seconds from that water being added on. And then, yeah, we can just set those to the side. And the next step we're gonna do is we're gonna start assembling pieces. So we're gonna pull out all of our backgrounds and die cuts, but let's just do one at a time, okay? So we've got, let's start with the dark background with this paper label and then these die cuts. So in the homework, that was part of the homework. I had you kind of prep and die cut all of these things so they'll be ready to go. All we have to do is pull them out and go. And now we're just gonna take a little bit of that Scorched Timber Distress ink and your blending tool, and we're just gonna ink the edges of that label die cut. So you're just gonna rub that ink around the edges and give it just a little edging there. Kind of just has another little layer. If you want and you're feeling bold and you want to add some ink, a little bit of ink to your die cuts, you can. These are pretty delicate, so you want to be very careful if you are going to do that, and kind of just make sure you're holding on to them really well to get some ink on there. But you can just rub that very lightly along the edges. And then we're also going to grab our background. So for this card, this is the one where we sprayed through the stencil. And there's a lot more white on this background, and that's why I chose that darker color to mat it with, because it just gives you a little bit of contrast. And so from here, you can just apply some adhesive to the top edge of the background. And then I like to line up the bottom edge that does not have the adhesive and get that kind of centered. And then you can press that down and let that dry. And then while that's drying, we can work on assembling the rest of the embellishment here. So we're going to take our fern die cut, just add a little bit of adhesive to the back of it. You don't need to worry about getting adhesive on every little piece of it, just the main part of it here. And then we're just going to position that kind of off to the side on the label die. And then we're going to take the other little die cuts and again just get a little bit of adhesive here and there. And we're going to just lay that to the side there. Push that down, let that dry. And repeat that on this one. If you're getting a little clogged, you can always stick your pin in there and get that glue going again. There we are. And we're just going to lay that one here. And now we're going to grab some of our foam squares to pop up our butterflies. So again, you can kind of separate them out. So you've got one of each size for your card. So you've got kind of the big one in the middle, medium, and a small. Just gonna add a little foam square to the back of each one of these. And then we're just gonna adhere that onto the card. And then with our sentiments, you can just pick whichever sentiment you want for each card. And take that kind of leftover ink on your blending brush if you want, and ink the edges of your sentiment. And then use a little bit of that foam strip. You can put that on the back side of your sentiment if you like, just to pop that up. And just trim that to the size you need. And kind of play around with where you might want to position that. And we've got our other little butterflies we can add on here. And when I was kind of thinking about where to position these, I kind of thought about the rule of threes, which is kind of like a design principle. And when you have like threes of things, that odd number, it kind of helps your eye keep moving. So a lot of times you can kind of think of it as like a triangle of placement. So like these butterflies here kind of create a triangle, but they also get your eye moving. And so as you can see, I also kind of thought about the angle the butterflies are facing as well, so that, you know, they weren't all facing the same direction. I've got them rotated, and this one's going that way and that way and that way to kind of mix it up a little. And then from there, you're just gonna add some foam tape to the back of the label. If you want, you don't have to do this. I just like to add a little bit of dimension on my cards, but this 1mm foam tape makes it easy to add just a little bit of dimension without it being too much. So I'm just center that on there. Good to go. And then as far as adhering this, you just add some more liquid adhesive or whatever kind of adhesive you like, and then let that dry. And then from here, you just need to attach this to a card base and your card is ready to go. So now we're just going to repeat that process with the other backgrounds. So now we're going to take, let's take this other one here. So we've got that dark background one again, the other dark background one. And some glue along the top here. Center that onto our background, starting with the edge here that does not have adhesive on it. Get it lined up, and you can just press that down, let that dry. And another little trick, sometimes like if you want to kind of just make sure it's not going to move anywhere, you could put like an extra acrylic block on top of there and hold that in place. And then we're going to ink the edges of our die cut here. And then glue on our die cuts. And we're going to do that same layout that we did on the last one. And like I said, this kind of comes back to that whole mass producing. You know, if you're going to be making some cards, this is just a great way to make a bunch of them all at one time and have them kind of ready to go for whatever occasion you might need them for. And you could also always leave off the sentiments. You know, maybe you just want to make up some cards ahead of time, but you don't really have like something that you need them for yet. Just create these and then leave the space where the sentiment is. And you can just always add one in later for whatever you might need it for. And I got them out here. I'm just gonna go ahead and get all those foam squares on there, and I'll do the thank you sentiment on this one here. I'll get some foam tape on the back of that one. And a little bit left over. We'll put that, go ahead and And do that onto the other little sentiment we had here, the hello. I'm going to ink the edges of that while we're at it, and that can just be ready for the other card. And add some foam to the back of this. And then just center that. On your background. Now, if you're struggling with lining that up, this craft mat from Scrapbook.com has all these lovely grids on it, and so you can position your A2 card in the center there, and then use those lines on the mat to line up and get everything centered. And then we'll just add our butterflies, again kind of creating that little bit of a triangle with them. Add our little sentiment here. The nice thing about the foam tape, until you push it down really hard, especially these little small squares, you've got a little wiggle room where if you need to like move things around, you can. But so there is that card, and now we're going to move on to the final card here. So we're going to grab our last little pile of die cuts and everything. Let's ink up the edge of this die cut. I think my Scorched Timber ink pad might need a little re-inker. All right. And then we can just add some glue, get this glued down, and line up that edge without the adhesive. Let's get everything centered. Hold that down in place. You can use your acrylic block if you like to do that. And then I'll get these pieces glued down. And just like before, just kind of sticking with that same formula. Down, we can add the, and while those are drying, we can add some adhesive to the back of this. Let that dry, and then we can add our little other butterflies. And there's sentiment there. And just add our other butterflies. some foam tape on the back of this. And then we can use that grid on our craft mat there if we like. Everything lined up and adhere that down. And as you might have noticed, like on this card, it has a darker background that we created. So I used a lighter pattern paper behind it. But I'm also going to ink the edges of this one just a little bit, just so it's not quite so stark. And then that'll kind of coordinate with how we inked the edges of the sentiment strip and the label die. So here is a look at the finished cards. So as I mentioned, this was a darker background, so I went with a lighter base layer to it. This was a lighter background, so I went with a darker background. And the same thing with this one. This one was a little bit lighter, especially compared to that one, but it's still darker than that one. So you could probably go either way with whatever paper you wanted to mat it with. Another option would be to use the same paper that you used to cut the label out. Remember how I had you save those papers when we were doing the die cutting? So instead of putting the brown behind there, you could have taken this paper and, you know, use that to mat behind there. Obviously, I've kind of glued that edge down, but you kind of get the idea there. So, but yeah, options there for you. And then from here, all you have to do is add these to card bases. So just take an 8.5 by 11 sheet of cardstock, cut it in half, and then score that in half, and you're ready to go. And then you can, and then you have a nice little set of cards ready to go. And whether you make these for yourself or not, this would also make a lovely gift for someone. Like you could make a whole set of cards like this and, you know, put them together with a little ribbon with the envelopes and some stamps and give them as a gift to someone. So anyway, so lots of options there. Thanks so much for crafting along with me. I hope you had fun learning these techniques using stencils and spray inks, and that you're inspired to try these on your next project. Thank you so much for joining me for SBC Fest. Until next time, stay crafty, my friend.
Before we get into Juliana's class, we want to do a giveaway.
Yes, so giveaways are the best, right? So let's do it, Cody. What are we giving away?
We're giving away a $100 Scrapbook.com gift certificate.
That is fabulous. Okay, so how do they win, Cody?
Let us know, have you tried the stamping with stencils technique that Juliana shared? Let us know in the live chat.
Okay, good luck to everybody. Wow. Thank you so much, Juliana. Amazing. Cody, what did you think?
I loved it. I mean, she took 3 different colors in inks, sprays, spritz, and made them look so different for each one.
She's so talented. We can always learn so much from Juliana with mixed media. So I loved how she taught us how to store the sprays like on their side, which is great. I mean, you never know. Sometimes you think you gotta store them straight up, but on their side is awesome.
Well, and just how she showed, like, you really have to mix up that mica in there.
Yeah,
like, take the time.
Really good. Yeah, and I love how she showed that she sprayed the colors on 2 different corners, which is nice to get that effect. So many good little techniques. I hope you all caught them. So many little techniques that were important.
Yeah, it was great to see like how she balances the design by doing that. So I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, really, really cool.
And then of course, using paste and how she did the resist with that. Like, it's always good to learn how to use those pastes.
It is, it really is. And then I love that she had multiple cards with the same process and different backgrounds. So she created all the backgrounds and then made 3 totally different cards. That was amazing.
Yes, and I knew when I saw the class, I was like, people are gonna love that she does not waste any ink.
She doesn't.
So she took the stencil and then flipped it over and stamped with it.
She is frugal like we all want to be.
Yes.
Right? So
no good ink goes to waste.
None, none. And I just love the ink to the watercolor, the butterflies. Oh my gosh, that was so cool.
Yeah. That
So
blew me
cool.
away. Like, because I thought it was cool that it was just traced, but then when she brought the water in to like really add an effect, that was so good.
And like you said, the pastes were great, but I loved how she said it's like buttering toast.
Yes.
That was so cool.
And that's what it sounded like too.
Yeah, it did. It was
loved
cool.
it.
We love it. All right, that was awesome. Okay, so what's next?
Yeah, so next we're going to Kristine Marcotte's house.
All right, let's go.
Hello, friends. I'm Kristine Marcotte, and I'm super excited to be joining Scrapbook.com's SBC Fest again. I've been paper crafting for over 25 years. I started as a scrapbooker and gradually switched over to card making. Before switching, I put together dozens of scrapbooks for my kids. I warned them that they will need a room just for their scrapbooks when they move out. Now that I'm exclusively a card maker, they just need a box to save all the cards I give to them. I love using stamps and dies, but pattern paper is my absolute favorite. It's so fun mixing and matching different patterns together to create beautiful cards. In class today, we will be making 3 adorable Christmas cards using a couple of die sets and pattern paper. So grab your supplies and let's get crafting. In my class, we'll be making some fun Christmas cards. Here's a look at the 2 main die sets we'll be using: the nested stitched gingerbread people, scarf and hat set, and also dress and bow set. So basically, the gingerbread man and the gingerbread woman. Both die sets include 3 different sizes of the gingerbread people. And I love having the 3 different size options. We will be using all 3 sizes in class today. The largest size is larger than an A2 size card, but you could use this in scrapbooks, home decor. The 2 smaller sizes will fit on an A2 size card. We'll also be using the Happy Holidays Set 1-word die set. It includes 2 sentiments, Happy Holidays and Merry Christmas, and also has the shadow outline pieces for both sentiments. The pattern paper I'll be using is from Scrapbook.com's Gingerbread collection. I'll be using the 6x8 size. It's also available in A2 size. But if you want to cut out the largest size gingerbread man, you will need the 6x8 paper pad. So those are the 4 products that are included in my SBC Fest class bundle. And here's a look at other products I'll be using. If you don't have the exact item I'm showing you, pull from your stash. You probably have something in your craft room that will work. I will be cutting out some circles, so you'll want some circle dies. I'm using Scrapbook.com's nested circles. For additional solid cardstock, I have the pinks and neutrals smooth cardstock paper pads from Scrapbook.com. You'll want some nice heavyweight white cardstock. I'm using Neenah cardstock, 110 pound, and this is available at Scrapbook.com. And you'll also want 1 sheet of white pearlescent cardstock. I'm using Spellbinder's brushed white cardstock. For ink and other mediums, I'm using Distress Oxide Spun Sugar, Catherine Pooler's Gingerbread ink, also using Simon Hurley's Frostbite Astro Paste, Scrapbook.com's Glitter Snowflake Pops of Color, also their white luster brush marker. If you like adding those little extra details, a white gel pen is handy. I have the jelly roll in the 0.08 thickness. For adhesive, you'll need a tape roller. I'm using the deluxe adhesive roller from Scrapbook.com. You'll want some liquid adhesive. I have Artiste glue from Scrapbook.com. Some mint tape to help hold some of those dies in place. And for a little bit of dimension, I'll be using the small and large foam squares from Scrapbook.com in their 1 millimeter thickness. So I'll set all of those aside and go through the main tools. You will need a die cutting machine, either electric or manual, and also a paper trimmer. We will be making a card base, so it does help to have a scoring board, and I'm using one from Altenew. And with the die cut machine, I'll also be using Scrapbook.com's Magnetic Magic Mat. You'll want a small detail blending brush, a good pair of scissors. I'll be using the titanium scissors from Scrapbook.com. And with some of those small die cut pieces, it's very helpful to use a pair of reverse tweezers. In addition to the detail size blending brush, I'll be using the small blending brush. And a must-have tool for crafting, Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool. And the final tool is a palette knife, and this is included in Simon Hurley's paste tool set. So now that you have all your supplies, we'll start off by making a card base. I'll grab Altenew's scoring board and 1 sheet of the Neenah 110 pound cardstock. I'll place the piece of cardstock horizontal in the scoring board, making sure it's flush on the left side and top. Then with a bone folder, I'll score this piece at 5.5 inches. You can see a small star at the top of the scoring board. I really like Altenew's scoring board since it's a little bit longer than some of the other card making scoring boards, but it's also smaller than a 12 by 12 scoring board. So it doesn't take up as much space in my craft room. So now I'll fold this large card base, making sure the open ends match up perfectly. And I'll run a nice hard crease using the bone folder. The finished size of this card base is 5.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So you'll need that along with 2 A2 size card bases. For the A2 size card bases, I have the fold at the top. These will both be vertical cards. I just prefer having the fold at the top. If you have it on the side, that's fine. Just depends on what your preference is. Before we start cutting our pattern paper, cardstock, or do any of the die cutting, we have one thing to prep since we need to let it dry. We'll be using the Frostbite Astro Paste and a scrap piece of white cardstock. And I know this really does get washed out from my overhead lights, but you'll take just a small amount of the Astro Paste, pick it up using your palette knife, and wipe it fairly evenly on the piece of cardstock. Now, once this dries, it'll have a beautiful glittery finish. Later in class, we will be die cutting from this piece, so we really need it to be nice and dry. You can let it sit and air dry, or you can use a heat tool. And I'll angle the piece of cardstock. Hopefully you can see some of that lovely texture. If you did your homework, you already have this piece ready to go. I'll set my piece aside to dry and go over all the cardstock and pattern paper you'll need. So not including the card base we just made, you'll need 1 sheet of white cardstock, 1 sheet of the white pearlescent cardstock. From the Neutrals Smooth Cardstock paper pad, you'll need 1 sheet of brown. This is one of the darker shades. It's the last color in the paper pad. From the Pinks Smooth Cardstock paper pad, you'll need 3 different shades of pink. There are 8 shades of pink in this paper pad. When you open the cover and you start counting from that lightest pink, we'll be using number 3, 4, and 5. So we'll skip the first 2 colors, the lightest pink, and then skip the last 3 colors, the darker pinks. From the Gingerbread pattern paper, you'll need 2 sheets of the solid brown. It's a beautiful gingerbread color. 1 sheet of this yellow wavy design, 1 sheet of the gingerbread with red hearts, 1 sheet of the red solid, and 1 sheet of the dark green solid. And we'll be using both sides of this dark green. On the other side, it has happy holiday sentiments all over it. I'll lay out the cardstock and pattern paper pieces a little bit nicer. That way you can gather what you need for class. I'm not showing it in the video, but you'll also need just a small scrap piece of black cardstock. And if you're like me, you probably have plenty of cardstock scraps lying around. So now we have all our supplies, so it's time to start cutting some paper and cardstock. You'll need to grab your favorite paper trimmer. I'll be using the Maxi Guillotine trimmer from Tonic Studios. I have an older version. The new version is gray with black instead of the gray with orange. I really like this trimmer. It doesn't take up a ton of space on my craft table, but it has an extension bar built in on the bottom. So if I need to cut 12 by 12 paper, that is an option. The first paper we're cutting is the sheet of white cardstock. You'll want an A2 size piece, so 4 1/4 inches by 5 1/2 inches. Make sure to save the extras of pattern paper and cardstock since we will be using those later. Next, we'll cut the sheet of yellow wavy pattern paper. This piece will be 4 1/8 of an inch by 5 3/8 of an inch. And I'm first cutting it at the 5 3/8 of an inch. Then I'll flip it and cut it at 4 1/8 of an inch. We want the wavy lines going vertically on the card. This piece is just 1/8 of an inch smaller than A2 size. We'll be leaving that tiny white border around the yellow wavy paper. Next, you'll grab the dark brown solid cardstock. This is from the Neutrals paper pad. It's not the gingerbread brown color from the gingerbread paper pad. We'll cut this piece to 3 inches by 1 1/2 inches. Now we'll cut one of the pink cardstocks. This is the medium shade of the 3 that we have. We only want a teeny tiny piece. And just so I don't have to pull out the extension bar, I'm putting the piece vertically in my trimmer. Then I'll cut a 1/2 inch strip. Now I'll turn that strip horizontally and cut it at 1 1/8 of an inch. Now we'll grab the red solid. This is the pattern paper, but we're using the solid side. And very similar to the pink, we'll first cut a 1/2 inch strip. Then we'll turn it horizontally and cut at 1 1/4 of an inch. And make sure you're saving all these scrap pieces, even the 1/2 inch strips. We will be using some of those later on. So all of the pieces we just cut are for card 1. I'm putting them in the large stack and sort tray. That way it doesn't get mixed up with the rest of the pieces we cut out. And I'll also include one of the A2 size card bases. So I'll set this aside, and now we'll start cutting out the pattern paper and cardstock for card number 2. So we'll start with the red solid. You'll need an A2 size, so 4¼ inches by 5½ inches. We will be making 3 different cards in class, so make sure you're keeping all the different pieces separate. That's why I'm using the stack and sort trays. And I'm using both sizes. I have the main card pieces in the large, and later we'll be adding the die cut pieces in the small trays. And I will admit I own quite a few of the stack and sort trays. They're a must-have when crafting. Does anyone want to confess to how many stack and sort trays they own? For the yellow wavy pattern paper piece, this one will be 4 1/4 inch by 2 inches. Now we'll cut out the gingerbread with heart pattern paper. This piece needs to be 3 7/8 inch by 5 1/8 inch. Now you'll pull out that 1/2 inch strip of the red solid. This is why we save them. You'll cut it at 1 7/8 inch. We'll be using this to layer a sentiment. So there are most of the pieces needed for card number 2. I'll grab an A2 size card base. There is one other piece we'll cut for card number 2, and that's the sentiment. So grab the dark green solid, flip it over, and on the back side you can see a fun variety of colorful, happy holiday sentiments. You can choose whichever color you want. I'm going with one of the dark browns. So very carefully we want to cut out one of those sentiments. And if you miscut, no worries, there are plenty more sentiments on this sheet. I've been using this style trimmer for many years, so I know it very well. I'm pretty good at lining up where I need to cut. Now when you cut it out, it is fairly close to the bottom of the Y and the P, but there is enough space where you're not cutting off any of the sentiment. If you can cut nice and straight with a pair of scissors, that is another option for cutting out the sentiment. Raise your hand if you're one of those people that can cut nice and straight using just a pair of scissors. I am not one of those people, so I'll stick with my paper trimmer. Make sure to add your cutout sentiment in the stack and sort tray for card design number 2. So we're done with our trimmer. Now it's time to do a bunch of die cutting. I'll be using the black Platinum 6 machine from Spellbinders, and this black color is exclusive to Scrapbook.com. It includes Spellbinders Universal Plate System. We'll be using Platform Base A, Platform Top B, and also an acrylic plate C. And instead of the second acrylic plate, I'll be using Scrapbook.com's Magnetic Magic Mat. And that's the mat I'll be cutting into. We'll start by cutting out some circles. You'll need a piece of white cardstock, and I did cut it small enough to fit through the machine. And if you have Scrapbook.com's nested circles, the size we're using is the second largest. And that's about 3½ inches in diameter. And we're cutting out 2 circles from the white cardstock. And since I am using a magnetic magic mat, I don't need to tape my dies onto the paper or cardstock with mint tape. They hold in place beautifully. So there are the first 2 circles, and this is from the Nina white cardstock. Keep that circle die out. We're going to cut out 1 more. This time from the white pearlescent cardstock. Now this is the only time we're using the pearlescent cardstock, so if you have a small scrap piece on hand, you can use that instead of pulling out a full sheet. I save quite a bit of my cardstock scraps, but the specialty cardstock, I'll save itty bitty little pieces, since sometimes that's all you need is a small piece. But I only save those tiny pieces with specialty cardstock. Otherwise, I think my craft room would be overrun with scraps. So what's the smallest size piece you'll save before it goes into the recycle bin? For just solid colored cardstock, smallest piece I save is about 3 inches, maybe 2.5 inches. So now we're cutting out another circle, this time using the largest size circle die and more white cardstock. The first 3 circle die cuts will go with card design number 1. This larger circle will go with card design number 2. And we will cut out 1 more circle the same size, this time from the lightest shade of pink cardstock. The opening of the Platinum 6 machine is about 6 inches, so a sheet of 6x8 paper will go through perfectly. But instead of sending that full sheet through the machine, I'll use a pair of scissors and trim just enough around the circle die. I did start off using a brand new magnetic magic mat, and with each die, I'm trying to place it in a different area. When you're using the magnetic magic mat, it's also a good idea to flip it over and use the regular magic mat on the other side. And that will help keep the mat laying nice and flat. So there are all the circles we'll need, well, at least the larger circles. We'll be cutting some smaller circles later for the eyes and buttons of the gingerbread people. So now it's time to die cut out the smaller pieces. And I want to make sure to keep everything organized. So I grabbed 3 of the small stack and sort trays. I added the large circle die cuts we just cut out. And I will zoom out the camera just a little bit more. That way you can see all 3 of the stack and sort trays. I added a piece of mint tape and numbered each of the trays. So we have card design 1, 2, and 3. For the rest of the die cutting, we'll try to be super efficient and cut out many pieces at once. So I'm starting with the darkest shade of pink. I'll grab the gingerbread people dress and bow set, and we want the largest icing or frosting pieces. I'm not really a baker, and I'm definitely not a cake or cookie decorator, but I believe the pieces I'm grabbing right now would technically be the icing pieces. Not sure what the difference is between frosting and icing. If you know, I'd love to know what the difference is. In my SBC Fest class from 2024, I had cupcakes and donuts, and this year I have cookies. Even if I'm wrong, I'm calling these little wavy pieces icing. From the darkest shade of pink cardstock, we need the largest long wavy piece. You'll also need the short, largest size wavy piece. And you'll need the largest size of the hairline piece. So once we cut those out, they'll go in tray 3. And you will need 1 more of the largest short wavy pieces. I think that piece looks like a worm or maybe a stretched out cursive M. So once this piece is cut out, you won't need the darkest pink cardstock any longer. So you can set that aside, save it for another project. And add the last wavy piece in tray 3 for card design number 3. Next, you'll need the lightest shade of pink cardstock. We cut the largest circle, and now we'll cut out some of the icing pieces. We're using the dress and bow set. So you need the little squiggly piece that goes at the bottom of her dress, and also the tiny piece that will go on the side of her arms. I'll place both of the dies at the short end of the piece of cardstock, run it through my machine, and I'll just do a quick back and forth. That way I'm not running it all the way through the machine. Pop those both out and add them to tray number 1. We will need 2 of those small squiggly pieces, the little worm. So I'll put my piece of cardstock back on the magnetic magic mat, add the die, and run it through the machine again. I love using Scrapbook.com's mint tape, but the magnetic magic mat is a game changer. I don't need to use as much mint tape as I have in the past. Now, instead of using all my mint tape to hold dies when I'm die cutting, I can use it for masking off when I'm stenciling or stamping. I'll pop the second squiggly die cut piece in tray 1, and now we can set aside the lightest pink cardstock because that's the last die we're cutting out of it. Next, we'll need the medium shade pink cardstock. At first, I grab the larger piece. All we've cut off of this so far is that 1/2 inch strip, but some of the dies we're using are fairly small, so I'm setting aside the large piece for now, and I'll grab that narrow strip. We'll be cutting out the smallest size bow from the dress and bow set. And we also need the 2 eyes, although we'll be using them as buttons. And this is the medium size. I'll reposition the bow. That way when I add the 1 die that has the mouth and the eyes, I'm putting it at the very end, so we're only cutting out the eyes. And I didn't have my plates lined up perfectly, so it wasn't running through the machine at first. We will be cutting out more pieces from this shade of pink cardstock, but I really wanted to use up some of the narrow strip. So the bow and the 2 buttons are going in tray 1. If your die cut pieces are getting stuck in the die, you can use a piercing tool to pop those out. I haven't needed to use mine yet, but I will later on. I'll set aside the narrow strip of the pink cardstock and grab that larger piece again. And after cutting out each of the pieces, I'm making sure to add the dies back on the sheet. That way I don't lose them. So now we'll grab the larger sheet. This is again the medium shade pink cardstock. We'll be cutting out the outline shadow piece for the sentiment Merry Christmas. And I'm placing it all the way in the upper corner. And for some reason right here, I forgot to grab the rest of the dies that we're cutting out from this shade of pink cardstock. I could have saved a little bit of time, but I forgot. That's okay. I'll put the sentiment shadow die cut piece in tray 1. We'll remove some of those little inside areas of the sentiment. Place the pink cardstock back on the mat. And this is where I realized, oh, we need a couple more dies. I'll set aside the sentiment die set for now. Grab the scarf and hat set. And we need the largest size circle. So this is actually the little pom-pom for the Santa hat. I'll grab the dress and bow set, and we need the largest size bow. I'll place both of those dies in the upper right-hand corner, trying to take advantage of all the small areas of cardstock. Run it through my machine. And I was struggling with my plates again. Thought I didn't have them lined up very well, but it turns out the screw on my die cut machine for the handle was a little bit loose. It doesn't really show since the handle is mostly off screen. You'll see a tiny peek of it here in a moment, but the handle was coming loose, and I didn't notice that right away. Of course, this never happens when I'm not recording. As soon as I record a video, all those little issues seem to happen. But I'm not going to let that slow me down. Later on, I will tighten up the screw on the handle. We'll put the bow back since we're done with that die, but we do need 2 more of this larger circle. And these dies are going in tray number 3. I'll add the circle die back on the mat, run it through my die machine, and the static from my plate actually pulled that die right up, so I did have to reposition it. We'll cut out that circle. Pop the circle die in tray 3 and cut out 1 more. And these will be the buttons for the largest size gingerbread woman. So we just need one more of the largest size circles. We'll reposition the die, run it through my machine. So once that's cut out, we'll add it to tray 3. And now we're done with the 3 sheets of pink cardstock, so you can set those aside. Don't throw them away though, since there's still a lot left. We'll save those for another project. So now we'll grab the narrow strip of the leftover red solid pattern paper, and we'll start by cutting out the sentiment Merry Christmas. So you need the sentiment die set again. Both words should fit on this narrow strip of red pattern paper. And once again, I could have grabbed a few more dies, cut them out at the same time, but I just forgot. I was really just focused on cutting out the sentiment right here. I did place the dies at the very edge of this piece of paper, so I will be using some of that leftover area. Run it through the die machine. Now for the sentiment, the word Christmas is almost all one piece. The tiny dot for the I is separate, so make sure you don't miss that. Mine stayed on the magnetic magic mat. My hand's covering it here at the moment, so I'm not sure if you noticed it. The word Merry cuts out individual letters. So this time, some of my die cut pieces did stay in the die, so I will grab the Craft Pro Pick tool. This really is a must-have paper crafting tool since it's 4 tools in one. I use the wax tip end and the piercing and the most. I'm using the piercing tool right now and popping out the inside areas of the A and the S's. Now I pulled out the end of the tool. You can place it back in the handle, but sometimes I'll use the detachable piece without putting it in the handle. Now I'm not sure if you noticed, but right there I picked up the dot for the I. It was still stuck on the magnetic magic mat. And I placed it in tray 1, and that's where all the sentiment die cut pieces will go. So now it's time to remove the individual letters for the word Merry. And I'll hold the die over tray 1, use the piercing tool, and just poke it through all the holes on the die. And one by one, I'll pop out each letter for the word Merry. Now the letter M wanted to stay, so I did need to flip it over, get my piercing tool underneath the letter, and then I was able to remove it. So now we're done with the sentiment dies, so I'll put them back on the package, set that aside. Then we'll cut out the rest of the die cut pieces from the red solid pattern paper. First, I'll clean up some of those stray paper pieces. I'm a crafter that cleans as I go. I know some people wait till they're done with their project and then clean up. So which type are you? Do you clean up as you go, or do you just make your project and then tackle the mess? Or maybe you just leave the mess and you don't worry about it. Just clear enough space so that you can craft again. We'll grab the small scrap piece that we just cut out the Merry Christmas sentiment. And we'll need the scarf and hat die set, cutting out the smallest size bow tie and also the smallest size of the little squiggly worms. And these pieces will all go in tray 1. We only need 1 bow tie so we can put that die back, but we will need 2 sets of the small squiggly worms. And I still have enough space on this scrap piece of red. Run it through the die machine one more time. There are 2 more pieces we'll need from the red paper, but we'll need to grab the larger piece since this one is pretty much finished. But before we cut out the rest of the die cut pieces from the red paper, we'll start cutting out more pieces from the solid white cardstock. So we'll pop these last 2 little squiggly worms in tray 1. Now I'll grab a scrap piece of the white cardstock, and we'll need both sets of the gingerbread people, and we're using the smallest size eyes and mouth pieces. Put them in the upper left-hand corner. I'll run it through my die cut machine. It's so fun having a pink acrylic plate for the die cut machine. I know they come in several different colors, but I like to have the pink one as the plate that I don't cut into. When Scrapbook.com had their limited edition pink magic mats, that's another mat that I don't want to cut into since it's so pretty. I was surprised none of the die cuts stayed in the dies. They're all in the cardstock, so I'll just take that piece, hold it over tray 1, use the piercing tool and pop all of those out. And we will need some more of the small circles, so the little eyes. I'll place one of the dies back on the sheet of white cardstock. I'll put the other one back on the product sheet. And we'll run it through the die cut machine. And once again, I did forget we need some other pieces from the white cardstock. I really was trying to be very efficient and cut out as many pieces as possible with one shot through the machine, but it's not the regular way that I do it, so I was a little forgetful. Now from that last die, we only needed the 2 circles, not that third mouth. And the 2 small circles both go in tray 1. So now we need the largest size eyes and mouth. And you can use either set from the dress and bow or scarf and hat set since they are the same. We'll also want some teeny tiny circles that are even smaller than the smallest set of eyes. So for that circle, I'm pulling out the sentiment set again, this time the word holiday, and we need just the dot from the eye. So as we don't need to cut out the whole word, I will trim down this piece of white cardstock. That way I can position the die on there and try to just cut out that circle. I'll grab the titanium scissors, trim down just a small area from the white cardstock, reposition the eyes and mouth piece, and you do need both. Now I'll grab the word holiday and I'm putting it at an angle. That way I can grab just that lower corner of the white cardstock. We'll run it through the die machine. I will end up getting the top area of the letter L. No worries, I'll just throw that piece away. The larger eyes and mouth will go in tray 3. Just ignore that I put them in tray 2. They do need to go in tray 3. Once I popped out the mouth, I realized I put those in the wrong tray. So I'll pull those eyes out and now put them in tray 3. Then I was looking for the teeny tiny white circle. I thought it was still in the die, but it looks like it's in the cardstock piece. And this will go in tray 2. Once again, ignore that I put it in tray 3. It does need to go in tray 2. So we need one more teeny tiny white die. We'll use the word holiday to get that exact same size circle. I'll line up the die on the piece of white cardstock again. Run it through my die machine. And this die will also go in tray number 2. Sometimes I'll do a big mass production of the same card design. I'll do all the die cutting at once, all the paper and cardstock cutting. Then when everything is cut out and ready, you just sit down and assemble the cards. And I took that kind of approach for class today. So we're doing all the paper cutting, then all the die cutting. Once all that's done, we'll sit down and start assembling cards. And I have no idea why I just put that circle in tray 1. As I said, this needs to go in tray number 2. I did catch it, so I'm grabbing it now, and now I'm looking for the other one, which I put in tray 3. And also ignore the fact that I did lean into the video and you saw a little bit of my head. Now we'll cut out the rest of the pieces from the red paper. we need the scarf and hat set. And we're using the medium size Santa hat and medium size scarf. I'll put both dies at the very end of the paper, run it through my die machine, and both of these pieces will go in tray number 2. And we won't need any more pieces from the red solid pattern paper, so you can set that aside. I'll pop the die cuts in tray 2, then put the dies away on the sheet so we don't lose them. Next, we need just a few die cut pieces from the dark green pattern paper. And since we don't need the full sheet, I'm just cutting a small strip off the side. We need the scarf and hat set, and we're using the medium size squiggly worm pieces. So it's the 2 dies in the lower right-hand corner. Place both of those on the pattern paper. And I'm trying to put them in a different place on the magnetic magic mat. Run it through the die machine, and these will both go in tray 2. That dark green color really blends in with the dark gray of the magnetic magic mat. It's so fun customizing the different colors for the gingerbread people. I'm staying within the colors that coordinate with the gingerbread pattern paper, but you could use whatever colors you want. Pink is always my go-to color since the best things in life are pink. Doesn't really matter what holiday or season, except for maybe Independence Day. Really have to stick with red, white, and blue there. Do you have a go-to color or maybe color combination that you reach for again and again? After cutting out the last of the dark green squiggly worms, those go in tray 2. And now I'll grab just a small scrap piece of black cardstock. You can see you really don't need that much. In fact, about a third of this piece would be plenty. So we need the eyes and mouth dies, the medium and also the smallest size. And from the smallest size, we only need the small circles. I know we're doing a ton of die cutting right now. Hang in there, we're almost finished, and it will be worth it. So the medium size eyes and mouth will go in tray 2, and the smallest size eyes will go in tray 3. Decided to put away my dies first, then I'll remove the die cut pieces. You can see they all stayed on my magnetic magic mat. I'll just lift those up with a piercing tool. And this time I did it right. I put them in the correct trays. So now the final cardstock color we need is the gingerbread brown, and this is the pattern paper. It's time to cut out all the gingerbread people. I'm adding the full sheet, so 6 by 8 inches. Place it on the magnetic magic mat. You'll need the dress and bow die set, and we're using the largest size gingerbread woman. We'll place it all the way at the bottom edge of the paper. Run it through the die cut machine. And the finished size, including a bow on top of her head, is about 5.5 inches by 7 inches. So it's a very large size. I love that Scrapbook.com added the faux stitch detail around the edge of all the gingerbread people. Super cute. So it doesn't exactly fit in the small tray, but the largest size goes in tray 3. And now we'll need the smallest size of both the girl and the boy gingerbread people. And I'll add them in the corners of this piece. And yes, I could have cut them all out at the same time. Sometimes habits can be hard to break. For me, it took some time to get used to using the magnetic magic mat. I almost always cut up into the mat versus down into the mat. But when you're using the magnetic magic mat, it just makes sense to cut down. You have your mat on the die cut surface, place your paper or cardstock, and then the dies on top. The two small gingerbread people will both go in tray 1. Then we have just one more gingerbread man to cut out. We will need to grab the other sheet of the gingerbread brown paper. We'll grab the medium-sized gingerbread man. And I'll use a pair of scissors and trim around the die rather than run the full sheet through the machine. After I cut out the final gingerbread man, this piece will go in tray number 2. I'll put away the gingerbread man die, and I know I'm moving this set, but we will still need 2 dies from the scarf and hat set, and that's the medium size, the fluff, and pom-pom of the Santa hat. I'll just clean up my area a little bit, then grab that die set again, remove the 2 dies. And now it's time to check on our white cardstock piece where we added a layer of the Frostbite Astro Paste. If it's not dry, you can use your heat tool. And I know you really cannot see this at all. My light is just blinding with that beautiful shine. My piece isn't completely dry. It's still a little bit tacky. So I'm using a piece that I did previously and it's already dry. I'll cut out just a small area, big enough for the fluff and the little pom-pom. And I will save the rest of it. It's basically like a glitter specialty cardstock piece. So I'll run it through the die cut machine and add both of these pieces to tray number 2. Another option, if you don't have Astro Paste, you could use some white glitter cardstock or another paste or gel that you already have on hand. I love the look of Astro Paste, and the nice thing is the glitter is all embedded, so it doesn't make a big glittery mess. I am all for lots of sparkle and shine on my card, especially if it doesn't make a big mess. Now I'll clean up the area a bit. We have just one more thing to die cut. I promise that's it. I'm just going to put away my Craft Pro Pick tool, stack up my 3 trays. I'll put number 3 on top since I have the large gingerbread woman in there. So now it's time to grab the large card base we made earlier on in the video. I have the folded side on the left. We need the dress and bow set, the largest size gingerbread woman. We'll be using it to cut out a shaped card base. I'll place the die at the bottom of the card base, and the very left side of the gingerbread woman's arm and a little bit of her skirt will go off the edge, and make sure you're doing this on the folded side. Now I want to make sure this stays in place, so I am using some mint tape. I'm using the 1/2-inch roll, but it is available in 3 other sizes. This is basically a double layer of heavyweight cardstock, and even though the magnetic magic mat is very strong, we just want to make sure this isn't going to move. I'll also use my scissors and trim off some of the extra. And now it's time to cut this out, and it can be a little trickier because it is very thick. I'll start off by using the magnetic magic mat, but I flipped it over and I'm using the magic mat side. I'll turn the die cut machine so you can see this a little bit better. Now I'll run it through the machine twice, so once through and then back again. Then when I flip it over, I'll look on the back side, and you can usually tell if it's cut all the way through, and unfortunately it did not. I'll leave the die taped to the card base, and I'll swap out the magic mat for an acrylic plate. So this is another C cutting plate from Spellbinders. I'm not cutting into my pink plate, so I'll grab a clear plate that I have. So once again, we'll run it through the die cut machine, making sure it's all lined up evenly. You don't want any of the die to be off the acrylic plate because you could accidentally bend the die. I'll try running it through just once. Then I'll remove it, check the back side, see if it has cut through completely. It's mostly cut out, but there were a few areas that it wasn't completely cut, so we'll try again. This time I'm going back and forth over some of the areas where I saw it didn't cut completely. And having the mint tape holding that die in place makes it much easier if you do need to run this through your machine a few times. For most of my die cutting, I have no problems using the Magnetic Magic Mat or the original Magic Mat. But with the 2 layers of thick cardstock, it did help to have 2 acrylic plates to cut this out. And now it popped out easily. So now we have our fun gingerbread woman shaped card base. I'll move the die off to the side, put away my die cutting machine so you can get a better look at this fun card base. And just ignore that piece of washi tape on the right side. I use it to mark off the area I'm recording, and since I zoomed out and had the die machine sitting on top of it, I wasn't able to remove that piece. So now we have all of the pieces prepped for our cards. It's time to start assembling. We'll start with card number 1. I grabbed both the stack and sort trays, the large and small. I'll set aside the small stack and sort tray that has all the die cut pieces and first assemble the background of the card. We'll start with the yellow wavy pattern paper piece and also the A2 size piece of white cardstock. We'll put adhesive on the back of the pattern paper piece. I'm using the Deluxe Adhesive Roller. You can use whatever adhesive you have on hand. This stuff is super sticky, so I know my card will stay together. I'll put a strip of adhesive along the outside edge and one in the center, just to make sure everything stays together. Now we'll layer the pattern paper on the white cardstock piece, and you'll see just that tiny bit of white cardstock as a border. I'll put more adhesive on the back and add my card front onto a card base. Now you can add the pattern paper piece directly onto the white card base. I really like to have that extra cardstock layer. It adds some more stability and it really steps up the overall feel of the card. When adding the card front onto the card base, I always start at the folded edge. That way, if anything is a little off, I can easily trim off the extra. Now we need the small piece of brown cardstock, and we'll be cutting an angle on both sides. I'll start with the right side, and I'm positioning the scissors in the lower right-hand corner. Then I'll just slightly tilt them to cut a small angle. Then I'll flip over the piece, do the same thing on the other side. Try to get them as close as possible, but if they're off a little bit, that's okay. This will be the base of a snow globe. So instead of using a snow globe die set, we're creating our own with basic shapes. Next, you'll need the 3 circles. 2 are the regular white cardstock. 1 is from pearlescent or shimmer cardstock. We'll start with that piece. Just cut a small curve toward the bottom. So maybe the bottom third of this circle. And we're cutting a little hillside. You can also use a hillside die if you have one and don't trust your cutting skills. Now you'll need some liquid glue. I'm using Scrapbook.com's Artiste glue, and I have the ultra fine tip on my bottle. Put glue on the back of our little hillside and adhere it on one of the white cardstock circles. And since we use the same circle die, this will line up perfectly. I don't want to make a big mess on my workspace mat, so I'm grabbing my cut down version of Scrapbook.com's white project grip mat. I think I cut off about 1/4 of it, and I use this piece all the time. Gluing die cuts, a little bit of ink blending. It's so easy to clean. I love having it. Once we have our snowy hillside glued on the first circle, you'll want to grab the second circle. I noticed a few of those little stray hairs on the edge of my circle die cut, so I was just pulling those away with my fingers. We'll glue the 2 circles together, and since we're using liquid adhesive, you do have a little bit of time to adjust the 2 circles. That way they're lined up together perfectly. And having that extra cardstock circle will add a tiny bit of dimension and a little more stability for our snow globe. If there's any glue around that outside edge, you can just wipe it away with your finger. So now when I hold the circles on top of the brown cardstock piece, you can see how it resembles a snow globe. We'll adhere the base of the snow globe down first. So put adhesive on the back and try to center it at the bottom of the yellow wavy paper. We'll line up the bottom edge of the brown cardstock piece with the yellow wavy paper. So you'll still see that little bit of the white cardstock border underneath the base. Next, we'll add our circle die cuts. I'm putting Artiste glue on the back. I have a row around that outside edge and adding a little bit in the center. Then we'll adhere it right on top of that brown base piece. We want to make sure our hillside doesn't look crooked. I'm just eyeballing it, but you can always measure from the bottom of the card to that bottom edge of the little snow hill. The top edge of the circle die cut is about 3/4 of an inch down from the yellow wavy pattern paper. Now after adhering the circle, you may notice some tiny gaps on the right and left side of that brown base. No worries, we will be covering that up later on. So now we'll assemble the sentiment. I'll grab my project grip mat, and we need the pink outline shadow piece for the sentiment and also the words Christmas and the individual letters for Merry. To get everything lined up nicely, I like to start with the word Christmas, since it's just the one piece other than the dot for the eye. So I'll hold that piece with a pair of reverse tweezers, put Artiste glue on the back of the sentiment. This is where the ultra fine tip on the glue bottle comes in super handy. Very easy to get behind the tiny die cut areas. Once you have good coverage on the back of the sentiment, we'll adhere it on the shadow piece. I'm starting on the left side with the letter C, and then slowly laying it down, making sure to get that even border all around the sentiment. Now we need to dot our eye, so add a tiny drop of glue. And since it is very small, little trickier to pick up with a pair of tweezers, so I'm using the wax tip end of the Craft Pro Pick tool. You just want to make sure the die cut is not upside down. And if you get a little too much glue, it will dry clear, but you can also wipe away the excess with the edge of your tweezers or a scrap piece of paper. So there we have the word Christmas. Now we'll work on the word Merry. And remember, these are individual letters. I'll start with the M on the left side. Scrapbook.com has a wide variety of sentiments in this style, and I think they're so fun. I love having that shadow piece, helps them stand out against the background. With the individual letters, I find it easiest to get everything lined up if I start with the letter on the left and then the letter on the right. So next we'll add the letter Y. So for the 3 remaining letters, you can place them all down without adhesive. That way you can figure out the placement and get them evenly spaced. I've assembled this sentiment so many times. I feel like I'm pretty good at getting all those letters evenly placed. Next, I'll add the letter E. And I had a little extra glue on the right side. Simply wipe that away with my finger. And I did wipe that little bit of glue on my project grip mat. I'll just try to remember it's there and not assemble anything on top. You don't want to have gluey, sticky fingers when you're assembling your die cuts. Then I'll add the R, the one on the right side. And then the final letter in the center, another R. And if you are using glue, you will have a little bit of time to adjust the die cuts before they're down permanently. And if you don't get the letters down perfectly, don't worry about it. Most of the time, the card recipient will never notice. They're just so excited to receive a beautiful handmade card. We are always our worst critics. So there's our Merry Christmas sentiment all finished. Now we get to assemble the adorable gingerbread people. We'll put the sentiment back in the stack and sort tray so I don't lose it. And I'm starting with the gingerbread woman. I'll add the icing piece at the bottom of her skirt. So it'll be just above her 2 feet. And this piece, it really only goes on one way. Just follow that slight curve. Next, we'll add the 2 pink squiggly pieces on her arms. And I have the 2 bumps of that squiggly piece on the outside area of her arms, and the 1 bump in the center will be facing in toward her body. And I'm doing that on both sides. I think this is the easiest way to decorate gingerbread cookies and way less messy. I'll grab the next pink squiggly piece, put it on her right arm. And when adhering them down, I'm trying to leave about the same amount of the end of her arms showing on the right and left side of those little icing pieces. Now we'll add the smile. So getting to some of the smaller pieces. When adhering tiny die cut pieces, try not to add too much glue, but you do want enough that it'll adhere in place. If you add the smile first, it's easier to line up the 2 eyes. So after adding the small drop of glue, I'll pick up the tiny white circles with the Craft Pro Pick tool. Make sure you're adhering your die cut pieces with the correct side visible. I know it's a little harder to tell with some of the teeny tiny pieces. You'll know you have the correct side of the die cut if the edges curve down slightly. If you flip over the small circle eye pieces, it sort of has that hollow look on the back side. And before the glue dries completely, I'll make sure to get her eyes evenly spaced. Next, I'll give her a little bow, and I'm putting it slightly at an angle more on the right side of her head. I love the giant size of the bow on the gingerbread woman. It's so cute. And it also has this fun etch detail. The final step will be adding the 2 buttons. You can do 3 if you want. Since I'm using a slightly larger size circle, I decided to go with just the 2 buttons. We'll add that small drop of glue and then pick up those circles with the Pro Pick tool. So our gingerbread woman is complete. Isn't she just adorable? Now it's time to assemble the gingerbread man. And some of the pieces are the same. Basically, the only difference on the 2 we're assembling, he will have a bow, but it'll be a bow tie instead of a fancy bow on the top of his head like the gingerbread woman has. We'll start by adding the 2 red icing pieces on his legs. And there are 2 different sizes of the icing pieces. You want the slightly larger size for his legs, and then the smaller pieces will go on the ends of his arms. And the difference in size is very slight. The larger pieces are about 1/2 inch long, and the shorter pieces are about 3/8 of an inch long. But you can tell the difference when you place them on the gingerbread man's body. We'll add the final icing piece on his other arm. You can see all the die cut pieces are disappearing from my stack and sort tray since everything is getting assembled. I love when the card really starts coming together. I think this would be a really fun card design to mass produce. Yes, there's a little bit of die cutting. I would do all of that at first, put the pieces in a bunch of stack and sort trays, and then just start assembling. And I feel that it doesn't take that long if you have everything already cut out, your papers ready to go. For Christmas cards, do you mass produce the same design, or do you do individual designs for every single card? I have a huge habit of making at least 2 of the same design. If I know I'm running late on time, maybe not for Christmas cards, perhaps for a different holiday, I will do a big mass production. And sometimes that's just so satisfying to die cut out a ton of pieces, cut a bunch of pattern paper, and then just sit down and assemble cards. After I adjust the eyes on the gingerbread man, both of our gingerbread people cookies are all assembled. They are so cute, and we're just getting started since we'll be making some of the larger gingerbread people later on. Well, we're not completely finished. We still need to add the 2 buttons on the gingerbread man. I'm just taking a very long time to adjust his eyes. I don't have a lot of space underneath his bow tie, so I'll only add 2 buttons. If you don't add the bow tie and put the Santa hat on top, you would have more space to add 3 buttons, but 2 or 3, I think they both look super cute. I'll put that small drop of glue down, pick up those white circles, and these are the same circle sizes we use for the eyes. Once I get the 2 buttons lined up nice and straight, now we have both of the gingerbread people all assembled. And I did have a tiny bit of glue peeking out along the edge, and I just wiped it away with my tweezers. I'll put both the gingerbread people back in the small stack and sort tray. We can put away our grip mat. We'll still need to use some glue. I'll pull out the card, and we don't have a whole lot left on this card. It's really coming together. I moved the stack and sort trays out of the way, and now we'll finish assembling. We'll start by adding the 2 gingerbread people inside the snow globe. We'll put the boy on the left side. They will overlap each other just slightly, so we'll make it look like they're holding hands. If you want them to have more dimension, you could put foam adhesive on the back, but I'm adhering both of them down with Artiste glue. And since we have the curve for the snow hill, we'll also add both of the gingerbread people at a slight angle, so it looks like they're standing on the snowy hill. Once the gingerbread man is down, we'll put glue on the back of the gingerbread woman and adhere her down. So here you can see their little hands overlapping just slightly. The Merry Christmas sentiment will go at the bottom. The word Merry will sit slightly on top of the globe, and then Christmas will sit in front of the base of the snow globe. We have 3 layers of cardstock at the bottom of the circle, and that's where the word Merry will sit. So we will need to add some foam dimension behind the word Christmas, otherwise it dips down. I'm using the small foam squares in the 1mm thickness. You could also use their 1mm foam strips. I love the squares. I use the small and large all the time. And 1 sheet of the small foam square seems to last a very long time. Look at all the squares that are on this sheet. I've looked on their website before. There are 920 small foam squares. Once I have good coverage behind the word Christmas, I'll remove the release paper. And before I flip it over, I will place it upside down on the card, just trying to figure out if I should add more foam. If you want, you could add 1 more foam square behind the lower portion of the M, just on the very left side. But it's not necessary. I didn't notice that area dipping down at all on my card. So behind the word Merry, we'll add Artiste glue. Then we'll add our sentiment at the bottom of the snow globe. You can see now the word Merry is covering up those little gap areas on the base of the snow globe. I am tilting my card up, trying to make sure I get the sentiment on nice and straight, since once it goes down, it's not coming up. Next, we'll cut small banners from the piece of red and pink cardstock. Start with the red. This one's slightly longer. We'll cut that fishtail at the bottom. And to do this, in the very center, you'll cut just a short slit. Then from the corner, you'll cut in to the top of that slit. I always flip over the paper, then do the same thing on the other side, since I'm really only good at cutting it one direction. If cutting banners is not your thing, you could also use a banner die. Now I'll put glue on the back, adhere the red banner in the upper left-hand corner, and the top edge of both banners will be flush with the top edge of the card base. And I place the red banner about 1/4 inch away from the left edge of the card base. Next, I'll cut a fishtail at the bottom of the pink banner. The two banners will overlap slightly. Before adhering the pink banner down, I'll add a small scrap piece of cardstock, and I just grabbed the little scrap piece of red cardstock that was sitting next to me. With a pair of scissors, I'll cut just that little sliver. It's less than 1/8 of an inch. And it just needs to be big enough to put behind the pink banner, so depending on how much you overlap the two pieces. And you don't want it too long. It shouldn't be peeking out from the bottom of the pink banner. I'll put glue on the right side of the banner, adhere that small scrap piece. Then I'll put glue on the back of the pink banner and adhere it on top of the red. And I'm offsetting them about 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit less. And having that small scrap piece underneath the pink banner will keep them at the same level. Without it, the very right side of the banner would dip down. And sometimes this is very noticeable depending on the weight of your cardstock or pattern paper. And Scrapbook.com's pattern paper and cardstock are a nice heavy weight. You may be able to skip this part, but it's really become a habit for me, so I like to add them. For a final finishing touch, to really make this look like a snow globe, we'll be adding a bunch of teeny tiny pops of color drops, and we're using the glitter snowflake color. So in the upper area above the snowy hill, we'll add a bunch of random small pops of color drops. And you can vary the size, since snowflakes are always a different size. Before I got started, I did squeeze out just a little bit of pops of color on this scrap piece of cardstock. Want to make sure I don't have an air bubble and accidentally make a mess on my almost finished card. I think that looks pretty good. We have lots and lots of snowflakes. And I prefer to have my pops of color drops a little bit flatter. So I'm using the edge of a stack and sort tray and gently tapping my card against it. I usually use the edge of my table, but I wanted to show this part on video. There is card design number 1 all finished. The gingerbread people are so cute, and this card just makes me smile. So now it's time to move on to card design number 2. I'll grab both of the stack and sort trays, one with pattern paper and cardstock and the other with the die cut pieces. We'll start with the 2 circles. They're exactly the same size and we're gluing them together. We basically just have that white cardstock circle for some extra stability. So I'll grab my Archie's glue, put it on the back of the pink circle die cut, and adhere the white one in place. And do your best to get those lined up perfectly so you won't really see any of the white cardstock. And I'm pressing down firmly on the edges. I did grab my project grip mat. That way, if any glue comes out along those sides, I get it on the silicone mat instead of my workspace mat. I noticed a few of the cardstock threads along the edge, and this happens when you die cut. I'm using my fingers and pulling those away. The reason we're starting with the circles is because we're adding a white splatter. We want plenty of time for it to dry so we can still add it on the card during this class. I'm grabbing my super fancy splatter box. I've been using this for so many years. It's basically a piece of poster board that I cut to shape into a box. So it has 3 high sides and then the opening where I can easily reach in. To create this splatter, I'm using Scrapbook.com's white luster brush marker. I love this brush, and it's also available in black. I have a small acrylic block, and I'll squeeze out just a little bit of the white solution. I'll pick up some of the solution with the brush, then using the cap and the marker, I'll gently tap it over the pink circle die cut. Now, one thing about the luster brush marker, right away it doesn't look like a lot of white splatter except those bigger drops, but once it dries, the white color really starts to show. It's almost like magic. So set your circle aside, let it dry completely, and it won't take very long to dry since it's just that light splatter. You can also use a heat tool if you want to hurry up the drying process. But we have other things to work on, plenty of time for the white splatter to dry. I'll grab my project grit mat and the medium-sized Gingerbread Man, and I'm adding a little extra ink along the outside edge of the cookie. The ink color is Catherine Pooler's Gingerbread. Very appropriate since we're making a gingerbread man. The blending brush I'm using is the small size from Scrapbook.com. This is my favorite size brush, whether I'm stenciling or just adding a little bit of ink along the edge of a die cut. The gingerbread man will look super cute even if you don't add the extra ink along the edges, just like the first card. But I think for the larger size, it really adds a fun extra detail. Basically, like real gingerbread cookies, you know they're done when they have that golden brown along the edges. I'm about halfway finished. Little gingerbread man's upside down right now. I'm only adding the ink along that outside edge and gently blending it so it doesn't have that sharp edge of the darker brown color. An interesting thing about my cut down project grit mat, this is originally a 12 by 12 size, and I would pull out the full mat, but it just took up too much space when I was recording videos. So one day I grabbed a pair of scissors and cut out about 1/4 of it. Now it was not cut straight, it was very crooked, but I did use it several times in my videos and it really started to bother me since I'll admit I have crafty OCD. And it didn't take me very long. I had to clean up those edges, so I use my paper trimmer. The same paper trimmer I used to cut paper and cardstock. And it cut the mat easily. So now this is the mat you'll see me use all the time in my videos. So now we'll pull out the dress and bow die set, and we want the smallest size icing squiggle. So this is the bottom of the dress. We're not using it to add any icing pieces on the gingerbread man. Instead, we're using this piece to make a bite out of his leg. Instead of the curve that would follow the dress, sort of a slight smile, we're flipping it upside down and then we'll put it at the bottom of the gingerbread man's leg. And I'm holding it in place with a piece of mint tape. I'll grab my smaller die cut machine. This is the Platinum Scout. It's a rose quartz color that's only available at Scrapbook.com. And I love that there is a magnetic magic mat that fits the Scout. There's also the regular magic mat. I'm using the magnetic. And even with the magnetic mat, I'm still using a piece of mint tape. I want to make sure that die does not move. I'll remove the gingerbread man, and we don't need the rest of his leg or that little icing piece that it did cut out. And here's our gingerbread man minus his foot. I guess someone was very hungry and couldn't even wait for us to decorate the cookie. I'll grab the blending brush that I used earlier. There's still enough ink on it. Have my project grit mat, and I'll ink up that bit area of the gingerbread man's leg. So now it's time to decorate the gingerbread man. I'll grab the small stack and sort tray that has all the die cut pieces. And I've already cleaned off my project grit mat. I'll grab my bottle of Artiste glue and a pair of reverse tweezers. And I'll start by adding the green icing pieces. Now, earlier I did have you cut out 2 of the larger green icing squiggle pieces, but we only need 1. I didn't want to give away that we were having a bite taken out of one of his legs. So we'll glue the icing piece on the left leg. I'll press that down firmly. Then I'll add the 2 green squiggle pieces on both of the gingerbread man's arms. The fun thing about the gingerbread people sets, whether you're using the small, medium, or largest size, the assembly is basically exactly the same, since it includes all 3 different sizes of the eyes, mouth, scarves, hat, the little squiggle pieces. And the medium and the smallest size work perfectly for A2 size cards. If you're using the medium size, it really becomes the featured image on your card. I love the size. It's also fun to have the smallest size since you can include several of the cookies on the card. And then the largest size, perfect for making a shaped card base. I can't wait to see all the fun projects that you'll make with this set. And make sure you're uploading your projects to Scrapbook.com's gallery. There's so much inspiration there. After the 3 green icing pieces are adhered, we'll add the scarf. I love the edge detail. It really looks like there's a knot tied on the scarf. Next, I'll add the mouth, put glue on the back, adhere it above the scarf, trying to make sure to get it nice and straight. After that, we'll add the 2 eyes. The eyes are a little bit bigger, so I can pick them up using my reverse tweezers, but you could still use your embellishment wand or Pro Pick tool. Whatever works best for you. I know we all have our favorite tools. I put a drop of glue down first, then I'll place the eyes on top. And I will have a little bit of time to get them adjusted before the glue dries completely. But I think I have them placed fairly even. If you're a fan of googly eyes, I think they would look super cute on the gingerbread man. Now this is the basic design for the face, but with the larger eyes, I'm adding that small white highlight inside. You can use a white gel pen, but I'll be adding that teeny tiny white circle, and this is the dot from the word holidays. Hopefully you didn't lose yours. Very helpful to have them in the stack and sort tray. It's the perfect size to fit inside the medium eyes. That circle is very tiny, so I did pick it up using the Pro Pick tool. The last die cut we need to assemble for this card is the Santa hat. So we have the red piece for the main hat, the little pom-pom, and also the fluff. We'll add glue behind that fluff piece just on the top area and attach it to the hat. You don't want to put it too high since we'll lose some of the Santa hat, but you also don't want it too low or it won't adhere together. And then we'll put a little bit of glue at the end of the hat to put the pom-pom. So there's the Santa hat all assembled, and that little pom-pom kept getting stuck on my finger. Once the glue dries, it's not going anywhere. Now I'll add glue behind the fluff area and attach the hat on the gingerbread man's head. I love that this set included all the different accessories, the bow tie, scarf, or Santa hat. So you can pick and choose which pieces to add to your gingerbread man. I love the Santa hat. The gingerbread man looks so cute. And I really like the glittery finish on the fluff and pom-pom since we use Astro Paste. You can either toss the last green icing piece or save it for another project. Let's set aside our gingerbread man and start assembling the background of the card. So you'll need the pattern paper and cardstock pieces, plus the sentiment Happy Holidays. We'll start with the red A2 background and the gingerbread and heart pattern paper. We'll layer those two pieces together. Grab my deluxe adhesive roller and I'll put adhesive on the back of the pattern paper piece. We're not using it in this class, but I love the tree pattern paper that's on the back side. Pink trees and brown trees that look like cookies, super cute. After putting adhesive on the back, we'll add the gingerbread pattern paper on the red solid. And for this card, we'll have a wider red border. This adhesive is super sticky, so I'm trying to lay it down nice and straight. I'll put more adhesive on the back, then we'll add our card front onto a card base. See, here's another super cute design on the back side, a red tone-on-tone ho-ho-ho pattern. The gingerbread paper pad includes so many fun designs. I did share a video, I believe last year on my channel when they first released it. With this card, it's very obvious that I'm assembling it upside down, but that's only when I'm adding the card front onto a card base. I just find it easier to get it all lined up correctly. Next, we'll add the yellow wavy pattern paper piece. I'll put adhesive on the back, adhere it on the card about 1.5 inches up from the very bottom of the card. So the top area of the card has more of the gingerbread pattern paper than the bottom. I'm using some of the images on the pattern paper to help get that yellow strip nice and straight on the card. And we won't worry about that bottom area where it looks like I've cut off the heads of some of the gingerbread man. It will be covered up with the pink circle. So that's what we're adding next, the pink circle. Make sure yours is dry. Mine is, so it's ready to go. I'll put lots of Artis glue on the back, adhere the circle in place. And the bottom edge of the pink circle is about 3/4 inch up from the bottom edge of the card base. I'll press down firmly, making sure all the edges of the circle are adhered. Next, we'll be adding the Happy Holiday sentiment. You'll need the sentiment cut apart and also that narrow red cardstock piece. Put glue on the back of that sentiment cut apart and layer it on the red solid cardstock piece. And I'm putting it flush on the very right side. Since I use glue instead of the deluxe adhesive roller, I have a little bit of time to get it adjusted. Want to make sure I have a fairly even border of red around the sentiment. I was ready to glue down the sentiment, but I decided we'll pop it up with foam dimension. I'm grabbing the large foam squares from Scrapbook.com in the 1mm thickness. I had to check first to make sure they fit behind this piece, and they're almost the perfect size. So make sure to get good coverage on the back. Add one more piece in that little open area. I'll remove the release paper, and we're adding the sentiment in the lower right-hand corner. About 1/4 inch up from the very bottom. So you will see a little bit of the white pattern paper underneath the sentiment. And the right edge of the sentiment will line up with the gingerbread and heart pattern paper. We're not adhering it all the way on the edge of that red cardstock. Next, we'll add the gingerbread man, but we will be popping him up with foam dimension, and I'll be using a mix of the large and small foam squares. The small foam squares are perfect to put behind the little pom-pom area, but behind most of the gingerbread man, I'll be using the large foam squares. I'll make sure to get good coverage, so I'm adding quite a few squares, starting with the legs, arms, then the Santa hat. And in some of those smaller areas where I can't fit the large square, I'll grab some of the small foam squares. You can also use Scrapbook.com's foam roll, but since I already had the foam squares on hand, decided I would use them for the video. I love getting an early start on Christmas cards. Are you someone that makes Christmas cards throughout the year, or do you basically start around September, October? I know sometimes people really get going in July for Christmas in July. I don't really have a specific time that I'm just focused on Christmas cards. I usually get quite a few Christmas cards made in July. Then around October, I'll count my Christmas cards and decide how many more I'll need for the year. Once I have enough foam on the back, I'll remove the release paper. And if you haven't used the small and large foam squares, Scrapbook.com's release paper is super easy to remove. Toss those in the garbage that's just off the side of my workspace, and we'll add the gingerbread man on the center of the pink circle. And I'm trying to adhere him down nice and straight. I can't really use the legs as that visual marker, so I'm looking at the arms and also the eyes. And I'll press the gingerbread man in place. So there is our finished card number 2. You can always step it up by adding some bling, but I think it turned out super cute. I love the white splatter snowfall on that pink circle. So moving on to our final card number 3, and we'll be using the shape card base that we made earlier in the video. You'll need the gingerbread woman piece first, and we'll be inking the edges just like we did for our previous card. This is a little trickier to do on my cut down project grip mat, but I didn't want to grab the full one. I will make this work. I'm trying to be very careful with the hand that I'm holding the gingerbread woman to not touch any of that ink, since I don't want to accidentally get ink areas inside the body. We just want those brown edges, so our cookie is perfectly done. For this class, I'm sticking with just the brown gingerbread pattern paper that's included in the paper collection, but you could use a wide variety of different papers. Brown cardstock that you have on hand, or maybe a brown tone-on-tone polka dot pattern paper. I think that would be super cute. And you could even venture away from the traditional brown cardstock color. Maybe use a pink color for the gingerbread woman cookie. I love using non-traditional colors for my die cut images. I've made plenty of pink foxes before. I think I've had some pink bears. Well, basically pink for any critter, because why not? Are you a crafter that uses non-traditional colors for different critters, or do you stick to just those realistic looking colors? It's always fun seeing the variety of styles from different card makers. So we're just about finished inking the edges. Takes a little bit longer with this largest size gingerbread woman. Now I'm probably getting all kinds of ink on the back of this piece, but that's okay since we'll be attaching it on the shaped card base. I have a little bit more to do on the arm, and then we'll finish it off on her head. And if you notice any areas you need to go back and add some ink, now's the great time to do it. A little bit trickier once it's added on our card base. I'm looking at mine, and I think I have the edges inked up nicely. I'll put away the blending brush, set aside my project grip mat. Now we'll need the shaped card base, and we'll be adding the gingerbread woman die cut piece right on top. I'll grab my project grip mat again so I don't get glue everywhere. And I already cleaned off my mat, so it was ready to go. Now remember, part of the arm and the skirt on the left side will not be attached to the card base. So instead of putting glue on the back of the die cut piece, I'm adding it on the front of the card base. Putting a line all around the edge and plenty in the center. We don't want this falling off. If you are using a thinner cardstock or pattern paper for the gingerbread woman, you'll want to go very light on liquid adhesive. But since this is a nice heavyweight paper, I can add plenty of glue and I won't get that warped, rippled look on the front. Once I have enough glue, I'll place the gingerbread woman die cut on top. And before the glue dries completely, I have a little bit of time to adjust that front die cut piece with the card base. I think that looks pretty good. Really can't see any of the white card base peeking out from the front. I'll press down firmly, making sure to get all the edges. So there is our shaped card base with the front die cut piece. So now it's time to decorate. And we'll start with the icing piece that goes at the bottom of her skirt. I'll hold the piece with my reverse tweezers, put artiste glue on the back, and adhere it down. Even though they're all the same pieces, it feels very different to assemble the largest gingerbread woman compared to the smallest gingerbread woman that we did on card 1. Now, one different step, we're adding the little icing hairline piece at the very top of her head. And we'll add that die cut down next. So again, using our reverse tweezers to hold it, adding artiste glue, and we'll adhere it at the very top of her head. And if part of the icing goes off the edge, that's fine. After I adhere mine down, you can see the very top peak of this little hairline piece goes off the edge of the card base. We will be adding a bow there. So next I'll add the 2 arm icing squiggle pieces. Put the one on the left and then we'll add the next one on the right. Make sure you're pressing down firmly on all the die cut pieces. You can see the bottom area of that first arm squiggle piece is lifting up just slightly. After I attach the second icing piece, I will add a little more pressure on that first one. Sometimes it just takes a few seconds for the glue to adhere. Now we'll work on the face, and I'm starting with the smile. Trying to get it nice and centered on her head and not too high since we want plenty of space to add her eyes. Once I'm happy with the placement, I'll grab my artiste glue, add a drop on the right and left side above the smile. Now we can attach the white eye pieces. And these are large enough you can use your tweezers to pick them up. Put the eye on the right down, then add the eye on the left side. Make sure to get those nice and straight. You need to nudge the left eye up just a tiny bit. Now you can leave the eyes just like that with the white, but I'm adding that tiny black dot inside. And I'm putting it toward the lower area of the eyes. After adding the tiny drop of artiste glue, I'll pick up the small black circles using the Pro Pick tool, then I'll press them in place. I need a little more glue on her right eye. So now I'll add that second black piece. And you could also use a black pen or marker for that black area. I just like that perfect circle from the die cut. Next, we'll add the buttons for her dress, and she gets 3 buttons. We'll start with the top one. And after adhering that first button, I was looking at the black of her eyes on the left eye, and it looked a little too low, so I'm nudging it up just a tiny bit. Now I'll grab the middle button, adhere it down, and I'm trying to go fairly quickly for those 3 buttons so I can get them adjusted before the glue dries. So now we'll add our 3rd button, and I think I did a pretty good job at getting them lined up. So the last die cut is the bow, and we will be popping it up using the small foam squares. I'll put one in the center behind the knot of the bow, then another square on the lower right and left side of the bow, just the area that's attached to her head. We want to make sure there isn't any sticky adhesive on the back of the bow that's visible. So remove the release paper and add the bow at that top peak of her icing hairline. The bow really adds a lot of character to the gingerbread woman. Now we'll add a little extra detail on her buttons using a white gel pen. And I always like to scribble it on a scrap piece of paper to make sure it's flowing nicely. I'm adding a little highlight curve on the left side of the button, followed by a tiny dot. It's a very simple step, but I think it adds a lot to those buttons. The one final finishing touch, we're going to give her some rosy cheeks. We need the Distress Oxide Sponge Sugar and Scrapbook.com's Detail Blending Brushes. One of the brushes is narrow and flat. We're not using that one. The other two are round. And of those two, one is cut flat and one is cut rounded. I'm using the rounded one. I grabbed a scrap piece of paper so I can wipe off any excess ink. But since this is a brand new brush, it doesn't have any ink on it yet, so I don't think I was really achieving anything there. I'll add more ink on the brush, and then very carefully and in a circular motion, I'm adding a small circle of ink on her right cheek. And I'll keep adding ink to the brush, go back to that area, continue to add ink until I'm happy with her two blush cheeks. Now I'll work on her other cheek. And it does take a little bit since I am using a very light pink color. If you want a darker blush, I would suggest a darker pink or maybe even a red ink color. I really like this super light pink since it adds a very subtle blush color. I'll just go back and forth adding more ink. I think it's easier to start out light, slowly add more color to darken. If you start out dark, you can't really lighten the color. I think that looks pretty good. They're not perfectly even, but that's okay. For a final finishing touch, we'll use a white gel pen again and add 3 little polka dots inside her blush cheeks. And we'll just ignore that you can see my head right there. I needed to lean in for a closer look. My eyes are not getting any younger. I think the 3 little polka dots on her cheek really gives her a sweet look. So there is card number 3 all finished. You could add a sentiment if you want on the inside or leave it blank, more room to write a message. You could also decorate the back of the card base. Just make sure you cut away the area of the arm and skirt so you can still open the card. I was having so much fun making the gingerbread people. I had to make a shaped card base featuring the gingerbread man. Gave him a green scarf, a Santa hat, and for the icing pieces, I used white shimmer cardstock, so it has that lovely pearlescent finish. Here's another look at card 1 featuring the smallest size gingerbread people inside a snow globe. Then we have a card 2 with the bite out of the leg from the gingerbread man. And don't worry, he seems just fine since he's still smiling. I did make 2 more bonus cards using the gingerbread paper and gingerbread people dies. This first one features lots of the pattern paper, both sizes of the gingerbread people. The joy sentiment is a cut apart that's included in the gingerbread 6x8 paper pad. It's also the back side of the brown gingerbread color. I love that the paper pad includes image and sentiment cut aparts. And I have one final card. This one's super cute. I use the medium size gingerbread woman. I use white pearlescent cardstock for the background, added some pattern paper strips. I added the sentiment Jingle All the Way, and this stamp is included on Scrapbook.com's Word Fetty Fa La La set. It's a really fun set with tons of great Christmas holiday sentiments. And I don't think you can ever have too many Christmas sentiments. For her glasses, this die set is the rabbit dies. There are several different glasses images, and I cut them out using the pastel glossy cardstock. So it has this lovely shine. This light green color matches beautifully with the lighter green pattern paper color. And doesn't the gingerbread woman look super cute with glasses? I couldn't resist. I had so much fun making all the different gingerbread people cards, and I hope you did as well. I love the 3 different size options and all the fun accessories. And bonus, we have some of our Christmas cards finished. I had so much fun making the sweet gingerbread people cards, and I hope you did as well. And now we are ahead with our Christmas cards for the year. For more inspiration from me, check out my YouTube channel at Kristine Marcotte. Enjoy the rest of SBC Fest with all the amazing instructors. Thanks so much for spending time with me, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, before we get into Kristine's class, it's time for another
Giveaway! Yay! Okay,
Yes.
what are we giving away now, Cody?
We're giving away another $100 Scrapbook.com gift certificate.
Another one? Okay,
Yeah.
that's awesome. I want to win that. So $100. How do they win that $100?
Let us know, do you make your Christmas cards one at a time, or do you make them in bulk? Like, would you take Kristine's class, make them in bulk, do a bunch of those? We want to know.
Question. That's a good question. Let us know in the comments and we'll choose a winner. Another fabulous class.
Yes.
Wow, wow, wow. Kristi, you never cease to amaze us. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I know, I love both the gingerbread with the scarves, with the skirt. I love them both so much.
Yes.
And it's so cool that you could totally mix up, you know, what she did with the skirt. You could do that with the regular gingerbread. So
yeah,
it's
so
great
many.
to mix them up.
Yeah, so many great techniques, right?
Yes.
With the same die set. I'm gonna just jump right to it and say I loved the Muffin Man, the gingerbread with his leg cut off.
Yes.
That was so clever, so cute. When we were watching it, we both went, ah!
Yes.
We were dying.
Both,
The Muffin Man, we started talking Shrek talk
Yes.
from the Muffin Man. Yeah, that was
Yes.
so cute. So what a great idea.
Oh, I love it. It was so fun just because it was like, where's she
Yeah.
going with this?
Yeah, yeah.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, so cute, so clever. I also love that she used the word paper to make sentiments. Such a great idea.
Yeah.
We always forget to do that. So you've got some of those papers that have words in them. Make a sentiment out of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I love that she used the tittle of the eye in holidays for the eye of the gingerbread man.
Yep, another fun technique that was just, these little techniques are just go a long way. She used the stack and sort trays to flatten her pops of color. When she tapped it on there, I thought that was clever. I mean, you could do it that, but having the stack and sort just made so much more sense. So love that she showed us that.
Yes.
This would be a really fun project to do with kids or for teachers.
Yes.
Like such a great project with these gingerbread men and women.
Yeah. I feel like you're looking at my notes because I said the
Oh,
same
did you say
thing.
the same
Yes, I
thing?
said imagine teachers doing
It's
this.
like
Yes.
we're in each other's head, Cody. It's
We
what's
really
what
are.
happens when you work together for a long time. You start to think alike.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I really think it would be great for
Oh,
kids, right?
totally.
Yeah, really
And I
good.
love the bonus cards too that she showed at the end.
Yeah.
Like with the glasses.
Yes, it's always fun when they have bonus cards, right? Just more
Yes.
ideas, more inspiration. It's always inspiring.
And I did love that she did the snow globe, like freehand. She's like, okay, we're just gonna make a
Yes.
snow globe. She just did some cuts.
I know, because
and-
I thought, did we give her a snow globe die?
know.
No, she made that by hand.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And just said, oh, it doesn't have to be perfect.
I
Just
know, she makes
cut,
it look
cut.
so easy.
Yeah.
I bet you it is easy.
Yeah.
So we appreciate that, Christy. And then I would just wrote down that she created the cheek with the sponge sugar. So cute. Just to add a little bit to that gingerbread face, she made some cheeks, which was cute with the ink.
Yes.
Love that. Yeah.
So good.
Really,
All of
really
it.
good. Always good. We love Christy. These instructors, I'm telling you, they put in the time for us to teach us new things, and we can always learn something new every time.
Yes, always.
And when you watch it again, you can learn something new.
Yeah.
That's what's great about it. I love SBC Fest.
Me too.
Okay, what's next, Cody?
So next up, we are going to Becky Adams' class, and then following Becky's, we're going to go straight into Joy Baldwin's.
Okay, I'm excited. Here we go, friends. Let's go. Buckle up.
Hey everybody, I'm Becky Adams. Welcome to my little crafty corner of the world here in Southeast Idaho. I am so excited to be a part of SBC Fest. This event has been months and months in the making, and I am thrilled that it's finally here. You guys, SBC Fest is here. Like it's happening. I am so excited, and I can't wait to spend the next hour or so scrapbooking with you. As I mentioned, I am in Idaho. This is where I spend most of my time. I am grateful to work within the crafting industry, and so I get to spend most of my days here in my fun, crafty space. And I am so excited that you get to join me today for some of that time. So if you caught my homework video, you're all ready to go. You've got your die cutting done, and we are just going to sit back and scrapbook. If you didn't catch my homework video, no worries, friends. SBC Fest is recorded. You can come back to this class as many times as you need to. You can go to my homework video as many times as you need to. My goal for this class is that you get to just sit back and relax and craft if you would like, just chat if you would like, and create later. Either way, it works for me, and I'm just so happy that you're here. My husband Justin and I live here in Southeast Idaho. I'm about 3 hours north of Salt Lake City. We were both born and raised here and chose to raise our family here. We have 3 beautiful children, and you'll get to learn a little bit more about Justin and I today in the project that I have to share with you. So today we are going to make a double page layout using lots of exclusive products from Scrapbook.com. In my homework video, I went over everything that's in the kit. If you have the kit, that's great. If not, just jump in and create with us. Even, just using the supplies you have on hand. Let me show you. We're going to jump down to my desk here. I'll switch my cameras so that you can see the layout that we are creating together, and we will go ahead and get started. All right, friends, here is the layout that we are going to create today. As I mentioned, we're using lots of Scrapbook.com exclusive products, and then you'll need a few other tools on hand, nothing out of the ordinary. You should have that all in your crafty space. So this layout, I mentioned that you would get to know a little bit more about Justin and I, and you will, because all these photos are of us. This year we will be celebrating our 25th anniversary in towards the end of October. So in a little over a month, we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. And so this layout is kind of documenting just a few photos throughout our 25 years together. In my homework video, I mentioned that you needed 2 4x6 vertical photos and 3 3x3 square photos. I chose to do a combination of black and white photos and color photos. That's totally my personal preference. You can do all color photos, all black and white photos, whichever works. I just like, because this is kind of a nostalgic, kind of looking back layout, I wanted to do a combination of the two, of black and white and color. All right, friends. So let's jump over and get started, okay? I'm going to set this layout right up here. It's just out of view of the camera, but now I can still see. And we'll go ahead and get started. So when I'm creating a double page layout, the first thing that I do is I take my background papers and I tape them together. Now this is not required and it's totally personal preference, but I find it's just so much easier for me if I'm creating with one 12 by 24 canvas, so to speak, rather than 2 separate pages. I find that it makes a more cohesive layout that looks really nice and finished, and you know that those 2 pages go together if I do it this way. If I don't tape them together, I've found that often I get done and it's like, oh, those don't even look like they go in the same album. So I like to tape my pages together. So I'm just using some washi tape. This is just a roll of washi tape that I had here on my desk. Nothing fancy. And I'm just going to tape these pages together. Okay, so now we have our 12 by 24 background. And then in my kit is this mixed media pad from Scrapbook.com. This, you guys, if you do mixed media, this is a wonderful paper pad to have on hand. But even if you don't, I don't know that you'll find a better, like a heavyweight, white, smooth cardstock. So I've got 2 pieces of this white cardstock out of my paper pad, and we are going to trim them both down to 10.5 inches square. So I have this is a Tim Holtz paper trimmer, and we are just going to trim both of these papers down to 10.5 inches square. I would love to know, friends, are you crafting by yourself today, or are you with a group of friends? Most of the time I'm crafting, I am here in my office just by myself. Once in a while I'll go to a crop or something, but my scrapbook friends are scattered all over the country, and so we don't get together often to just scrapbook. We meet each other, kind of see each other at events that we're working at. So most of the time I'm just here in my office by myself crafting. But I would love to know, do you get together with a group for SBC Fest and spend a day creating together? That would be a dream come true for me. I think it would be so much fun to get together with some friends locally and craft, especially during an event. like SBC Fest. All right, friends, so I'm just using my Scrapbook.com tape printer here to put these pages together. So I want about from top to bottom centered, and it's going to end up being about 3/4 of an inch from the top and 3/4 of an inch from the bottom. And then I want it right up against the center of the layout. And this is another reason that putting both of, course, I'm out of adhesive. That's okay. This is another reason that it's so easy when you tape your pages together, because you can just line everything up clear across the double page spread perfectly. Okay, so there we have our double page spread. You'll notice that on the edges here, we have a little bit bigger border than top to bottom, but that's okay because we want to leave room for a fun border that we're going to put there. So let's start over here on the right page of the layout. And so this page, we have the 2 4x6 photos. And because I want these photos to stick out against the background, I'm going to use 2 sheets of this glossy cardstock. And I'm going to cut them to 4 1/4, so just a little bit bigger than my photos, to 4 1/4 by 6 1/4. Make sure and set these your scraps aside. You don't want to waste even the slightest bit of this cardstock. It is so good. It die cuts absolutely perfectly. So these little bits are perfect for die cutting. So we'll cut down this mat. Set my paper trimmer aside. And we're going to put these photo mats just right here. I'm going to just use a ruler to make sure that I have my photo mats straight, because if I have those straight, then it will be much easier to line up the rest of my layout, the title. So I'm going, let's see, about 1.5 inches down. And the first photo mat I'm putting at the 9.5 inch mark. So we'll put the 9.5 from, I guess, from the center, 9.5 over. The second photo mat, I'm just going to put that 1/4 inch over. So that second photo mat's going to be right at the 5 inch mark. Okay. Now that we have our mat in place, let's go ahead and put our photos down. So this photo here, obviously, is one of our wedding photos. This is the cutting the cake photo when Justin and I got married in the year 2000. So it's super easy to remember how many years we've been married since we got married in 2000. This photo is Justin and I now. This was taken just, a week or 2 ago. Okay, so now we have those photos in place. Let's pop over here to the left side and get those photos put in place. So as I mentioned, there were 3 3x3 photos, and then in your homework, you should have these 4 wavy mats. These are the biggest mats from the wavy die cut die set. And let me show you this page. This is what this page is going to look like. And we'll go ahead and get these mats placed. Again, I'm going to use a ruler just to make sure that I have everything lined up straight, because once we get these photos and photo mats in place, everything else will be really easy to line up. So I'm going about 1/2 inch. It's kind of hard to tell because we don't have a straight line we're working with here, a wavy line, but about 1/2 inch from the center margin. And then a little bit further down, we're going to do about 3/4 inch. And then on this mat, this photo mat, same thing. I'm just going to line it up right here with my ruler and then place that about a 1/2 inch. Again, it's hard to say with a wavy line an exact measurement. And then these other two, we're just going to use these previous, the die cuts we previously placed to line up these ones. Let's just make sure that we've got them straight here. So I'm just making sure that all of those waves are touching my ruler. And then we'll get this last one put in place. And again, about 1/2 to 1/4 inch space in between there. Okay, and then looking at our project, 3 of these will be for black and white photos. And then this right here, this die cut, we're going to use as embellishment and to put the date. So I'll just put these 3 photos, and while I'm putting them down, so this one I would guess is taken, I'd have to look up the exact date, and I will when I do my journaling, about 2016, 2015, 2016. This one was probably about 2011, 2010, 2011, somewhere around there. And then this is actually our engagement photo. So this was in the year 2000. I just wanted, you know, photos of us together to show, you know, kind of how we've changed over the years. Okay, so now that I have my photos in place, there are 3 things that I want to make sure I have on every project that every scrapbook layout that I create. And that are my photos, my title, and my journaling. And those are the 3 most important things to me on any scrapbook page. Once in a while, I will even, like, I'll maybe leave off a photo. I've done that before where I just did a whole bunch of journaling on a layout. But all in all, those 3 things are the first things that I put on my scrapbook page because those are the most important things to me. And I want to make sure that I have the exact placement for the photos that I want, the story that I want to tell, and then that title that kind of, you know, grabs your attention and tells you what the page is about. So I have my photos in place. I'm going to work on my title next. So let's reach over here to my stack and sort trays and let me find the title. The title I have for this page is simply the title, Love You. These are die cut letters that we did in my homework video. If you don't have them done, no worries. You can go ahead and die cut those now. Pause this video, come back later, make it work for you, friends. So I'm going to put this layout just here by the side so you can see exactly what I'm working on. I love that in this class we are working with die sets. so that you guys can choose what you want the title of your project to be. The possibilities on this one are endless. You can make your title whatever you want to. In this kit, there are so many options. So let me know in the comments. I would love to know what the title of your project is going to be. So I'm going to put my title down with some foam stickers. These are Scrapbook.com. These are a 3mm white foam sticker. And I just like to kind of pop my title and a lot of my embellishments too up off the page. It just gives some fun dimension and really makes your title pop off the page, actually, like, so you can see it really well. I love the little bit of shadow that comes with that too. So I'm going, actually, now to place this, I want to scoot it over just a little bit more. And I'm putting the title just below my photos. Just like that. This glossy cardstock is so good, and it just adds another layer of interest to any project that you're working on, gives that little bit of shine and just captures your attention. So we'll put just this last letter that we cut with kind of the mint pastel glossy cardstock. I got that foam adhesive in the wrong place so you could see it. So we'll just adjust that a little bit and then place that. For placing the word you portion of the title, I'm going to use the 1/8 of an inch foam strips from Scrapbook.com. These are one of my most favorite Scrapbook.com products, although, I mean, let's be honest, friends, the list is quite long. But I find myself reaching for these strips all the time. They are just so easy. So easy to work with. These are the 1mm strips. Recently, since especially Scrapbook.com has come out with different thicknesses of foam adhesive, I found myself using a lot of different thicknesses, even on the same layout. I love the different, the different layers of dimension that it gives. So we'll just put this last little bit, and then we're going to stick that remaining strip of foam adhesive right there, because we will come back to it. Okay, so I'm going to line up the word you right with the word love, like I did here. And just remove the backing on this adhesive. And put the last little bit of this title in place. Okay. All right, friends, we have 2 of my 3 main elements in place. So we have my photos and my title. My journaling, I'm going to add off camera, but I wanted to show you where I'm going to put it so that you know where you put yours. As I mentioned when we were placing these photo mats, that I wanted them about 3/4 of an inch from the top, and then that left a little bit bigger space down here. So I'm going to print my journaling on just white paper and add that across the bottom here. So that's where my journaling is going to go. I made a mental note of that so that I don't get carried away with my embellishing and take up that spot. So let me flip this out for one more minute. So I have my photos all in place, my title in place, and then my journaling is going to go right here. So I'm going to reserve that place, make sure that I'm not putting anything in it, and save that for my journaling. So now that I have those three most important elements to me, title, photos, and journaling, then I'm going to jump in and get started with embellishing. Let's start over here on, excuse me, the right page. And I'm going to put this layout right over here so you can see exactly what we're working towards, what we're going for here. I have my stack and sort trays here. And what I did is I divided my die cuts into embellishment clusters. So this one, these two trays are for the other side, the left side of the layout. This one is the right side. And then I have my borders all in a bigger stack and sort tray here, and we'll reach for those as needed. So actually, let's get started with those borders. We have these cute border dies that are so much fun. And I'm just going to go through, I didn't get all of the die cut, the little negative pieces out of these. So I'm just going to use my pokey tool from Scrapbook.com, the one that has the piercing tool, and then the other end is a wax tip that we'll use here in a minute. And I'm just going to quickly go ahead and pop those out. Only takes a minute or so to get all of those little bits that didn't come out during die cutting. I used the Spellbinders Platinum 6, the black one exclusive to Scrapbook.com, and a magnetic mat to cut these out. I don't know about you guys, but I love, love, love my magnetic mat. I find myself reaching for that pretty much every time I die cut these days. So we'll put the lid back on so we don't have any issues with accidentally poking myself. And in order to make, so these dies, when you die cut them, they aren't quite long enough to span the whole stretch of this layout. So I'm just going to take two of them and glue them together. So I'm using Artiste glue from Scrapbook.com, and I'm just going to put a little bit here. And actually, hang on, I need to trim that kind of half scallop off. There we go. And layer those together. And I'm going to leave that for just a minute and let that dry. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and work on this other border so that we can glue it together and it can be drying as well. Again, I'm just going to quickly remove these little die cutting bits. I will say one of my favorite things about this border die set is that you get the little hearts out of the center of the scallops. And we'll be using those in this class. So don't, when you die cut those, save those little hearts. And even if you don't use them in this class, they are the best little finishing touch on a project. Just a perfect little embellishment. You can use it just like an enamel dot, similar to that. Okay, clean up our mess a little bit here. And last one. Just get these last little bits poked out. Just be careful not to get your fingers there behind your pokey tool. We don't want any scrapbooking injuries today. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. So these are going to be ready to go when we're doing the left side of the page. Just going to put some liquid glue here. Layer these two together, just line them up. And then I'm going to set this, whoops, right over here. Okay, let's go ahead and put this border on. I found that if I cut off two, actually on this one, it'll be 3 on one side and 2.5 on the other. What I'm doing is just trimming it down. I don't want to end, like make half scallops, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I want just full scallops. It doesn't quite cover end to end, but it's definitely close enough. So I'll take some liquid glue and just put a line of liquid glue there along the edge and center that die cut piece. Right there. Slipped a little bit. And we have the perfect, cute little border there. Okay, so you can see here on my sample project that I have a cluster of flowers here to the left of my title. So here I have all of those die cuts. I'm going to take these flowers and just slightly bend the edges up. This is totally optional. I just like to have a little bit of dimension on my flowers. Makes them have a little more dimension, a little bit more life to them. I'm going to take, for this flower, we need one of those yellow centers that we cut. We'll use lots of foam adhesive. We want these flowers to have lots and lots of dimension. And the first thing I'm going to do, actually, oh, there it is. Let's see, put the lid back on that. I'm going to assemble the flowers first. So I'm going to put the stems and all the little pieces on the flowers first, and then we'll arrange them on the page. So again, using a bit of foam adhesive. Okay. There's that. The rest of them, let's go ahead and put stems on. So I've got my adhesive on the back of this already. I'm just going to go ahead and add the stem to that. Just put the stem right there and then place that on my layout. Right about there. We're going to do the same for this little tulip flower. and stem. You can put the stem honestly under or over the foam adhesive. Either way works just fine. Put that in place. And then we have this one little blue flower. That foam adhesive is going to be a little bit too big, so we're going to go with the smaller and put the flower stem there. Then we're going to place that one just right about there. And then I've got one more stem to put in place. And as I mentioned earlier in my homework video, you can cut these stems down a little bit so that you don't have to die cut quite as many. Whoops, I put that on upside down. Let's not do that. It's totally up to you, because you can see right down here, I'll end up pulling or trimming a few of those off. Okay, now that we have those in place, let's quickly put the leaves in place. We're about halfway there, friends. How's everybody doing? You crafting along? Are you just watching? Just gonna add these couple little bits. So I love the leaves in this die set. They're so fun and so versatile. Okay, this one we're going to kind of tuck underneath there. Okay, so now I have my stems in place, and my flowers and stems, and you can see I've got the stems are just kind of, they're not adhered yet, just floating there at the bottom. So I'm going to take my liquid glue and just put little bits of liquid glue and hold those stems in place for a moment. In fact, on this one, I'm gonna let my tape runner do some of the work. And just put little bits of glue to hold all these stems in place. It takes just a minute for the glue to set well enough to hold everything in place. If there's a little bit extra glue, just go ahead and clean that up with your fingernail, or your paper piercer works well for that too. Looks like I need just a little bit more adhesive here on that stem. Okay. All right, we're gonna let those dry for just a minute. I don't want to trim them off until they're dry. So I'm gonna put my glue bottle there for just a minute while I get these little hearts in place. So these are the hearts that are from the border die. And I want just 3 little hearts here to the side of the word love, and then a couple here on the left side, or excuse me, the right side. Of our flower cluster. So what I'm going to do, this is where the wax tip tool comes into play. I'm just going to put 3 little dots of adhesive here on this side, just randomly kind of where I want those hearts. And then we'll take the wax tip tool and just place those hearts on those dots. See how easy that was? I love this wax tip. It works especially well with the glossy cardstock. We'll do the same thing here on the other side. And we'll just place those little hearts right on those drops of liquid glue. All right, friends. There we go. There is one page, one side of our 2-page layout completely done. And we've got most of the work on the other side done as well. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over so we can work on the second page. And then I'll come back and trim the ends of those flower stems at the very end. So let's go ahead and work on this side of the page. Arrange these. This embellishment cluster is so super simple. Let's start with that. And we're just layering those flower bits again. But before I do that, I'm going to slightly bend the edges of this flower. Put that flower center in. Put some foam adhesive on the back. It is my personal preference not to have adhesive stuck to my photos, or let me back up and say I don't like to have things stuck on top of my photos with adhesive. I realize we have to adhere photos with adhesive, but on top of my photos I prefer not to have anything stuck to them. So I'm always just careful and arrange adhesive so that it is not stuck on the top of my photos. Because honestly, where I got these photos, these black and white ones, is I just went and flipped back through my scrapbooks with my phone, and honestly just took a few photos of layouts on scrapbooks. So that's another reason, because I often go back to find photos, to retake photos, and I just wanted to, anyway, I don't want things adhered to my photo, so that if I want to go back and use that photo again for something else, it's easy to find and I can just take a photo of it and not have to worry about something being stuck on it. That's one of those scrapbooking tips that I've learned over the years, is not to stick anything to my photo. All right, friends, we've just got a couple of little things to wrap up. One of them being this cute border on this side. So I'm just going to lay this out, and I'm going to start by trimming off 2 of these. I think I'm going to have to trim off 1 more. We'll trim off 2 scallops. See where we're at. It's always best to cut off less. Yep, we're going to need to cut off 1 more. So we'll go ahead and take that 1 more off. It's a lot easier to take something off than it is to put it back on after you've cut it. Okay, so there's that border. Again, we'll just use a line of liquid glue here. I find it's a little bit easier to place if I turn my page a little bit. Line that right up. Use my fingernail there to get some of that excess glue. And put that border in place. Perfect. Okay, one last embellishment cluster, friends, and then we are done. Can you believe it? All right, let's do it. So the first thing I want in place in this embellishment cluster is the date here. And I'm going to put 2025. Of course, you use whatever date fits with your story. And then I'm going to use the 1/8 of an inch adhesive foam strips to place. These numbers. I love that this die set has letters, numbers, punctuation, and some even bigger letters that are a great option for titles. So I'll trim off the excess. Got a little bit carried away with my foam adhesive here. Got a little too much. Let me know in the comments, have you guys used these adhesive foam strips? If you've taken a class from me recently, you'll find that most often they are on the supply list because I do use them all of the time. All right, let me reach for my ruler because I do want to make sure that I have these numbers straight and somewhat centered. Oops, need to trim off the excess on that one. Okay, then place these last two, just kind of spacing them. Actually, I want this one to come in a little bit. Remove the backing on this last one. I would love to know, since this is our 25th anniversary, I want to know a couple of things. First, let me know the topic of the layout that you're creating. I want to know what memories you're capturing on your project. And then also, if you are married or have a significant other, how long have you been together? Because it's kind of 25 years feels like, in some ways it feels like an eternity, in some ways it feels like it hasn't been that long, like we just met. So like I did on the first layout, whoops, I am assembling my flowers first before I add them to the page. So just using my foam squares and putting these layers together, slightly bending the petals to create a little bit of dimension, and adding the stems. So we'll go ahead and place this first cute yellow flower. And then we've got this really pretty cone flower. This summer I've been working really hard in the garden, and I've had so many pretty flowers this past summer. And the cone flower is one of my recent favorites. It's the first year we've had those in our garden, and it's so pretty. All right, just adding these stems. Then this one, this little tulip, we're going to slightly overlap that yellow flower. And I love these little tiny blue flowers. I love that you have so many, this die set is so versatile that you can layer them together. You can keep the layers separate. You've just got so many options. Now with this stem, since it's on these blue flowers that are quite short, I don't need that whole stem. I'm just going to cut it in half and use one on each Use one of those on each flower. We'll do the same thing here, just use half a stem, and honestly, nobody will ever know the difference. Okay, so I have my flowers in place. There are 3 leaves in this flower cluster. So we'll put those leaves, I'm gonna layer the leaf on top on this one. Just kind of put some of the leaves on top, some of them on bottom, just to give each little flower cluster a little bit different look. I'm gonna move that over slightly and put this last flower in place, or excuse me, this last leaf in place. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing, friends. Whoops, except we don't want the whole, there we go. You don't want that much glue. Just going to use a little bit of glue to hold our stems and leaves in place. Takes just a second for that glue to kind of stick in place, and then it can finish drying. Okay. Use my fingers to hold those in place for just a minute. And then we've just got to place these hearts, which I'm going to lay these out just like we did with the other heart cluster. Use a few dots of liquid glue. And then the wax tip tool to just put those on the glue. And there they are. And our stems are in place as well. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this over and then just use my scissors to trim off these extra stems now that they are good and dry. And then we'll do the same over here. It's a little bit trickier over here because we've got a slanted, kind of a wavy background here, not perfectly straight, but that's okay. I'll just come in here with these nice sharp scissors from Scrapbook.com and trim off the excess. And friends, that is it. We are done with this beautiful double page spread. Mine happens to be kind of a looking back / celebration of our 25th anniversary. We clean this up just a little bit so we can lay this out and see our finished page here. All right. I am so happy with how this came together. I hope that you guys have enjoyed creating with me as much as I have enjoyed creating with you. Again, thank you to the Scrapbook.com team for having me for SBC Fest. What a wonderful event. I love that they do this, and I'm always extra excited when I get to be a part of it. So thank you so much for spending your crafty time with me, and I hope you have a wonderful crafty day. Bye, friends.
Hey crafty friends, welcome to SBC Fest 2025. My name is Joy Baldwin. You probably know me as Create It with Joy, and I am so excited to be teaching a class for you guys today. I'm going to share a little bit on how I started my crafting journey. I've always been really crafty, but in early 2000s I started in scrapbooking. I was doing 12 by 12 layouts and I did not love it. It was a lot of space that I had to fill in and it just felt overwhelming to me. So then I switched over to making handmade cards and I just really loved that. And I remember saying to my husband at the time, how can I do this as a job? Like, how can this be a thing? I just loved it so much. Well, fast forward to 2018, I started my blog and my YouTube channel. Shortly after that, I was blessed enough to start working with some companies in the industry, and that transitioned into me doing this full-time as a job. And then now I'm here teaching SBC Fest again for the second time. I feel so blessed and so lucky, and I'm so excited that I get to share my mixed media card with you guys today. So let's quit talking, let's get to crafting. Okay guys, let's go over the kit for my class real quick. Of course, you get this nice, great pouch. So in the kit, you get the Pot of Gold Shimmer Flakes. They are so beautiful. You get the Happy Little Sentiments stamp set, and I love little sentiments this size. I think smaller sentiments tend to be my favorite, especially when you have a card with a really beautiful background and maybe that's the focus. I love that, but I really do love them anytime on any card. Then we have the layered butterflies, and we are going to use all 4 of these. The Moroccan tile stencil, I love this shape. I think it's so beautiful, and it's such a lovely stencil. And then you have the mixed media white paper pad. This is smooth paper and it's 8.5 by 11. And I used this for my card base and my card panel that we are going to be working with today. Let me get these out of the way. Well, I guess I don't need to zip it because I'm going to need that. Okay, and then I'm going to go over some of the other supplies, excuse me, words are hard, really quick. Salvaged patina, saltwater taffy, squeezed lemonade, dried marigold. So these are distressed oxide inks that you need water reactive inks, and I love these, and of course the colors are fabulous. I'm using a distress sprayer. Then we are going to be using a little bit of vellum, and then I am using a piece of acetate for my ink smooshing. If you don't have this, you can use an acrylic block, but if you do have this, I would use this because you're able to kind of, move it around and get smaller areas, and you kind of have a little more control. And for this card, you kind of want a little more control of where the ink is going to be going. Then I am using foam dome blender tools from Scrapbook.com. I am using Versamark ink and gold embossing powder, and I have my anti-static powder tool because we don't want little flakes of embossing powder to go where we don't want it to go. I am using Artis liquid glue from Scrapbook.com, tape runner, a paintbrush. We need some scissors, some reverse tweezers, and I am using the Pick Pro tool, and I will be using probably this end more than anything, maybe a little bit of this end. And because we're going to get a little messy with inks, I am using the crafty cloths from Scrapbook.com. I do have 2 of those because I feel like I need to because we'll be doing some cleaning up with ink, so you need something. If you don't have those, you could use a paper towel or whatever you normally use for cleaning that up. Then I will be using a MISTI, and inside of my MISTI, this is of course optional, but I am using Scrapbook.com's Grip Mate, and it's sticky and it's fabulous because it's going to hold your cardstock. So this is good when we go to stamp our image. You can just stick this down. Let me get my magnet out of the way. You can stick this down. It is not going to slide anywhere. but then it also picks up really nicely. So optional, but that's what I'm going to be using in my MISTI. We're of course using a die cut machine, and I am going to be using a heat tool for a double purpose. Of course, we're going to be doing some heat embossing, so we need a heat tool for that. But then also I'm going to use this to dry our inking in between the different layers. So this is kind of a must for the project today. Okay, so I think let's get going. Oh, let me really quick go over this. The card panel that I had you guys do for your homework, it was such simple homework, is a 5x5 card panel, again made from that mixed media cardstock that comes in your kit. And then the card base, again made from the mixed media cardstock that comes in your kit. This measures 10.5 by 5.25, and then you're going to score it at 5.25. So that's going to leave us a nice little white frame around our card panel, and this is what we're going to be doing our ink blending on. So I think we can get started now. So the first thing we're going to do is start with our background so it has a little bit of time to dry. So let's bring in our oxide inks. For this background, we are going to use these 3 colors. We're going to use these with our butterflies. So we will get back to that in just a minute. So we're going to be layering ink here, and I think that's so pretty. What I love about this card is once we get all this ink layered, it really is almost going to look like it's one layer meshed together. And that's what I think is really, really pretty about doing a mixed media card this way. So let's start with our saltwater taffy. We need our piece of acetate. This is what we're going to be doing our ink blending, and we need our distress sprayer. So what I'm going to do is ink smush onto this piece of acetate. This is going to be our medium for getting it onto our paper. The reason why I'm doing this, you could put the ink on the silicone mat, which I do have down because I want to keep my nice craft mat, my self-healing mat, nice and clean. So I'm going to use the silicone mat because it cleans up nicely. You could smush your ink onto this and then dip your paper in, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason why I'm going to use acetate is I do want a little more control of where I am putting my ink, and you'll see what I mean here in just a second. So let's start with a little bit of ink smushing, and then we're going to use our distress sprayer, and then we're also going to need a rag because we're going to get kind of inky here. And I'm going to spray that. I sprayed it 3 times. Depending on how much or how light or dark you want this is going to depend on how much ink you put on your acetate and how much water you put on your acetate, if that makes sense. So I did 3 squirts to 2 smushes of ink. So I don't want any harsh lines. So I want to break that up with my finger. And for my card design, I want to keep some white space over here, maybe a little bit down here. And so really it's going to kind of flow this way. So that's where using a piece of acetate really is going to come in handy. So I'm going to flip this over, and I'm going to start kind of putting this down. You can press with your finger when this is down as well, so you can get a little more smushy. So I'm just going to press that. If you see other spots that you want more, go ahead and bring that in there. And if you want more or less, I mean, it's your card. You absolutely can do what you want with it. Okay, so we have this. Now I'm going to do a little bit of spritz because I want a little more of this to move around. I want the ink to not be so, I want it to feel a little more fluid, I think is the word that I'm looking for. I don't mind some harsher lines, but I don't want everything to be harsh. And then I'm just gonna tap off some of this excess water. And this is going to be the start of our first layer. I'm going to clean this up off of the acetate. And then we are going to dry this with our heat tool. You can use tweezers to hold it. You can use your fingers to hold it. I'm just going to use my hand, and we are going to dry for a quick second. I thought I would ask some questions while I am drying my projects. So my question for you guys is this your first time watching SBC Fest? Or have you watched all of them, part of them? That's your first part to the question, or the first part of the question. And then I guess the second part would be, what is your favorite parts of SBC Fest? Like, what makes you want to watch it and get involved? And do you have certain classes that you are looking for? I love it because you learn all kinds of different things from different instructors. There's so many different styles. So even if you have tons of card makers, you're going to get different styles of card making. And I think that is really, really wonderful. So let me know in the comments below. Okay, so your paper is going to warp a little bit, that's okay. But the reason why I'm using this mixed media paper is because it does really well with water. Even though it's going to warp a little bit, when we glue things down, we can use some hardcore adhesive and then it'll go really flat. It might stay a little bit warped, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Now, I have to say, I don't love this right here. So what I think I'm going to do is add just a little bit of ink. I don't mind it down here. I think I don't love the direction that this is going. And again, this is not going to be perfect, but I want it to have a little more of a smooth look to it. So I'm just going to add a little bit of that. A little bit of water. Let's move that around and wipe our hands off. And I'm going to come back over this and maybe disguise it a little. We'll see how this works. Slide that around. See, that already looks better. So if you have a little spot like that, it's easy to save. You don't have to start over if you don't love it. Okay, let's try that little area really quick. Okay, so another question is, how long have you been a crafter for? And did you start out in paper crafting, or did you start out in some other crafting? Let me know below. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I was doing all kinds of crafting and then started in paper crafting. And I'm also loving cross stitching. That's something that I am really getting into, really enjoy, and felt stitching. I love all the felt. I think that is really so much fun. So let me know in the comments. Okay, so I feel like that looks better. I don't mind that this is a darker spot here. I feel like that looks really good. So now we have our first layer, our base layer of color. You could go out a little further with your color if you want. You could do your whole background if you want, but I'm going to keep it like this. I have a lighter area here. I kind of have my white area here, and that's what I am really, really loving. We will come back to this acetate in a minute. We are going to go to our second layer, which has our stencil. I love this stencil. I love the shape of this Moroccan tile. I have some of that shape of tile in my kitchen, and I just love it. All right, I'm going to use some mint tape to hold this in place. Now, when we go to stencil, I am going to kind of keep it in that same area that the ink blending is. I personally don't want to do a perfect stenciling. I want this to feel somewhat aged and just not perfect. I just don't want it to be perfect. Now I'm lining this up at the bottom and off to the side. I want to make sure that I can see pieces of this tile over here. I don't want it necessarily like this, you know, where you just have a little bit. So I'm going to line that up, and the same thing at the bottom. I want to make sure that I'm going to get a good amount. You know what? I'm going to grab 2 more pieces of tape because my cardstock is a little bit warped. Okay, let me get this lined up. I am not going to stencil the whole background. Okay, let's bring in salvaged patina. I love doing this. Number one, this is my favorite color. I love it, love it. But I love doing this contrast color. I've done other cards where you do similar colors, and that really blends well together. So doing a contrast color, we're going to do a couple things after this to really make it look like it's all one layer, like I talked about at the beginning of the video. So I'm going to get my blender tool inked up, and I'm going to start off light because you can go darker. Again, it depends on the look that you're going for, and I do want some areas darker, and then I want some areas barely visible. So because I have a lot of ink on my brush, I'm going to start where I know I want it to be a little bit darker. So I'm going to start right here, and I'm just kind of ink blending. And as I'm going down over here, because I want a little bit of white space, I'm going to do a partial stenciling down here in this corner. I do want this to follow along the inking. So partial here. And again, this is just all personal preference. Let me do, I think I'm going to go with a dark one there. Get a little bit more ink. I'll add a little bit to this part of the stencil, but not, I don't want to take up all of that white space for me personally. I'm going to go a little bit lighter here. A partial one there. Just really is, again, what you like. I'm going to come up here, do a partial, really light. I think up here I'm going to go a little bit darker on this one, and then light. And then we can reveal this and kind of see, you know, what we think of what we've done. So let me lift this up. Oh, I think that's really pretty. And you can even leave some of these spots out, but you can see like this one's really light and that's light, and we've got some partial ones. I think I'm going to redo this one. No, I think I'm not. I think I'm going to leave that. Partial here, we got some partials. I think I am going to make this a full one since I have a lot of partials. I mean, it doesn't have to be this nitpicky, but the whole point is, I guess you can just go back in and adjust things how you want. And then maybe a little bit right there. Okay. Oh, I like that one. I think that's pretty. I'm glad I did that one. That breaks up that lot of partial ones. That one breaks that up. I think that's really pretty. So I like how that looks. I am going to just quickly wipe off my stencil here. Now, when I was talking about doing the layers and making it look like it's one, so to me right now, it looks like this salvaged patina ink is sitting on top of the saltwater taffy ink, which it is essentially, but I want this to feel a bit more blended and a little more together. So we're going to go back to step one, but we're not going to do the whole thing. We're just going to bring in a little bit of that ink smushing with our acetate piece. So, oh, hold on. Let me wipe that off because I got some salvaged patina on there. We don't want that. So let's do this one more time. A little bit of ink smushing. And I'm going to go a bit lighter So a bit lighter in color, a bit heavier with the water. And I am going to really pick, you know, this is kind of beating up, but that's okay. I'm going to really pick where I want this to go because I don't need it to go over everything. I'm just going to pick up some of that because it was a little too much. So, you know what? Hold on. Let me decide. I think I want to keep it in this darker area, maybe a little bit right here. And going over that salvaged patina is going to really give it a nice blend. So again, because we have the acetate, we can really decide, pick and choose where this is going to go. I love that it's covering that. So you have that piece right there. I'm going to do the same thing up here. And you can decide where you want it. But essentially, we're trying to push back the stenciling that we just did. So it's not so right in the front. So now we have this color going over top of it and it's pushing it back into that other background paper that we've already done. Or excuse me, background ink that we've already done. Okay. I like that. I think I'm going to add a little bit to this spot here. And then you're kind of getting a little bit of a blend with that salvage patina and saltwater taffy. And so you get this other little color that I think it's so pretty. Okay, I think that looks good. I'm going to clean off my acetate and then we are going to bring in our heat tool. Okay guys, I want to ask, how do you feel about mixed media cards? Let me know in the comments. When I first started doing mixed media, I felt very intimidated by it. Like I had no idea what I was doing. And now I really love doing mixed media cards. I think they are so fun and they're kind of freeing. And I think you get to do a lot kind of outside of the norm. I'm going to soften up a couple spots and I'm going to use water for that. I don't love that that's super harsh right there and right there, so I'm just gonna do a little bit of spritzing. And I don't mind that it's gonna move some of the salvaged patina, that's totally okay. When I'm making cards like this and I'm using a lot of water and ink, I do like to have a dry rag like these crafty cloths or a paper towel handy because you can dab off a lot of excess liquid so you don't have to waste the time always drying that. And sometimes I like to dry it a little bit so I don't take off all of the color that's with that water, but once I get it most of it dry, then I can just dab off the excess. Okay, that's just a little bit of water. I'm going to dab that up. All right, so now you can see that those are those Moroccan tiles that we stenciled. Some of them are now, it looks like it's pushed back, like it's underneath that ink on top, which it is. And that's the look that I was going for. I love that. I think it turned out beautiful. Okay. We're going to bring in a little bit of squeezed lemonade and a paintbrush because we're going to do splatter. Raise your hand if you like splatter. I do. I love it. I think it adds just a little extra something. So now I can smush this onto my silicone mat. I don't need it on my acetate. So I'm going to give that a couple little smushes there. A little bit of water with my distress sprayer. I want to make sure that my paintbrush is clean and it doesn't have some other random color on it. That would be bad. All right, so let's get that. And I'm going to try to keep my splatter to this inked area because again, I like my white space. But if a little bit goes out, not a big deal. I love this yellow. Squeezed lemonade is beautiful. You can go as heavy or as light as you would like. I think that's probably good for me. And then we are going to dry this. This little rag is getting good and wet. We may have to set that one aside and get the other one out. So let's bring in that heat tool and dry our splatters. Okay, so I have another question for all of you fun crafters. What is your favorite paper craft to make? Do you like cards? Do you like layouts? Do you like mini albums or anything like that? Like, what do you like? And like, what's your favorite type of product to use? Do you really enjoy die cutting or ink blending or stamping? Let me know down in the comments what you guys really, really enjoy. I have to say, I love stamping, die cutting, ink blending. I love alcohol inks. I love, obviously, mixed media. I love all the things. It is always so much fun. Okay, I love those yellow splatters. I think that just gives you a little extra something. And I think that is really, really pretty. Just adds that extra color. Okay, so we are going to set our background aside and we can start working on some butterflies. So we have our butterflies dies here. I am going to die cut these two, the ones that have all of those beautiful intricate pieces from vellum, and then we're going to die cut the back pieces from our mixed media white cardstock. So I am using the black platinum 6 for my die cut machine. You can use whatever die cut machine you have or like. And in mine, I am using the magnetic matte. Let me bring in my vellum and let's get out our dies. So I decided to use vellum with this pretty detailed part because we're going to do some inking for these solid pieces of the butterflies. And I thought the vellum, you'll still be able to see that, but then you get that delicateness from, is that a word? Is delicateness a word? If not, maybe we should make it one. Where it's going to be so delicate with the vellum on top, and then you're also able to see the beautiful inking on or underneath it. And so you kind of get the best of both worlds when you use vellum. So here is our darling little vellum butterfly. I'm going to put that in my sort and stack tray. So there is that piece. Then we have our white cardstock, our mixed media white cardstock. Let me put these back on here so they don't get lost. And let's die cut our solid pieces. Now I'm going to use 2 butterflies on my card design, but you definitely could use more. And you could make your whole background full of butterflies. All right. And with that magnetic mat, I don't have to tape down my dies because they are stuck to the mat, which is fantastic. Okay, so now we have our butterfly, our solid backgrounds, and we're going to do a little bit of ink smushing on these as well. So let me move this out of the way. Okay, so we need our acetate sheet one more time. Make sure it's clean from your previous color. And we are going to use dried marigold. I wanted a little bit of a contrasting color to the pinks and blues that we have on the background. So we're going to bring in a little bit of orange, and we're going to do it exactly the same. But this time, it doesn't even really matter how it looks because, I mean, it matters how it looks. But it's not like the background where we were trying to be a little more precise. This is just all about the getting some color. I don't want to color the whole of the butterflies. I do want some white space. Oh my gosh, I'm spilling everywhere. That is okie doke. All right, here we go. Let's start with this big guy. So I'm just going to smush some of that. Let's get this little one here. Oh. And something you could do, so say you have this down and it's lighter than you want it to be, just dry it and then add some more ink to your acetate and do more ink and less water, or more ink and same amount of water, depending on how dark you want it to be. I think I like that. And then you can just re-ink it. So it would just be another layer on top, which also looks beautiful. When you layer inks, it's gorgeous. Okay. I am rubbing off the wrong side. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that is clean. I am going to also bring in the saltwater taffy. Let's dry these really quick. These will dry super fast. I am going to use the tweezers though, because these are tiny and I don't want to burn my fingers. So let's dry our butterflies really quick. Let me get this one here. Okay, so those are dry. Let's do a little bit of splatter. I'm going to bring in that saltwater taffy. I have just a little piece of paper I want to get off of there. All right. So we're going to smush the saltwater taffy onto our work surface. Spritz that with a little bit of water and grab our paintbrush again. And again, splatter as much as you want, as little or as much as you want. Too big, I'm gonna get some little ones. I think I like that. I think we're good. Okay. There's definitely a lot of drying time in this card, so thank goodness we have a heat tool. Otherwise we'd be here forever. Not that being at SBC Fest is a bad thing to be at forever. Okay, for another question, do you get to craft with friends or family or kids or grandkids or anything like that? Is that something that you get to do? I don't really have anyone around that does card making. I have got my little granddaughter. She's 4. She was 3 when I started. I have her a little card making kit, and so I've started her on that. And so when she comes to Grammy's house, she does ask if she can make a card. And the first time she made quite a few cards for Mommy and Daddy and her friend Mia and another little friend at school. And it was really sweet and a lot of fun. My kids didn't really want to make cards, but they would definitely help me decide certain aspects, design aspects to the card. So I think that's fun to be able to do with loved ones. All right. So now that that is done, we're going to do a little bit of distressing. Let me remove my tape. I want to rough up the edges, and of course this is optional, just, you know, everything is a personal preference. I do want to pull this back though, because these little pieces of paper won't stick to this mat. So I'm just going to use my titanium scissors and give this a nice scraping. And what I like about this, especially when I get near where we colored and where we inked, is that it reveals a white edge. And I think that that's really, really pretty. And it gives it a little bit more visual interest. So you could do this as little or none or as much as you'd like as well. But I think that is good. Let me just wipe that off. I'm going to do the same things to the butterflies. I don't want these to be perfect, but I am going to be careful. I don't want to rip my die cut, so I'm not going to press quite as hard. but I love it. And what I also love is the sides that had water and ink that were wet, they tend to look a little bit different when you rough them up with your scissors. And there's something about that that I think is really, really pretty. I'm gonna do a little bit of where the antennas would be, down there. That's pretty. And it really doesn't take a ton of time, but you get this really fun detail. Do you guys, I do have a question, do you guys like to do distressing like this to any parts of your cards? I didn't for, I mean I did and then I didn't for a lot of years, and now I'm kind of doing it on everything when I can, when I feel like it's appropriate. So let me know. Let us all know. Do you guys like to distress your edges on anything? Okay, so remember we die cut these gorgeous detail part of the butterflies from vellum, and these are going to go on top so you can see really how pretty that is, how that's going to be. Okay, so now that we have those done, let's move this. Okay, so we are going to want to do our sentiment. So I think let's get that out of the way. And we're using the cute little happy little sentiments dies. And I'm going to use the sentiment that says, when I count my blessings, I count you twice. I love that sentiment. I think it's so sweet. We need our Misty. And I do have the grip mate from Scrapbook.com here in my Misty. This is going to hold my paper so nicely. I'm going to line this up. And it's going to stick down. I'm also going to use my magnet because I don't want it to pull up when I go to move. My magnet is nice and stuck to my grip mate. I'm going to have to bring in my tool here, maybe. I mean, that is sticking so good. Okay. So I know on my layout I'm going to have my butterflies here, so I do want my sentiment up top. And so we're going to do some heat embossing for this. So I want to place my sentiment here at the top corner. I'm actually going to, just because that's so warped, it wants to stick up. So I'm going to go here. And I like that it comes over into that white space. I feel like that's really, really pretty. Okay, so let's close the lid on our Misty. This is why I love a Misty so much, because for me especially, like to use an acrylic block to have to line things up again. I've seen some people do it and they are amazing. I am just not built that way. Let me try this one more time. Let me get this on here. When I'm looking at this and I'm placing my sentiment, visually for me, I'm trying to get about the same space from here and from here. So this is equal to that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. And if you did not want to stamp directly onto your background, you don't have to. You could stamp this on a piece of white cardstock, and then you can just trim that out and place it down. And I think I am good and straight. Move that a little bit. Okay. So I do want to prep this with an anti-static powder tool, and you do want to make sure that your background is dry, and we did. You don't want that to be wet. Okay, I have that prepped. I'm going to ink it with my clear embossing ink. And I'm going to ink that up good. And when I do mine, I like to ink mine up 2 or 3 times. I want to make sure I'm going to get a really good stamped image or sentiment. I want to make sure, and I'm not pressing too hard because I don't want to smush the sentiment itself, because these are fine little sentiments, and I don't want to smush the letters and make them look like they're smudged. So I'm giving a decent amount of pressure, but I'm making sure I'm getting everywhere. I feel like that should be good. Yep, I think we're good there. I'm going to remove that out of the way. And then for me, I like to use a scratch piece of paper to sprinkle on my embossing powder to catch that. Let me get a little bit here, and then I can just dump it back in my container. All right, I'm going to make sure I don't have any little stray pieces. Sometimes you still get them even with your anti-static powder tool, so I'm making sure. I got a beautiful stamped image on that. It's straight, hallelujah. So many times, I'm very crooked, I think. so many times I stamp something crooked or glue it crooked or whatever. I just am crooked, I guess. All right, let's get that out of the way. I'm going to turn on my heat tool for a second to let that warm up, and then we're going to heat that until it is melted and shiny. You don't want to overheat. If you do, it'll melt your embossing powder away. So if it starts to go dull, you know that you've overheated it. So let's turn this on. Look at how gorgeous that is. And then you can also check it, like I'm checking it in the light, and if I do see anything that looks kind of grainy still and dull, that means I did not melt it completely. If it looks just dull, that means you overheated it. But you can watch it change and it looks beautiful. So now we have our fabulous sentiment. So let me get my sentiment out of the way here. All right, now we get to start adding the fun shimmery shimmer flakes, the pot of gold. I love it, and we're going to get a little messy with it, and it's totally okay. Totally okay. Just get a little vacuum it up. Okay, question is, here's the big question. Do you like to use glitter on your projects, or is it a nightmare for you? I love using glitter. I was a nail tech for 10 years, and everybody had glitter nails, and I came home with glitter all over in my hair, on my face. Like, I just was covered in glitter. And then the driver's side of my car on the floor mat just was shiny all the time with glitter. Like, it was fabulous. And I'm someone, I don't mind glitter. I will, like at Easter sometimes, or birthdays and Easter, I get confetti and just throw it on the carpet. I'm like, we'll vacuum it up. But then eventually you find glitter years later. It's just the funniest thing. It just gets everywhere. So actually, hold the phone. I am gonna take my mat off though, because the glitter does want to stick really nicely to your silicone mat. So I am gonna just work on this surface right now, because then I can get the glitter off easy. I'm also going to use my sort and stack tray, because that is really helpful to kind of contain your glitter. And I actually might need the bigger one for my card. But for this one right now, we are going to start with our little vellum butterflies. I want to add some of the gold shimmer flakes to this. So I'm going to use my liquid glue, and we're going to add this to the center. I am not adding it to the antenna, just to the body. So I'm going to add some, and this dries clear. So get a liquid glue if you're not using this, whatever you have in your stash, and it will work beautifully. All right, I'm going to use the big opening. We need that today. But you know what? You can like customize the size. You can go full blown here, when you need like pounds and pounds of glitter, or you can go back the other way. So I'm gonna go this way a little bit. I'm gonna sprinkle some of that on there. And then we have this cute little body here. I love that. So cute. That one is too big. That is a big piece. I'm going to move that off of there. And then I'm going to scooch in some of these little pieces. If you have any excess that, you know, if it's making your body, the body of your butterfly look kind of chunky, maybe we don't want that. All right. So now we have our butterflies. We are going to let these dry. And then we're going to work. So we need a pencil for this. You need something to trace, a pencil or a pen. You're not going to see it, but we are going to trace part of our butterflies. We want to create this illusion that we have this fun gold, the shimmer flakes coming out, like coming in front of the butterflies, like they're flying, and you want a little bit of this coming out from behind them and trailing off. And so my thought was, I need to know exactly where my butterfly bases are going to be. And I don't want it around all of my whole butterfly. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna line up our dies here, and you can decide where you want this to go, which direction you want it to go. I like that it's going to be coming into some of the white space. And so once I kind of know where I want this to be, I am going to just trace inside, and I'm not going to go around the whole butterfly. I'm going to go a little bit more than halfway, just a little bit. And remember, this is going to be hidden. So I have that piece there. And then this piece, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to trace it, go about halfway. Let's go around. Ooh, I moved it a little bit. I mean, ultimately, it's not the end of the world. And a little bit there. This is going to give us a guideline of where to put our glue. We're going to use liquid glue, and we're going to trace this, and we're going to create this radiant effect of gold shimmer flakes. And it's going to be gorgeous. So grab your glue and let's start coloring. And you can decide if one side has more or less than the other. So I'm going to trace around the line, and then I'm going to work my way in a bit. So I'm going to trace around. I don't want to see any of that. I'm going to come down here a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit coming in on all the edges. This will take some time to dry, which is why we're doing it at the end. And then I want some of this to reach out and maybe add some dots out so it can kind of scatter out and get some good glitter effects. So again, inside of that line, adding more glue so it's a bit of a thicker line. And then let's add some areas that, you know, the sequence kind of reaches out further. Or the shimmer flakes. It's glitter. It's not sequins, it's glitter. Okay, and let's go a couple more like that. So I'm going to start with that one. I'm going to get my shimmer flakes on this before it dries, and then we can work on the second one. Really super simple and easy. Oh my goodness. See, we need tons of glitter, so we needed that serious pour spout here. This might look gaudy for a second, but I promise you it's not. It might look horrifying. I promise you it's not. But I don't want that by the sentiment. So let me get that one out of the way. All right, so basically this is how the butterfly is gonna sit on here. So you can see this gorgeous glitter coming out. I'm gonna really tap this. You can also kind of give it a quick press to make sure, you know, things are down. You'll get some loose pieces that come off, and that's okay. That's why we poured a ton on there. Okay, let's do our other little butterfly. So again, I'm going to trace that line that we drew. And then let's add some in. You just want this thicker line. So if you see a little bit under the edges of those butterflies, which we will, you've got that glitter there. And then let's add some lines that are reaching out. I think that's probably good. And you can always add more. If you don't feel like it's enough, if you're someone who really wants a lot, you can always add more, but I think it's better to start with less. Okay. And then this little guy is going to sit right here. So then you have all this beautiful, and we're going to add a little bit more. We're going to refine that in just a minute. Let me just get my, I'm going to set this aside for a second. Let's bring in our vellum butterflies. Let's get these put together, and we're going to bend these up a little bit. And we can put the liquid glue underneath that because we already have those shimmer flakes here, and that's going to hide that liquid glue. I'm going to bend this up just a little bit as well. Not a ton, but just a little bit. I don't want it flat. This is going to give our card dimension, which you want your card to have dimension. And we're going to achieve it without any foam adhesive. Not that there's anything wrong with foam adhesive, because I love foam adhesive. Okay, we'll let that dry, and then we can bend up the wings a tad bit more if we need to. And then, oh, let me get that big guy off of there. And if you want littler, I almost said snowflakes, that's not right, shimmer flakes, then you could do the little shaker area for the center of your butterflies. You could use that, and you would get the finer little pieces. All right, I'm going to put that in place, let that dry, and then we can bend up that vellum when we're done. So I'm also going to turn this even a little bit differently than how I have that. I'm going to turn it just a little bit off-centered. So I want to add some liquid glue, a good amount down here. I don't want my butterflies going anywhere. So let me put this in place here. I'm going to scoot it up a little bit. There we go. See how that's coming out from behind that butterfly? It looks so much better. I mean, this looks like a hot mess if we're being honest. So thankfully we're not leaving it that way. Let's do our small butterfly. Let me bend those up just a little bit more. And again, so I bent that up a little bit, you know, the base of the butterfly. I bent the wings up just a tad bit. Then you get to see more of those gold shimmer flakes underneath. All right, I'm going to shift this one just a little bit. Oh, I love how it looks. Yes, it's so pretty. Okay, so now we have this piece here. Let's just add a few more minor details. So I want more of these. I have all of this in my container here, and I can start adding more sequins because this is, you know, not done. So I'm going to add a few more dots of things that are going to come around that are just, you know, maybe out a little further. And then I can pick and choose. I kind of want some of this bigger sequence. I don't want that one. That one's broken. And then you can just start placing these. So I say sequence, shimmer flakes, but you can use it like sequence. And that's what I'm going to do here. So I've got different sizes in here. Little itty bitty guys. I'm going to get the little itty bitty guy. And the tip of this Pick Pro tool is just fabulous. If I could grab one of these little guys, there we go. So just adding a little bit of finer detail where more of this is spreading out. More of this little magicalness is spreading out from the butterflies. I love that. I'm going to add a couple up here too. I like the idea of that. And then because your excess shimmer flakes are in the sort and stack tray, you just can dump it back into your glitter container. Let's add a couple back here. Let's see, a couple over here. Oh, I have some over here too. Do you guys like to add sequence to your cards? Like, is that a finishing that you like, or are you kind of a sequence-free kind of person? I, of course, love it. I love anything sparkly and shiny. I just have a few more of these, and then we can glue this. Where's the medium guy? And I love, when I'm working with anything like sequins and glitter, I love that, oh, that's pretty, that there's different sizes. Personally, like, that's a really fun thing to me, and I totally think I put my hand in the glue over here. Okay, let's add a couple off of here, and then these little finishing details really, really do make a huge difference in your card design. Let me get a big one. Okay, let me just hold this up and see what I think. Oh, that's so pretty. Look at how shimmery that is. Really make sure that my guys are glued down. And then this is where we can lift up the wings. All right. And then I can just dump this. I can take the lid off, dump this back into my container, and you don't even waste all of that shimmer flake. Let's adhere this to our background card panel. And because my cardstock is a little bit warped, I'm going to do tape runner and some liquid glue. The tape runner is going to hold it down immediately, and then it gives time for the liquid glue to really grab on. And I'm going to add it, the liquid glue, more to the outside edges. But even if it sticks up a little, I think it's totally fine. I don't think that's an issue at all. All right, let me center this. All right. Okay. We are done with this card. So we completed that card. I think it turned out amazing. I had such a good time crafting and chatting with you guys. I hope you had a lot of fun crafting as well and watching along. I hope that you feel inspired by that card. And if you've never made a mixed media card, I hope that you are going to try that out. And I just want to say thank you again for watching and joining, and I hope you guys have a really wonderful day.
Okay, we're back again.
Yes, we had 2 more amazing classes, but we'll get into those in just a second.
Yes, we have a question because guess what time it is?
Giveaway time!
Giveaway time! I love it, Cody. We're so excited to do another giveaway. And what's the giveaway?
The prize is a $100 Scrapbook.com gift certificate.
There it is, a $100.
It's been a day.
It's been a day. It's been a fun day.
Yes.
Lots to absorb and sponge. $100 to Scrapbook.com. And the question is, when you go in to create and play, do you go in with a plan or do you just go and experiment and play and create? Let us know in the comments. Do you have a plan or do you just play and experiment when you go in there? I do both, I think.
I was
So-
like, after today, I think we're just gonna go play.
Yeah. I think sometimes I go in with a plan and sometimes I go in just to experiment and play. Let us know in the comments because you can win $100. All right, we'll be back in just a minute.
Man, inspiration overload. I love
Yes.
both those classes so much.
Yes, you said it perfectly. Inspiration overload. So much goodness. Okay, where do we start? We start with Becky?
Yeah, let's start with Becky.
Okay, we've got notes.
Yeah, we sure do.
Okay, first things first, I just want to say I loved her timeline of photos with her husband. That was so fun to see. I feel like I know her, like she's my best friend now because I've
Yeah.
seen her over the years with her husband. But that's what's great about this community and scrapbooking and card making is I feel like when you show pictures of your personal life, I just feel connected more.
Totally.
So I felt really connected to Becky.
Yeah.
Becky, hi. I'm a fan.
Yeah, big fan, big fan.
Big fan, big fan. Okay,
Yes.
what? And then I have more. So you go into yours.
Well, I thought it was so cool that she took both those pages, you know, put the tape down
Tape.
and then kept them together so that the pages were more cohesive. I'm like, that was a
Clever.
brilliant tip. Yeah.
Very clever. And then folded it over to work on one at a time, which I thought
Yes.
was really cool. I loved how she used the T ruler. She used that a lot, which is great. We all want to be educated on that T rule and how to use it. So thank you, Becky, for using that. And then also the die. Right? Go ahead. You share that. I don't want to steal it from you because we had a little argument. Who's
We
going to say
did,
that?
yes.
And you say it.
Oh, so in order to make her border longer, she cut them out twice and then adhered them very, you know,
Yeah.
sneakily, you know, and lined it up just perfectly. So it extended the die cut, which is so great.
Yeah, and you couldn't even tell, like, it wasn't one full border die. Like,
Yeah.
she made it look seamless, which was really awesome. We loved that.
Yes, and that she used the pieces from the die, those little hearts that cut out too, as embellishments on the die or on the page.
Yes, so cool. Well, she inspired me because now I want to do a layout with my husband and I through the years with pictures, because we have all those photos and I want to do something fun like she did. So thank you, Becky. That was very inspiring, and I am going to make a very similar layout to yours. So thank you for teaching us. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and
then Joy Baldwin.
yes, Joy Baldwin, amazing, amazing Joy. We love Joy. We got to meet her in person.
We did.
She came to visit us here at the studio, and it was so fun to hang out with her. We love her. She did the ink smushing on acetate.
Yes.
And then, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I love that she like showed how to control your ink
Yes.
with the acetate.
And I love that she used her finger to like
Yeah.
swirl it around to get that look that she wanted. That was clever, very
Yes.
clever. And then I put vellum on top of the splatter butterflies. I thought was really cool. Just a nice touch. She did that splatter background and then added that vellum on top for the butterflies. Really cool.
Yeah, it just softens it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
And then
yes.
of course, how she used shimmer flakes. She used them in so many different ways. It's so smart on the body of the butterflies, and then to make her own like almost
Outline.
stencil. Yeah,
Yes.
the outline of it.
She used the dye and then outlined it with the glue and then was able to, that was
Yeah.
so cool. So cool.
I've never thought of that, never seen that, so I thought that was brilliant.
Yes, she definitely makes it so that we're not afraid of glitter, right? Right?
No,
She
I'm
makes
not
it look so
scared.
easy and so fun. I'm gonna try some of that. I loved how she used that dye, like you said, to like put it down where it was gonna go and then outline it. I'm gonna do that because I could see that with so many cool dyes that have a really nice shape.
Oh, yeah.
Even our like nested basic shapes, you could do a perfect circle and then put,
Yes.
would have never thought the dyes. I would have
No.
cut a circle and used that as a template. We should be using our dyes, you guys, for other things besides dyes. Get the most use out of your products.
Yeah, so, and that's something we got from both Becky and
Yes,
Joy.
both of them. That's right. That's right. That's right.
So,
Very good classes.
yeah. Yeah, and I think, oh, and I did love how she distressed the paper and the butterflies with her
Yes.
scissors. It's always
Yes.
fun to add a little distress and make a little interest.
Absolutely. Very, very good techniques. Definitely inspiring us to want to go and use that glitter.
Yes.
And make something just like yours, Joy. So thank you very much. All right, that was fun. Wow, but we're not done yet.
We're not done. We still have the man himself, Simon Hurley.
Simon is up. Are we ready?
Let's go.
I'm telling you, buckle in. Let's do it. Here we go.
Hey everyone, it's Simon Hurley, and I'm so excited to be participating in this SBC Fest. This is always one of my favorite events to participate in because I'm a huge fan of free education. And that's what this is. We get to sit together and craft for the whole day with me and a bunch of other really talented creators. And we're gonna be sitting in the live chat. So you'll see me on your screen. I'll be chatting with you guys as this class goes on and answering any questions you have over in the live chat. And remember too, you can craft along with me today, but this will always be available for you on YouTube to rewatch over and over. So if you need it to slow down or you want to keep rewatching to learn things over and over again, this will be available for you after the live is over today, which is super exciting. So that free education aspect is always there for you. Now there are crafting kits, and my kit was available on Scrapbook.com, and a lot of mine featured some really great exclusive products that are only available inside of this kit. So, if you want these products, you want to craft along exactly how I do it, I highly recommend getting the kit if you haven't gotten it already, or if you watch this tutorial and you love it so much, you need to purchase it. Hopefully it's not sold out by this time. You can figure out in the live chat, we'll probably link you over to the kit. But super exciting, there's tons of great stuff in here that I can't wait to walk you through. But if you don't know me, I wanted to take a minute at the beginning here to introduce myself and also let you know a little bit about my crafting journey. So my name is Simon Hurley. I've been crafting ever since I was 12 years old, and now I'm 23, which is crazy. I've kind of grown up in this industry. It's been a lot of fun. I'm a huge fan of the super supportive community, and it's been wonderful to grow up alongside that. So when I was 12 years old, I found crafting because I was really crafty as a little kid. I used to do like polymer clay. I used to do origami, and then I crocheted my own stuffed animals. I made a bunch of different Pokemon when I was really little. Then I found alcohol inks, and I was a huge fan of those. I started making backgrounds, and as you guys know, you make a bunch of backgrounds, you wonder what to do with them. So I looked up on YouTube what to do with all of these alcohol ink backgrounds and came upon card making tutorials and just fell in love and was mesmerized by the crafting. And my favorite part about it is that, you know, all these other old hobbies that I had would kind of get old after a while because there wasn't really a community behind it, but also because like you were doing the same thing over and over and over. So what I loved about card making is that each one is really its own kind of canvas that you can create on, and it's always very different. There's different techniques, different mediums you can play with, and you really can create a different thing every day, and it's not the same process over and over, which I think is what I fell in love with so much. And I started uploading my art online. I started, I think, on Instagram, and then I moved over to sharing my art on YouTube as well. And I was super into sharing the process of how to create things and really like sharing different techniques that I came up with all of you guys. And of course, it started out really small. The videos were pretty bad at first, but I slowly kind of upgraded my equipment, and kind of the videography aspect of it too became a hobby after a while as well. So fast forward a little bit, I was getting kind of bullied in school for doing this. It was from when I was like in middle school and then moving into high school. Of course, high school is the wild, wild west when it comes to opinions of other kids and kind of bullying. And it was not a great time for me, I would say. I kind of went from middle school, you know, a really tight-knit group of friends in a really small school, to high school, and then like before I even got into high school, people knew who I was because they were talking about the YouTube channel and, oh, this is the kid who's trying to make it on YouTube, and things like that. So it was a little bit rough behind the scenes, but it was always wonderful to turn to online community and really have the support from all of you guys. And my family too was super supportive during that time, even though I was kind of going through it. I used to not really talk about that a ton, but it's been a long time since high school happened, so I thought I would share a little story from high school just to let you know how bad it got. So there was a couple of times, you know, people would like yell things in the hallways and like during classes and stuff like that too. But there was one time it got so bad that this one kid who would pick on me all the time brought around his phone. And we live in a world of phones nowadays. It's pretty rough growing up in high school with everyone having social media. And so this kid would just take his phone during every passing period and follow me around the hallways and like harass me and just film me and then upload it to YouTube that night and be like exposing Simon Hurley. He wasn't exposing anything. I was just going from my locker to my next class trying to mind my own business. And that's what I had to deal with. For several days, I asked for it to stop. It didn't. So then had to escalate to the principal's office. We were both called down there, and yeah, things were handled that way. But it was kind of like teachers didn't necessarily know what to do because it was maybe their first time kind of handling something like this, and people figuring out what I was doing online the day before or posting something and then coming to school and talking about it and then harassing me during class. It wasn't really a great time, but I think that if I had any advice to give to anyone who's in that situation or a situation similar, or if you want to share yourself online, there's always going to be people who kind of doubt it, especially until you kind of become successful at what you are doing. You know, at the beginning, there's always going to be people who doubt it and want to make fun of you because maybe that's something that they want to do, but they didn't have the courage to just go for it. So the piece of advice I could give is to just keep doing it. Do what you love, as long as it's not hurting other people. What you love is really important because I graduated out of high school and you're left with what you've done and yourself, and you're not left with all the people who were making fun of you. You don't really know those people anymore. And so it was important for me not to follow what they were saying because it wasn't even going to matter once we graduated, right? You all move on and do your own thing, and this sort of became my job, which I think is really cool. I get to do what I love every single day, but if I had stopped back then because of what people were saying, none of this would be happening. So I really encourage you, stick to what you love, keep those outside voices out, even if they're making fun of you or things like that, and turn to people who truly support you. I had a really close core group of friends that would support me during all of this, and my family as well. So I would kind of look inward to that support system, and I would also go online and film videos for all of you guys and turn to all of you for support as well. So I really thank you, especially if you've been following me since back then. You really lifted my spirits every day, and that is so, so important to me and why I love this community so much. In a time where I maybe was struggling or hurting, I would come and you guys would be sort of the light of my day. So that was really important to me. Once I graduated high school, actually during high school, I started working with a couple companies in the crafting industry and kind of going to trade shows, and my videos online were being discovered a little bit more. And in fact, I attribute a lot of my success in the industry to Scrapbook.com. They were so wonderful since the very beginning of my career, since I was absolutely nobody and just this little 13-year-old kid. They flew me out to Arizona. We've created a lot of different card making classes together. So I highly encourage you, after this SBC Fest is over, to look on their website under the classes section. I think we've done 4 or 5 card making classes together. You can see me when I was 13 years old teaching you how to make cards, but there's some great basics in there, and then you also have some more recent classes of me using my products and really teaching how to use them. But those card making classes are super helpful, and I appreciate Scrapbook.com for believing in me when nobody else did. So they got a special place in my heart. That's why I always love doing these SBC Fests too, because they have been so wonderful to me over the years as well. And then I started working with other companies and going to some trade shows and seeing kind of behind the scenes in the industry. And when I was 16, I actually signed on with Ranger to start my own product line. And I brought them some ideas on kind of a product line that we could create together, and they said yes to it and gave me the role as signature designer. And since then, we've created some really great inks together. We've actually revamped the inks more recently to create some really great foam dye ink pads, which I'll be showing in today's class. Some lunar paste, and expanded on that with a bunch of glitter pastes and things like that. We've really created a lot together that I think is really special, and of course they specialize in just such amazing mediums. What was awesome is that Ranger was really a brand that I fell in love with because I love ink so much, and that's what started my love for card making and the alcohol inks. And then being able to kind of have a full circle moment creating a product line with them was just so amazing, something that I could have never dreamed of. We've innovated a lot on different products and mediums, which is super important. Then I partnered with Spellbinders, I think 2 or 3 years ago now, and we've created some amazing line of dies together. So of course there is coordinating dies, which coordinate with some of my Ranger stamp sets to cut out the images. And then there's also a full line with Spellbinders that I've created that are standalone dies that are absolutely amazing, and embossing folders that are just such amazing detailed designs. And you'll be seeing a lot from Spellbinders in today's class. They helped me make this amazing kit, and I think we did a great job at creating you some great exclusive products in today's kit. Without further ado, that was a little bit more about me. You guys are probably like, all right, Simon, shut up. Let's get into crafting together. So we'll turn on my work surface. I'm going to show you all of the amazing products that come along in your kit in case if you are crafting or you ordered the kit or you're maybe interested in it. And then we'll jump into sharing all of the amazing techniques that I have planned for you today. Inside of this kit, we have some exclusive products like this exclusive embossing folder. This is, let's see, it's a 3 by 8.5 inch embossing folder, and the design is a little bit smaller inside, but it fits inside of small die cutting machines like the Spellbinder Scout, but you can also use it in any larger die cutting machine. This is great because it creates kind of like a half design on your card, so it's almost like a border along one side, which is just beautiful. And check out those like painted florals. I can't wait to emboss this with you and show you how stunning those designs are and how deeply embossed it goes, because this is a 3D embossing folder, so it goes really deep with that design, which is awesome. Now, something that's really special about this embossing folder is it has a die that coordinates along with it, and you'll find the die inside of your butterfly die set. Now, all of your products will come packaged and more beautiful than mine. All of mine are prototypes and samples, so you will have them all in your packaging. But you can find this die along inside of the butterfly die set. And this die will actually cut out the border of your embossing folder. So really unique. It's kind of a cut and emboss design. So of course you could use them without, but I'll show you how to use this in just a little bit, but it's a really unique feature of this embossing folder. Now, with this embossing folder, you also will get an exclusive stencil set. And this has 4 different layers inside of the stencil set that will color in the flowers, the leaves, and all of the stems. So this will be really fun to be able to color in the embossing folder design. All right, next we have an exclusive die set. Like I said, yours will come beautifully packaged. What's awesome about this die set is these are kind of layered painted butterflies. So they almost match the kind of painted design we have going on with the embossing folder here. And each one of these butterflies have 3 different layers to them to create the kind of painted effect. Then you have the little body and antenna of the butterfly, and this goes on both of them. And then you have hello, which is a really great versatile sentiment. Of course, if you want more sentiments throughout today's class, you can jump into your own stash. You probably have a ton, but we wanted to include at least the hello sentiment so you can create some beautiful cards with that. I always find that I'm reaching for a hello sentiment just to check in on people and send thank you cards even, and then you can write whatever you want on the inside. But especially if it's someone you haven't reached out to in a while, a hello is like the perfect sentiment. So that is great, and then it also has a little shadow die behind it too, which I find important with word dies, and that is also an exclusive die set. Now inside of the kit we also have some mediums from Ranger. One of them is a 1 ounce solar spray in the color Pity Party. This is a gorgeous pinkish lavender color, and the really cool part about solar spray is that on white cardstock it doesn't look like a ton, and on black cardstock it really doesn't look like a lot when you look at it straight on, but then when you start tilting it in the light you get that really beautiful colored shine. On white it's a little bit more subtle, but you can see it more than you can see it on camera. In real life you can see more of that kind of pinkish tone. Hopefully you can capture it a little bit there. And then on black you're going to see quite a bit of that color, but that Pity Party tone is so gorgeous. But this is really cool for putting over top of like inks and backgrounds to really bring them to life, but give kind of a subtle shine that doesn't take over the whole card. So we get Pity Party inside of this kit, and then let's talk about the pastes. So inside of the kit, we included 2 pastes. So we wanted to give you them in 1 ounce jars, so we would have the option to give you 2 different colors so you can really try them out. So in case if you've never tried Astro Paste before, in the jar it doesn't look like a ton, but once we start putting it on your projects, you're gonna absolutely fall in love with it. It's got this kind of like milky consistency and look inside of the jar, but once it dries that goes completely clear and you just see a really impactful and mighty shiny glitter, which is amazing. So inside here we have Slippery When Wet, which is this kind of yellowish golden color. And then we also included a new color called Phoenix Feather. This one hasn't come out yet, so it's exclusive to the kit as of now. We'll probably end up releasing it later this year, but we wanted you guys to be the first ones to craft with it and test it out, which is awesome. So this is Phoenix Feather, and as you can see by the label, there's like orange and yellow and red kind of flakes of glitter inside of here. It's really cool. It's like a clear, but it has really cool iridescent shine to it that has a warm glow. So that's why we called it Phoenix Feather, because it's kind of fiery with that shine. So I'll be showing you how to use both of these in today's class. Of course, if you love the Slippery When Wet paste, you can always buy a 2 ounce. We also have tons of other colors of the rainbow that you can buy in a 2 ounce version. And then once the Phoenix Feather comes later this year, you guys will be able to purchase it. But I think that's an amazing kit of products, again with these exclusives, and then you get to try out that Phoenix Feather too. Really awesome. So a huge thanks to both of my teams, and a huge thanks to Scrapbook.com for being able to put this together for all of you guys. So let's put these products away off to the side and let's jump right into creating some cards together. Now before we jump into it, I just want to share what kind of cardstock that I'm using, because Scrapbook.com also made this Stark White Cardstock Surface Sampler Pack available for you guys, which is amazing. So if you haven't tried my Simon Hurley Stark White cardstock, this is the perfect way to do it, because you get it cut in a bunch of different sizes, which is perfect for this class. So you get 2 full sheets of 8.5 by 11, you get card panels, 4 of them, as well as 2 top folding card bases and 2 side folding card bases that come pre-scored and cut for you. So it makes it very easy to put the cards together. And then if you end up loving the Stark White cardstock, we have full sheets available, but also all of these in different packs to make it really easy for you and super accessible to already have things pre-cut and scored for you. So let me show you what makes the Simon Hurley cardstock a little bit different than other cardstocks on the market. So let's jump in with a little bit of Stellar ink in the color Prom Queen, and I'm going to go in with a foam blending tool. Let's start on a different brand of cardstock. So this is just like a big brand of cardstock, like a huge paper mill manufacturer. It's not any crafting company in this industry, but I just wanted to show you what kind of the difference is between buying cheaper cardstocks and then spending a little bit more on cardstock, because the quality really does matter when it comes to blending. And don't worry, I didn't know this when I first started crafting either, and I was just using any old cardstock. In fact, like this was kind of my go-to back then. But then once I learned how the ink takes different on cardstocks and how to get a different result, then I really loved Stark White cardstock after I found it. I just wanted to show you this because sometimes people complain that they're not getting the same look from a card, and this is probably why. It matters with the inks and stuff, but it also matters with the surface you're putting them on. So let's start off by just blending onto the other brand of cardstock. We'll give a nice blend out here. Starts off pretty nice and smooth and applies down quite a bit of color there. I like how that's looking. All right, and then we'll go in with even a little bit more color. I love the Stellar inks because these are foam ink pads, so they really give off tons of ink, so we can really start layering it up here. And you'll see it's layering up the ink and taking it, but it also gives kind of this like shine to the cardstock here. It gives kind of this like shiny effect. And that's because it's not fully sinking in. And then we'll blend once more, and you can see it kind of stops taking the color at some point. Like the color looks pretty similar as the last couple of layers. But I'm gonna set this off to the side to let it dry and sink into the surface of the cardstock, because that is really where things make a drastic difference here. All right, then we'll go in with the stark white cardstock, and I'm gonna go in and doing some blending, just the same as before. So we'll tap it on with our blending tool. Then we'll go in and start our blend. It doesn't really matter how the blend looks, really. I just am kind of going for the intensity of the color is what really matters. I mean, the blend is pretty nice no matter what. But then I'm gonna go in and keep adding color down onto the surface. You can see it gets nice and dark. And then as we continue to add more and more color on the surface, it'll actually get way more intense. You can see we can keep layering that up and get a super dark, rich color every single time. And that's what I love so much about the stark white cardstock, is that rich, intense color after putting the color down. Check that out. The color difference is insane. Now, that's not saying that you can't get a lighter color on the stark white cardstock by just going in a little bit lighter, right? You don't need to layer it up that heavy. But that's the awesome part about the stark white cardstock, is you can layer it up as much as you want and get a beautiful layered effect on the surface, which I think is amazing. Some brands like this cardstock kind of have a coating on top of it. You don't really feel the coating, but it's a little bit smoother than usual. And that really is what kind of doesn't let the ink soak in fully and kind of makes it stop at a certain point, and it stops taking the ink because it has that coating onto it. Whereas the stark white cardstock has absolutely no coating to it. So that's what really makes the difference in taking the ink. And then let's talk too. This one is a lot thinner than the stark white cardstock. This is a 110-pound cardstock, so it's a lot thicker. So I really like it for like card bases and even layering panels when I add a bunch of ink and water. It really makes all the difference. All right, so I let both of these sink into the cardstock and dry a little bit longer, and this is what they look like. So you can see this one almost hazed over a little bit. You get kind of like a chalkier look, and this color stayed the same, really nice, dark, rich color. But like I said, if you're brand new, the stark white cardstock sampler pack might be a great way to try out this cardstock and just see if you like it. And I'll be using this in all of the class because all of the content inside of here is enough, and probably even more than enough cardstock to create a lot of the cards that we're doing today, which will be great. All right, so let's start off the cards. I'm gonna go into the stark white cardstock sampler pack and grab one of the full sheets of that stark white cardstock right out of here. And I'm gonna cut down some cardstock to use for our embossing folder. So I'm just gonna start off by cutting down 3-inch strips. That's going to be perfect. So I'm doing this kind of hot dog style, the long way across. And we'll go in here again, cut out another 3-inch strip. And then let's do it one more time. So you can get about, I think, 3 of these. 3 3-inch strips, and then you'll have a little bit of extra to use for like sentiments and stuff. And then the actual design of the folder is 7 and about 1/8 inch. So I'm just going to chop these down to 7 and 1/8 inches so that they'll fit perfectly into that embossing folder. All right, that's great. So now we have 3 of these pieces and some other scraps we can use off to the side, but these will be great for our embossed designs with that beautiful embossing folder. All right, so let's talk about going in and doing our 3D embossing with this emboss and cut folder. So I'm gonna go in here, and to attach the die inside of this folder, it's pretty easy. So all we're going to do is open up this embossing folder and turn it so that the side with that printed name and label is down facing your work surface. I find that that's the easiest way because there's actually this little etched groove inside of here that will fit that die in there perfectly. It's not on the other side, so it's just right here, again with that printed side facing down towards your desk. Then you're going to grab this edge die. Again, it's going to be in that same die set as your butterflies, so you'll find it right inside of there. And all we're gonna do is line this up with that little edge that's kind of etched into the folder, and it should kind of like lock into place and stop moving once you hit it against that edge of the design. Then we'll go in with some of Scrapbook.com's mint tape. I love this stuff. It is the perfect adhesive that's just not too sticky, so it doesn't rip your cardstock at all. But it'll also be able to hold this die in place really easily. So I'll just go in and tape that down to hold it in place. And I'm just trying not to go over any of the embossed area. If you go over kind of that blade area with the tape though, it doesn't matter because it'll cut through that tape no problem. So that holds that die into place really nicely while we do the rest of our embossing. Now before I do any 3D embossing too, I always like to go in with my cardstock, especially because this cardstock's a little bit thicker. And I like to just lightly mist it down. I'll do it on both sides, just 1 to 2 mists for either side of the cardstock. You don't want it dripping with water, but you just want it a little bit damp so it helps mold to that design of the folder there. Then we're gonna go in and just place our cardstock right in on top of that design, line it up right in that area, and then place down the folder. And that will hold everything into place while we run it through our embossing machine. For this, I'm going to use my Simon Hurley Platinum Scout die cutting machine. This is the black version. I love this one because let's see if we can catch it in the light. The logos are like a glossy black on top of the matte black machine. And I just think that looks so luxe. So I partnered with Spellbinders to create this. I love this machine because you can keep it on your desk so easily, especially if you have a small craft room, but it's also great for going on the go. I've taken this thing to Starbucks, I take it upstairs to watch TV and do my die cutting. It's really easy to bring around. But then I also love it because it doesn't feel like a toy. Sometimes these small die cutting machines can feel like a toy, but this one doesn't. It's nice and substantial, but then also the rollers inside of this machine are metal instead of being plastic. So it's gonna give you the same exact power as you get in a larger platinum machine, just in a much smaller form factor. And these plates are also 3.5 inches wide. So it's a really nice width that's gonna cut most of your large dies right in this machine, which is really great. I find that it fits most of the dies from my collection, which is awesome. And it fits these embossing folders that are thinner and specially designed to fit inside of the Scout. So let's talk about using the plate system that's included inside of this machine. And it's the same plate system that's in the Platinum, it's just a smaller version of it. So if you're using that machine, you'll follow the same steps with it. For this, to do the 3D embossing folder, you're going to take the Platform A base, place that right inside your machine. Then you're going to place in the 3D embossing folder, or in this case, the Emboss and Cut folder. Place that right inside. And then you're going to go in with the D adapter plate. This is going to be the perfect sandwich for 3D embossing folders from Spellbinders. If you're using folders from different companies, definitely check the manufacturer's website. Every folder has a little bit of a different thickness, so this is perfect for this, but it might not work for your other folders. And then we'll go in and easily run this through our die cutting machine to emboss it. And I just hold right on the top of this machine to hold it down, and it holds in place really nicely while you run it right through. Nice and smooth. All right, I'm so excited to show you guys what this design looks like. It's incredible. The team at Spellbinders creates some of the best 3D embossing folders, in my opinion at least. All right, let's open this up. Check that out. I love it. So you get this really beautiful embossed design, and it has like different layers of dimension with those florals. I just love it. And then with that emboss and cut with that die inside of there, you get that edge perfectly cut out for you. And then there's a little bit off at the top here that didn't cut through. So all you need to do is just go in with a scissors of your choice and go in and cut that right out to release it from the die. But check that out, you get that really perfect border around the edge and that gorgeous embossed design throughout. All right, so let's clean everything up, move everything off to the side so we can start coloring our embossing with the stencils. All right, so to do our stenciling, I like to pull out my Ultinu sticky mat to stencil on top of. You could skip this step and just tape it down to your work surface to hold it down, but these sticky mats are a godsend. I love them. So I'm gonna pull mine out. I actually store it in this large Scrapbook.com sleeve. I highly recommend this. It fits perfectly for the Ultinu large photopolymer sticky mat. So I'm going to just place this down on our work surface. The reason I like this Ultinu one is because it has this like grid on the back surface. So it sticks down, but not too much to your work surface, and it'll stick to my glass mat nicely. But then I can also place down on the flat side on top my cardstock, and it holds that perfectly in place. And it's also going to hold my stencils and my inks down in place as we do our stenciling. All right, and then with this stencil set, you'll notice that there's little etchings, and in each corner it's going to say 1, 2, 3, and then 4, so you can follow the order that your stencils are in really easily. And those little etched corner markings are for if you're using a full sheet of cardstock to easily line it up every time, since you won't have the embossed design on it, because you can use these stencils separately too, which I think is awesome. But for this, all we have to do is just line it up with the stenciled or the embossed design, and it lines up really easily. So I'll go in here and just line it up with our design. And then I'm going to place this stencil down into our sticky mat, and that's gonna hold the stencil down nicely in place as well, which is really great while we do our blending. All right, for the colors, I'm just gonna go in here with my Stellar ink in the color Prom Queen, and I'm gonna go in with my Simon Hurley blending brush. These should be back in stock now. They were all the rage and they sold out really quickly, but hopefully they're back in stock now. And these are amazing because they've got nice flat bristles, but the handle is up at the top. So it's easy to really control how much pressure you apply because you're applying the pressure right from the top of the brush, which is awesome. So with these Stellar inks, they're also foam ink pads. So just light taps into this is gonna get you lots of color. And then we'll go on the surface and start our blending really easily across. I'm gonna go in, starting off with a little bit of a lighter hand with this color. You saw how dark the Prom Queen color can get, but I'm gonna start off pretty light with it and just apply the color all over this stencil. And this blending brush is quite large, so it gets really nice coverage really quickly as well. And we're just going to hold our stencil into place. On this side, it's having a harder time gripping down because there's not as much room to do so. So if you want to use a little mint tape to hold it down there, you totally could. And then let's go in with a littler blending brush. For this, I'm gonna go in with the Ultimate Detail blending brushes too. And I'm just gonna add a little bit more shading. So these inks are translucent dye-based inks. So the more color you add on, the darker it's going to get with each layer since they layer on top of each other. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of shading into here. So for this, for the round florals, I'm just gonna add shading coming from the center because that's where it would be like the darkest. And then for the florals that are kind of sideways, almost like a bloom, I'm gonna start from the bottom of the floral and just add a little bit of shading down there. And these little brushes are really great at getting into some of the details and adding that shading in there perfectly. All right, so we'll just go through and add some dimension down with our ink. Now I love doing this with just one ink pad to just show you how versatile it is that you can get a soft color from it by going lighter, but then you can also layer on more ink to get a much darker look. All right, we'll put this ink pad away and then we'll lift off our stencil and check out that color. It beautifully colored in the first layer of our florals. Now I want to point out that inside of this floral stencil, we made the conscious choice to make these inside pieces so that it doesn't color in those inside areas. That way you can use whatever color you want in there. If we made it color the whole flower pink and then the next stencil layered on top, it would then create like an orange if you added yellow on top because they would mix together. But in this case, we're able to then put the centers on and have them be a bright, bold color and not have it mix in with the other color beforehand. So my team was awesome in doing that and making sure you could color in with whatever colors you want to and not be bothered with kind of being able to make sure that it has to blend with the color underneath it. So we'll line this second stencil up just like we did the first one and we'll place it right down. And for this one, like I said, I'm gonna go in with yellow. So I'm gonna use some Shooting Star and then again, another Simon Hurley blending brush. Now I love this mat too because it holds the ink pad into place too. So this is a one-handed motion rather than having it kind of slip and slide all over your glass surface. So this is awesome for that as well. I'll go in with my Simon Hurley blending brush again and just blend in this color really easily across the card. Super great, and I think that yellow is gonna blend together with that pink just perfectly to give us a gorgeous result. All right, I love that, but I want a little bit of shading as well. So I'm gonna put this ink pad away and I'm gonna go into some Stellar ink in the color Guppy. So this is a really nice light orangey yellow color. And I'm just gonna go right into that. I think there's actually a color kind of stained on this from before. Yeah, because that's not what Guppy looks like. So let me go in here. With all my blending brushes, I keep one for each color family. That way you can go in and just wipe off your blending brush before you use it. And I probably should have because there was definitely a much darker orange there, but don't worry, I can just blend that out. So now I can go in with my blending brush again, just blend that out a little bit. And then I'll tap in and just blend a little bit of orange all over the surface. I probably did more than I want in some of these, but no worries. I just want a little bit of shading and dimension to these florals. So be a little bit more careful than I did. Otherwise, we got mostly orange flowers here, but that's totally okay with me. I think it will still look great with that pink color. But if you want more yellow, go in with a smaller blending brush for the detail there. Oh, that still looks really great. I think that blends together with the pink super nicely. All right, I guess it was just a happy accident then. Okay, next we're gonna go in with our third stencil, and again, line it up with the design. Go in here, make sure that it lines up with all of the leaves. All right, that looks perfect. And we'll just place it right down and then place it into that sticky mat to hold it in place here. For this, I'm gonna go in with 4, which is a new Stellar ink color. And I'm gonna go in with, again, another Simon Hurley blending brush for the green and just blend this all out. And just again, go pretty lightly across the surface. And then in some areas, I'll go a little bit darker. Like you can see there, it's just a little bit darker. And just blend it all in. And this stencil just blends in so easily, which is something I love about it. And then if we want to, we can always go in with more color again on our detail blending brush and just like go in from one side of the leaves and add more dimension from one side than the other. That's personal preference. If you don't want to do this and you don't want to add that shading, you don't have to. But sometimes I just think that a little bit of depth and dimension really brings the whole project to life. So just adding a little bit of shading all across the surface really brings these leaves to life. All right, let's see that. Oh, I love that. That looks amazing. And then we have one last stencil, the 4th and final stencil here. We'll add that down just by lining it up with all of the images and then place it down into our sticky mat there. And then we'll just go in with the detail blending brush for this one because you want to just hit the stems in these, and there's also little areas here to kind of shade in some of the leaves, but you don't want to hit the inside pieces of the flowers. So just avoid those as you're doing your blending and go around and blend all of the stem and shading areas for the leaves right into the project. Super easy to do, and it's going to give you a really great result in the end. All right, I almost did it right in the center of that flower. You want to be careful here with the last layer, but we included both of those on the same layer because we didn't want you to have just one stencil with like 4 little tiny dots in it. So it kind of saves you a little bit of money to have both of those layers on just one of the stencils. So then we'll also go in with a little bit of yellow shooting star and our yellow detail blending brush to add just a little bit of yellow right in the center and avoid the green areas that we did because you don't want to blend the green into the yellow. All right, that looks great. Then we'll go in here and lift off our last stencil. And oh my gosh, I'm actually happy that that second layer was more orangey because I think that looks really great. It goes from that pink color to the orange to the yellow to really complete it all off. How cool is that? It looks amazing, and all of that amazing texture and dimension you have too from the embossing underneath is just so cool. Now before we finish things off, I want to go in with that first stencil again. So let's go back in with that first layer, lay it right over top of the pink florals, and I wanted to show you an option to step this layer up. You could totally leave it as is if you want to, but I think this is gonna be really cool. So we'll go in with the solar spray in that pity party color, and you'll notice with the solar spray, there's kind of this white sludge at the bottom of your spray. There's a little mixing bowl in here, and you wanna just go in here and shake it up. If you don't hear the mixing ball right away, sometimes hitting on your hand will kind of get that mixing ball started. It could be like stuck in the bottom there. And just mix this up to make sure that that mica sludge is mixed all around in your spray before you give it any sort of spray. You want to make sure it's all mixed and off of that bottom of the surface. That's all the mica in there. So if you leave the mica on the bottom there when you're spraying it, it might clog. So make sure it's nice and mixed. Then we'll go from a little bit of a distance, maybe like 6 inches to a foot off your project, and we'll just go in and spray this down. And as I spray it, I'm moving my hand as I mist it. So you ready? We're gonna mist across the surface. And if you have any little blobs like that, just spray one more time, and then it'll get it started again. And then we'll just go across and just spray lightly across the whole surface. Now you can go heavier if you want a heavier look of that mica, and if you want it a little bit lighter, just spray less times. But this is gonna give us a really beautiful shine on top of that pink layer. Oh my gosh, as we peel this off, that is gorgeous. Just be careful that it doesn't drip all over the place as you're peeling it off, but check that out. And it's not even dry yet, and it just gives the most incredible shine. That stepped it up. I think this looks amazing. So let me just clean everything off here. We'll go in and just wipe any of that mica spray right off of our stencil to clean it off super easily. And that spray is water reactive, so all you need to do is just mist your area down, and I just go in with a paper towel to wipe it off the surface of whatever you're working on, and it'll come off really nice and easily. So that is great. I'll set that sticky mat off to the side. I'm sure we'll probably end up using it in a little bit, and just wipe off our surface, and it cleans off really easily. Now I like to just heat set this spray, of course, because I'm impatient and I want it to dry a little faster so I can show you guys the intense and amazing result that you get from it. but check that out. That spray really is amazing on top of inks. I love it, and you can see that when you tilt it in the light, you get that like amazing surprise of that pink shine, because when you look at it straight on, you wouldn't know that it's there. It's incredible when you tilt it in the light. I love that. What does Cody always say when he likes something? I think he's like, ba-bam. Right? That's how I feel with this project. I love the solar spray because it's an amazing surprise of that shine on top of your project. So I think you're gonna love putting it on here. So now I'm gonna show you how to create your own kind of colors of cardstock for the butterfly that we create. So I'm gonna use Shooting Star and Guppy in the Stellar ink line, and then I'm gonna use Slippery and Wet in the Simon Hurley Create line. It's the same ink formulation, just a different pad. So this one is a felt pad. It's a little bit firmer, but it still releases ink as well, just not as easily as this. So I'll show you how it works here. So starting off, I'm going to create my own colored cardstock in the Shooting Star color and with these Stellar pads. You gently swipe it and you get like the most amazing saturation of the ink on the surface there. Then I'll do the same thing with Guppy. We'll just lightly swipe it across and get a little bit of color. Now this one might need to be re-inked actually. Kind of how you can tell is when you're like swiping it there and it gets a little bit streaky, you might want to re-ink your Stellar pads. And then when it comes to the Simon Hurley pads with Slippery and Wet, I'm going to just swipe it across the surface here. And these are pads that I've been using for the entirety of my career, and I have rarely re-inked them. So these ones you just have to take a little bit more pressure, a lot more pressure actually, and just go in and kind of go back and forth to create that colored cardstock. But you can still get quite a bit of ink out of there to get your color of cardstock. And these shades of yellow, orange, and mustard will create our beautiful butterfly for today's cards. So I'm gonna go in with this larger butterfly. We'll grab the 3 dies out, and then we'll also grab this centerpiece for that butterfly. And you know what, at the same time, we'll also do the sentiment for the card. All right, so for the butterfly, I'm going to place this right inside. And you can really do this however you want. If you want like the center to be the darkest, you'll do that. Here I'm gonna have the outermost shadow of the body be this Guppy orange color, be kind of the darkest. Then I'm gonna go in with this second die, and I'm gonna actually have this, I think, be the lightest one. And then I'm going to do another little shadow piece for kind of the center piece, and we'll do this in the darker Slippery and Wet color. Then I'll place this right in my die cutting machine, and we will cut all of these pieces right out super easily. I love how smooth this machine cuts all the pieces out. And it still, like I said, has all the power, so it still does an amazing job at die cutting all these pieces out. Okay, we'll pull all these guys out, pop them right out of our dies super easily, and it creates our nice layers. Now let me show you the most pro trick you can get if there's not something coming out. You just throw it down and you get your piece out there. I don't know how recommended that is, but that's what I do to get all my pieces out for the die here. And then that's going to go right in the center. I think that's really cool. You can do kind of the layers however you want, like I said. And then we're going to go in and cut out the center piece of the butterfly as well as the sentiment using some black and a little scrap of our stark white cardstock that we cut earlier. So for the shadow of our sentiment, I'm going to use a little bit of a white cardstock. And then for the inside piece of the sentiment, for the actual word hello, I'm going to use the black cardstock. And then for the antenna of our butterfly, I'm going to go in with a little bit of black as well and run this right through our die cutting machine. That looks great. And then again, we'll go in with our pro method. All right, if our pro method fails us, then we go in with an actual die pick here. And there is little holes in the die for you to actually poke it out. This is Scrapbook.com's little pokey tool. And I think it has a little sticky tool on the end. So you can use it for like sequins and things like that too. And this will just pop that sentiment right out. And it cuts a really fine, detailed little hello sentiment. How awesome is that? Then we'll pop out our little butterfly out too. I'm doing things the professional way now because I have to here. And then there we go, we'll set the dies off to the side and we'll start adhering things together. Now for this butterfly, I want to add just a little bit more shading to it and give it a little bit more dimension because you know me, I can't resist adding more inks to things. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of Slippery and Wet for the outside of this butterfly. And we'll just go in and add a little bit around the border. Just like this, really easy to add just a little bit of ink down, and that way it just brings the solid color and adds a little bit more to it. And then I'll go in right in the center of this guy and add a little bit more shading there too. And like I said, you add more ink on top of the ink and you'll get a darker color, even though it's the same color on the surface there. All right, now I also want to add something to this kind of inside piece of that yellow butterfly. And for this, we'll go in with a little bit of that Slippery and Wet paste. Going to take out this Astro paste here. It has a little kind of white protector on it just to keep this nice and airtight. I would keep this on your jar just to keep it nice and airtight. So just put that in the lid for when we close it. And then I'm going to take a little bit of this paste just right on my finger. A little bit goes a really long way with it. And I'm just going to lightly tap this onto the surface of the center of our butterfly. And that's going to add a ton of sparkle and shine to it. Check this out. And just by using a little bit, you get that shine, but it doesn't take over the color. All right, because if you really layer it up thick, it's going to cover up that color completely and just become glitter, colored glitter here. But now it gives us that gold glitter on top of the yellow, and you can still see both beautifully. It just adds really a lot to your die cut. I love adding that glitter down using the Astro Paste. So we'll put away our Astro Paste here. And to clean off your fingers, you can just wipe them off easily. It cleans off nice and well, and then wipe off with a little bit of water, and it'll be nice and clean. This layer of glitter dries in like seconds because we applied it so thin, but you can also go in with your heat tool if you want to just heat set that. But the awesome part is once that glitter is nice and dry, it doesn't come off on your finger or hand of the recipient either, which is super nice. Because little as you guys know, I'm actually a glitter hater, unless if it stays on the project, then I think it's beautiful. But if it comes off on my hand once it's dry, I'm not a fan. All right, so that's what I love about this Astro Paste, is that once it's dry, it's completely stuck onto your project. So next I'm gonna go in and start adhering this together using the Barely Arts glue. Let's adhere this little butterfly together. So it's really easy to do. You're gonna take this inside piece and adhere it right down onto that outside shadow of the butterfly. And that's just gonna give a little orange shadow around the whole thing. Helps it stand off the project really nicely. Then we'll grab this inside shading piece, and like I said, this piece looks like it was kind of painted to match the florals. I think Spellbinders did a really great job matching this to the background beautifully. We'll just add some glue down to that, and then we'll stick that right down into the center of the butterfly. That looks amazing. And then we'll add the little antenna and body right down with a little bit of glue. And if you need to, grab a tweezers with my big fingers here and just make sure that it's nice and lined up perfectly. All right, that looks amazing. I love how that turned out, and it just adds tons of dimension. You can still see all that sparkle. If you want to, you can add even more sparkle down. Let's go back in and add that down to the top layer too, so you can see it a little bit more. We'll just avoid doing it on top of the black and just add a little bit of sparkle down onto that top piece of yellow as well. All right, that looks amazing once it's all dry, and that sparkle is just so beautiful when you tilt it in the light like that. All right, let's close this guy off, and then let's adhere down this detailed sentiment. We'll add a little bit of that Barely Arts liquid glue all over the sentiment, and then we'll place it right down onto our shadow die. And that, you'll just line it up so that it has an even white border all the way around. I love how that looks along with the butterfly. It's like the perfect size sentiment. Now let's start working on the card base to put everything together. I'm going back into the Stark White cardstock sampler pack, and I'm going to grab out the side folding card base. Like I said, this is already pre-cut and scored for you, so all you need to do is fold it down. With the score lines, you're gonna notice there's one score line that looks like a mountain kind of coming out at you, and one that's inverted. You would think you would fold down the inverted side, right? But you're actually gonna wanna take the side that looks like a mountain and fold that so that's on the inside of the card. For some reason, that makes the fold the cleanest, and then once it's nice and folded down, I'll go in and crease that using my Teflon bone folder. And that finishes off that card base really nicely. But I love these pre-cut card bases because it saves me a ton of time. When I'm card making, I don't have to think about cutting it or scoring it. It's already all done for me. All right, you have two options when putting this together. So you can choose right now. I'm gonna do the latter option just to show you, but I wanna show you both of them so you can kind of choose for yourself, kind of pick your own ending here. So you could completely end it right here. Adhere this down to your card, put down the butterfly, put down the sentiment, and call it a day, right? That's kind of the more minimalistic approach. I like that. I like all the white space that's going on this card. But I think for this card, I'm gonna show you guys how to add color here. So all I'm gonna do, go in with my prom queen. Again, this matches perfectly. So instead of choosing a cardstock that I don't know if it's gonna match perfectly or not, I'm gonna go right in with my prom queen color. And you could go direct to the surface if you want to add lots of ink, but I'm just going to go in with my Simon Hurley blending tool, and I'm just going to go in and blend this down. And what I like about the blending brush is you can start as light as you want, and you can really build up that color. Again, it's all in however much pressure you want to add to the surface, and you get a lot of control by having that handle right at the top. So you really can control how much pressure you're applying down as you apply this color down. And then again, you can stop wherever you want. So like if you like it like that, where it's nice and light, You can totally stop here. I'm gonna go in a little bit more heavy-handed and add a little bit more ink to really make this kind of a bright, hot pink color. I really like how that looks. And just go in with more pressure and more ink and blend it down onto your card. All right, I think that looks good, just the way that it is there. And then again, that we could leave it right there, but again, we're gonna do one more thing. I'm going back in with the solar spray and that pity party color, give it a nice shake to mix that all up, because I now wanna match it to the pink that looks on the flowers with that spray. So I'm just gonna go in here, lightly mist it down onto the surface. That will also kind of create a nice spray pattern on the card with all of that amazing mica that we have going on there. Personally, I'm obsessed with that. So I'm gonna go in and heat set this to help it dry, kind of speed along that drying process again, because I'm impatient, but you could just leave it here. And once that's dry, that just adds that beautiful color down with that hot pink, but then again, it adds so much shine and kind of texture even with all of those little splatters of the spray. I think that's so cool, and it really matches the florals perfectly with that same amount of shine. So again, pick your own ending. Do you want to kind of have that hot pink color with that shine, or do you want to keep it more clean and simple? I'm gonna go in with a little bit of foam tape. I'm using Altenews foam tape, and I'm just going to place it right onto the card here. So in this corner, I want to pop up that floral background and adding it onto the card base, because I don't know how much of this I'm cutting off, so I don't want to add it to the whole thing. I'll just place it down onto the card base here where I know that background is gonna be. Cut off any of the excess, and we'll peel off the backer. And the fun part is this background that we created is bigger than the actual card. So we get to line it up on that card and decide where we want the design. And I think right in the center looks good. And that just gives it a little bit of dimension off the card surface. Then we'll go in here, we'll chop off any of the excess that's hanging off the edge. Perfect. Do the same thing on the bottom side. Right, and then we'll choose where the butterfly goes. I like it kind of hanging over this cut edge. I think that's so cool, kind of design-wise, to have it hanging one on either side. And then I think I'll put the sentiment right below it, right kind of in the center of the card. I think that looks great. So I'm gonna add this butterfly down on just some liquid adhesive right in the center of the butterfly. And that allows the wings to still fly by not adhering those right down. We'll adhere that right down onto the card. And then for the sentiment, again, I'll go in with another piece of foam tape and cut it down nice and small so I can put it right behind the sentiment. All right, and that is perfect because it just adds some great dimension to the sentiment there. All right, and here's a closer look at that finished card. I love everything about this, the way we were able to color in that background easily with the stencils, get all that texture from the embossing folder, and then even down to that cut edge and using some contrast from that pink to really make it stand out. And then finishing it off with that gorgeous butterfly and the paste that we added to really add some sparkle and shine with the paste and the solar spray to finish everything off beautifully. I can't wait to send this card out. All right, for the next card, let's go into that sampler pack and pull out one of the stark white card panels. And we'll place down our sticky mat, and I'm gonna show you a really different way to use the stencil set. So you'll notice there's no embossing on the surface here because you don't need to use it with the embossing folder. You can use the stencils without completely. So we'll go in here with stencil number 1. And to line things up this time, I'm gonna go in and place the etched corner of the stencil right in that top edge. Then I'll go in here and kind of place that etched line right up against that top edge of the card. So that's how we're gonna know how to line things up on our stencil really easily. And then we're just gonna take a little bit of that mint tape and use it along this edge to just mask things off because you don't want any ink coming close to the rest of your project. So a little bit of tape makes it really easy to make sure that doesn't happen. For this, I'm gonna go in with 100% juice, which is this gorgeous purple color in the Stellar ink line. Again, I'm gonna go in with my Simon Hurley blending brush with a really light hand for this first layer because I just want super light purple flowers here. Just go in and blend those in, again, using barely any pressure. That's what I love about this blending tool is you have all the control in the world rather than the handle being off to the side. And just go in and color these florals in. And really light taps into the Stellar ink too, because that foam pad releases the color super easily. Let's peel that right off of the surface there. Awesome. we'll lift that off, and again, you can see that it colored those florals in, but now we're not following kind of any design underneath it with the texture. So then we'll go in with layer number 2. Again, we're going to make sure we have it orientated in the same way with that etched number facing the same direction. And then in the corner, and then line it up with the top edge, and then place it down. And it also should line up with the design too. So if you notice it's just a little bit off, just shift it just a little bit, because this edge could be slightly off. And then we've got it all lined up. Then you'll take your tape, place that right down to hold it in place, and mask off the other side. And then we'll go in here for this next color with a little bit of Prom Queen. Again, starting off nice and light with our blending brush and just going in and blending all of this in super easily. I love the pink color with the purple. And again, because that stencil underneath isn't a full stencil, because it leaves these open, it allows you to do like a pink color on top and not have it blend into that purple color and mix. So I really like that. And lift this right off. I love mint tape too because it doesn't rip your cardstock. So you don't have to worry about it ripping. The worst thing would be if in the middle of your project it ripped your cardstock and you would have to start all over. So I love mint tape because of that. And then we'll go in and peel this stencil right off. I love how that's looking so far. Next we'll go in with our third stencil. Again, line it up with those etched lines. That's why those lines are just so incredibly helpful. And then we'll go in and adhere it down. Right, and then I'm gonna go in and lay our mint tape down to mask off that edge. And for this card, instead of using the 4, I'll go in with a little bit of Later Gator, which is a little bit of a brighter green. I go in again with that blending tool. We'll tap off some of the excess color just to make sure we can kind of get to the original Later Gator color there. And this is just gonna give us more of a cheerful kind of green. It just depends what look you want with your card. I'd say 4 is maybe more realistic leaf green, but I mean, leaves come in all different colors and everything, so totally do whatever color you want to. I love the options you have. And then let's see, if we want to, we can always go in with a little bit more 4 and like blend this in certain areas to make some of it more of like a leafy green and then some of it more of that bright, intense green. So this will give us some variation like you have in nature. All right, I like that. I think that looks great. Having some of that brighter green and then the darker color too. Peel this off, lift it off. Check that out. That is amazing. I love it. Then we'll go in with our 4th and final stencil. And again, follow those same markings. And now you should also be able to kind of line it up with the design now that most of the design is finished. Tape this guy off. And then we'll go in and do a little bit of green again. And this time, again, we want to use our blending brushes, our little ones this time, because you don't want to go in the area where the centers of the flowers are. So just make sure you're avoiding those as you go in and blend in your green. Super easy to do. I love this. And it just adds so much depth and dimension to finish it all off like this. And then for the centers of the flowers, I'm gonna again go in with a little bit of yellow. That's my favorite color for floral centers like this. I think it just brightens them up and finishes them off nicely. Perfect. I like that. All right, then let's lift off that tape for the final reveal here. I think this is gonna be gorgeous. Wow, I love how that looks across the card there like that. But I wanna say we're not completely done right here, okay? I love how this looks, but I want to embellish it a little bit more, just like we did on the last card. So for this, I'm gonna take that sticky mat and move it. I want to just make sure we clean off this stencil so there's no ink residue left on top of it. That's why we did it separately, like this, from the layer of ink that we did. And then I'm gonna bring this stencil right back and line it back up with the layer of ink that we added down. Now you could skip this step if you want to, but this is where that special phoenix feather paste really comes into play. So we'll just tape that down, make sure that the edge is nice and protected. Then we'll go in with this phoenix feather astro paste. This stuff is so special. So we have an astro paste in the line called Frostbite. And that astro paste is kind of a clear glitter. It doesn't really sparkle a ton. It looks more like ice or snow. So we really wanted to go in and create an astro paste that sparkles and has kind of an iridescent quality to it, but still shows ink through it. So Phoenix Feather is clear, but it has kind of a warm sparkle to it. So it's gonna go really well along with our warm tones underneath it, but then you're still gonna be able to see that pink underneath, which is awesome. Now we also, spoiler alert, might have another clear paste, but it has more cool tones to it. So I love that you get the option to choose, but in this kit we included Phoenix Feather. Like I said, this is the first time anyone is using this paste, so I hope you guys love it. It is the world debut of Phoenix Feather at SBC Fest, which I think is so cool. So we'll just take a little bit of this onto our palette knife. This is the palette knife from my Simon Hurley paste tool set, and I'll just go in and easily scrape this over top of our stencil. And I'm just holding it down kind of around the stencil as I go down and apply this paste right over the design. It's really easy to do and get a nice smooth effect. And now it's gonna cover it up right away and it's not gonna look clear. So you might kind of freak out, but don't freak too much, because once this dries, it will become that pink color that's underneath it. Now it might tint your paste a little bit pink. So if you have a little bit of a tinted paste, you can always kind of spread it off to the side on a piece of scrap cardstock and then use that for like die cutting a sentiment out of. You can get like a pink sparkly die cut sentiment, then I think that would be kind of cool. In fact, we might use this for the card. I think that's kind of fun. So we'll set that off to the side to let it dry, but you don't want to put any of the paste, if it's tinted, back into your jar, because it'll kind of pick up some of the ink since it's water reactive. So that's why I only went in with a little bit at first. You can always grab more if you want to, but don't waste a ton of paste by putting a ton down onto the background right away. Okay, we'll seal off the jar. We will wipe off any of the excess on our tools off to the side, and then I'll lift that mint tape off of our stencil. We'll go in here and peel that off as well. Oh no, I got green on the side. I think I might have fingerprinted that. Well, I'll show you how to fix that. If you didn't get green on the side, you could always just leave it like this and just leave this on the card, but I might have to cut this out, but we'll figure that out once we cross that bridge. There's no mistakes, just happy accidents. It might turn into even a cooler card now. All right, then I'll go in and spray this down, and we'll go in and just clean off our sticky mat really easily. And then you just want to clean off any tools or stencils that you used with that Astro paste and do it while that's still wet. Otherwise you'll have glitter on your stencil forever. So it's nice to just clean it off while it's all still wet on your project. Like I said, I'm impatient, so I'm going with my heat tool here, and I'm just going to heat set that Astro paste so we can keep moving on to the next steps. Astro paste is heat stable. You just want to keep the heat tool moving as you heat it to make sure that you're not going to like bubble or boil the paste too much. But this helps it dry really nicely so we can keep moving on to the next steps of our project. How fun is that? So once it's completely dry, you get to see through to that pink color totally underneath. And then when you tilt it in the light, you get that insane sparkle that is kind of like the red and orange inside of there. It is really cool and iridescent. And like I said, once it's on there, it's stuck on the project. It's not coming off on your hand, which is incredible, but it just adds some great texture to your project too. There's not much I can do about the fingerprint that I had in the card, so we are changing directions here, but if you wanted to just leave it on the white cardstock, you totally could. But I actually want to show you that you can take the die that's included inside of the kit for that cut, and you can actually line it up on this design. If I can find out where it cut, there we go, right there. It actually lines up with the design even if you didn't use the embossing folder. So you can always go in after the fact and just line it up pretty much right with the edge of the design there. So line it up directly along that edge. Then we'll go in with a bit of mint tape, and that will just hold it in place nicely while we run it through our die cutting machine to die cut this out. And that'll give it that really cool shaped edge, and we didn't have to emboss it or put it in the embossing folder to achieve that look. All right, so we'll place this right into our Platinum Scout machine. Perfect, and like I said, it can cut pretty wide, which is great. And then we'll run this right through the machine to die cut out that edge. Perfect. And I like to show you this because it's going to show you that you can use the products all separately too, so you don't have to just stick to using it with the embossing folder. It cuts out perfectly. That looks great, and it goes right along that edge and gives you that dimensional look. I love it. All right, then we'll go in with our paper trimmer, and we'll also cut this side down as well, just right along that edge to give a nice finished look. And then for this card, I'm gonna go in with one of the tap folding, pre-cut and scored card bases inside of our Stark White cardstock kit. Again, fold with the kind of mountain fold towards you on the inside of the card there. We'll crease this down with our bone folder. really nice and easily to create our card. And then again, I'm gonna add some foam tape down onto this just to pop it off of our project and give it some great dimension. And I think I'm just gonna add this right down to the white card base and not do anything to it. I think that white on white is gonna look great, and it'll give you another option because that last card that we did was really bold against the surface. So this will be a little bit more white space. So I'm going to start at the top of the cardstock, especially with a fold right at the top. You want to start at the top of the card to make sure everything's nicely aligned with the corner and the edge there. And then once it's aligned with that top edge, it should line up all the way down the card perfectly. And then you can place it down and adhere it onto the card. That way anything hanging over the edge of the card can be cut off at the bottom. So that's why I start at the top, because you can't cut off the top fold, of course. All right, that's perfect. I just like to go in here with a little guillotine trimmer and clean up that edge. This is looking great so far. Now let's create the butterflies to finish it all off. All right, so we'll grab out the other butterfly dies as well, because we'll be using both for this card. And to create these butterflies, I'll just grab out another piece of that stark white cardstock. I'm gonna cut this right in half so I can do 2 different variations of the butterfly. And for this technique, I just wanna show you how you can get these different layers without applying the ink directly to the cardstock, because this might be easier with the blending tool. So I wanna show you, we can go in here and create a much lighter version by going in and just doing a lighter blend on the surface of the cardstock. That's gonna give you much lighter color. And here you have a lot more control than just applying the ink directly to the surface of the cardstock. And then again, if you want to go in and do like a darker version of the color, you could just go direct to surface and get that look. Perfect. So there is the pink prom queen color. That's the nice light and dark. And then let's do the purple one the exact same way. So I'm going to use 100% juice. I love this because we can use some of the colors we've already used on the card by doing this rather than going in with a sheet of cardstock. So again, start off by blending really light at the top with my Simon Hurley blending brush. Just go in on that surface and create a nice smooth blend of color. I think that looks great. And then we'll go in again. You could do darker if you want with the blending brush, but if you just want a really saturated, rich color right away, going right to the surface of the cardstock will give you that. And if you can swipe it like that perfectly, you know that it's really nicely inked. I've been using this prom queen color a lot, so that's why it was a little bit streakier. You might want to re-ink that. These tend to need a little bit more ink, especially if you're doing direct to surface cardstock swiping like this. You'll want to re-ink them a little bit more often, but these look great. All right, now for this, I also want to use the Astro Paste again. So in that Phoenix feather color, we're going to go right into here and grab a little bit onto our finger. You could use it on like a sponge or like a paintbrush or blending tool, but I like my finger just because you have to clean off all those other tools and you could kind of ruin them by doing that. So I like just kind of applying it on my finger here like this, or you could use the palette knife if you want a thicker look, but I just want a thin application that's gonna dry pretty quickly and to just get a nice even coverage across that surface to give me all of that amazing shimmer and sparkle in those yellow tones right on top of our cardstocks that we created. So it's almost like you're creating your own glitter cardstock, but you get any color you want with whatever color underneath. So it gives you a ton of freedom to choose whatever color that you want. Whereas if you have like a glitter cardstock, you're stuck with just one tone of glitter on top of the surface. Here you get the tone underneath, and then you get whatever color of glitter that you choose to put on top of it, which I think is so cool about Astro Paste. And then again, with these being so thin, it only takes a couple minutes to dry. I'm just gonna heat up this so we can keep moving on with our projects. But once it's completely dry, it's gonna go clear so you can see that purple underneath, but then it's still got all of that intense sparkle. So look at it straight on, you think that it's just purple, and then you see that tilted in the light and you get that gorgeous Phoenix feather shimmer with all of that amazing kind of yellowy, iridescent glitter that's inside of there. I think it's so cool. I love that. All right, so let's get into die cutting these butterflies out. For the outermost piece of the butterfly, that's kind of that shadow layer, I'm gonna go into the piece of vellum. This is a little bit different, but this is gonna kind of act as a little bit of like a shadow around it and kind of diffuse out some of the design in the background to really help you focus on the butterflies. So that's a little trick that I like to do with some of these outside shadow layers, just like these. So I'll just lay these right down on that piece of vellum to cut them out. And then again, I'll do a little bit of black cardstock for that body of the butterfly and cut that right out super easily. And so here you can see that that gives you kind of a nice shadow layer that's gonna block out some of the color that's underneath it, some of that busyness. All right, we'll go in then with these pieces of cardstock that we blended and created. And for these, we have the slightly inner layer of the butterfly, and this is going to be out of the lighter colors. And then for the very inner layer of the butterflies, we'll match these guys up onto those sparkly pieces that we've cut out of the Astro paste. And we'll run those right through to die cut those guys out too. I think this is gonna be so gorgeous with all these colors and that sparkle from the Astro paste. It's just gorgeous. That Phoenix feather color is so cool and unique. And again, should we use our really pro method here? We'll go in and, oh, come on, come on. It's because the camera's on. Sometimes I do this and then a die goes flying across my craft room. So it probably is better to use my pokey tool here. I'm being humbled. So there we have that really great shimmery piece for the inside of that purple butterfly. And then we'll do the same thing for this pink one. That is gorgeous. I love it. And let's figure out the sentiment and the second body. So we need one more body for that butterfly. We'll go back in with the black cardstock and that die to cut it out. And then let's do the sentiment out of this. I told you guys we would use this earlier. Let's make sure that it's nice and dry. So this was just that scrap piece that I wiped off earlier. But again, it's a similar technique to what we did with the butterflies where there's ink underneath and we put on that Phoenix feather on top. And I love that there's like spray underneath too. It gives it a really cool effect. So I'll just rip this right off. We'll put this right into our die cutting machine. That was a very professional way of doing it, of course. And so that's gonna be the shadow for the sentiment, and then the actual sentiment I'll cut out of white cardstock. So there we go. We used our scrap as well that we created a little bit earlier with our paste. Told you that wouldn't go to waste. You can use it all, and we'll run it right through. All right, now let's get to putting all of these together. Again, we'll go in with our Barely Arts liquid glue. We're gonna start off with our little vellum piece. That's gonna go in the background there. I'm gonna add some glue down onto it, but I'm just gonna add glue mainly to the center because I want you to be able to kind of flap the wings out a little bit and give it some dimension. Oh, I added a little too much glue to the center there. We'll swipe a little bit of that upward and then add it right down. I love how that looks. Adds lots of dimension to that butterfly. And like I said, that little vellum piece is gonna make it really stand out against the design on there. All right, then we'll go in with our next piece. This has all of that Phoenix feather paste on top of the ink there. I think it's just gorgeous. And adhere that right down to the center of the butterfly. And then we'll go in and adhere the body right down as well. All right, that looks incredible. I love how it turned out with that Phoenix feather paste on the ink. It just really brings the butterfly to life. I'm obsessed. Okay, let's do the same thing on this one. Add some glue down to the center on that vellum. That's gonna give you that really great shaded layer. And then we'll add some adhesive down onto this Phoenix feather layer. Just glue that right down onto the butterfly. Add the little body right to the center. And that really brings it to life. Amazing. Wow. I love, love, love these guys. So cool and so sparkly. And we'll just go in here with a little bit of liquid adhesive on the back of our stark white cardstock and add that right down onto the sentiment. And I love the sparkle that that has too. I think it looks awesome. All right, for these guys, I want some dimension. So I'm just gonna take little pieces of this foam tape, just little squares, and I'm going to put those right in the center of the butterfly. So this is similar to how we adhered it before with just adhesive right in the center, but that's gonna make it so that it can kind of pop the wings off the card. I'm gonna adhere one kind of going off the background like this. I think that's really beautiful. And then we'll put another foam dot right behind the pink one. We'll make this one kind of flying the other direction on the background. I think it's fun when you have kind of a border or background like this to put some of it on, some of it off. It really helps the design kind of flow. And then adhere it right down, kind of in the center at the bottom of our card. I love that. So what a fun and playful card. I loved showing you guys how to use that stencil set along with the die, but without the embossing folder, so you can really get an amazing look from it. One thing that I think is super cool about that stencil set too, is if you want to, you could take it and stencil it on one side, rotate it and stencil it along the other side too, so it doesn't just need to be a border. You can make a full background with it, which I think is so fun. And then of course, putting that Phoenix Feather Astro paste through the stencil and finishing off the butterflies with it to give it all of that amazing shine on top of the ink really brought the whole card to life. And of course, you guys were the first ones to be able to use that Phoenix Feather Astro paste. I hope you loved it. Kind of that world debut here at SBC Fest. Important things are happening here. And that was a ton of fun to be able to introduce you guys to that and show you it. And of course, it'll be available later this year in case you run out anytime soon because you're going to be using it on a lot of your cards. I just love this card, and I think that glitter will put a smile on anyone's face. And of course, it won't rub off either. So I think that's amazing. All right, friends, let's jump into our last card. So I'm going to use that embossing folder again, the painted blooms, and the die. So I'll just, again, line this up right inside of here by placing the side with the printing face down, and then be sure to line up the die right inside and use some mint tape to hold it in place while we run it through our die cutting machine. And then for this, we'll grab one of the pieces of cardstock that we've already cut from our stock white cardstock, and I'm going to, again, mist this down once or twice on either side just to get it nice and moist so I can kind of wet it down so that it'll mold to the design. Then I'm going to place this right down into the folder, line it up with the design there, and place it right down. All right, then again, for embossing folders, we're gonna take out all of the plates and just do the A platform base. Next, we'll do the 3D embossing folder. And lastly, we'll put in the D adapter plate on top and run it through to emboss and cut this design perfectly. And then once we pull this out of here, it's fully embossed. And again, you might just need to gently cut the top and bottom to release it. And then you'll have that perfectly cut border as well. How awesome is that? That always amazes me every single time. All right, now for this background, I want to keep it really simple because I want the butterflies on the card to really stand out and have tons of color. I would say the butterflies on the last card and the florals were pretty equal in how much color they had, whereas here I really want to make the butterflies stand out and for this to really stay in the background. So to make that happen, I'm going to use the coordinating stencils, but instead of adding ink through them, I'm going to add a little bit of our solar spray and really show you how amazing the solar spray can be just on white cardstock. So I'll lay this down and make sure to line up the stencil with the design perfectly. I'm not using a sticky mat or anything because this just needs to kind of stay in place while we spray it. Then again, we're going to want to shake up the Pity Party solar spray to mix in that mica. And once it's mixed in, you're good to go and start your spraying. And I'm just going to, like we did earlier, kind of spray it across the surface. And again, keep the sprayer moving as we spray it. All right, then we'll lift that right off. That's awesome. This is already looking amazing. Now, of course, you could use some of this excess on another project, but I'm just gonna wipe it up for the sake of today's demo. But you could have like an extra sheet of cardstock on the side and kind of pick that up with the cardstock. That would look awesome. Then I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna skip stencil number 2 actually, so you can kind of choose which ones you want to use here. And I'm gonna go in with stencil number 4. So this is gonna make it so that like the middle flower is skipped and doesn't have any spray on it. And then this last floral will have some spray as well as some of the kind of vines and leaves. So again, I'll just go in and lightly mist it all over the background. And we'll lift this right off. I'm loving that. And then lastly, I'm gonna go in with stencil number 3. So I just skipped stencil number 2, and I'm just going to lay this right down onto those leaves and then spray it one more time and kind of just evenly spray across the background. All right, we'll lift that off. And then again, we'll lift up this background and just wipe off our glass mat or craft sheet that we're using to clean up our surface. Now, this is probably not looking like much at all to you, but in person, if you guys are doing this, you'll see the color and shine a lot more than you do on my camera. I'm gonna actually go in and heat set this so it intensifies just a little bit, but that spray will dry pretty quickly. Again, I'm just a little bit impatient and want to show you guys how amazing this shine is. So once that's nice and dry, you guys can see that straight away looking down on the card, you really can't tell anything's on the surface at all. You can definitely tell it's on my nail there though, it's super shiny. But then once you tilt it in the light, you get that beautiful color and shine. I think you can catch it a little bit there, but in person, you can really see that pink shine. It is still very subtle, but that's what I like about it. I want this to kind of be in the background and just be a subtle surprise. Because the texture is already there, I want just a tiny bit of color to really add to the background. Now let's make the butterfly stand out. And I'm gonna show you a different way to use the butterfly die as well to get creative with it and get a different look. So to work on these butterflies, I'm just going to go into our stark white cardstock kit and I'm going to grab one of the card panels from outside of here. And I'll just trim this down because we don't need the whole piece. Now to use these butterflies, I'm gonna go in with some 4-inch mint tape. So I'll just peel off a little bit of this mint tape. I think that should be about good. And we're gonna use this to create masks for our card project. So I'm just going to go into our Platinum Scout machine and I'm going to place down the mint tape right onto our cutting mat here. And then I'm going to go in with our dies and cut these out kind of as stencils. So this will act as a stencil for our project here. I'm using the middle dies. So there are these outermost shadow dies. I'm not going to use those for this. I'm using these kind of middle dies, and I'm going to die cut those out of the 4-inch mint tape. You'll see where I'm going with this in just a second. So we'll run that through our Scout die cutting machine to easily cut them out. Now this 4-inch mint tape is one of my favorite ways to create masks instead of using masking paper, mainly because you actually get so much on this roll, and again, it doesn't rip your cardstock. It acts as the perfect mask, but it's a little bit more cost effective because there's so much on that roll. So then we'll go into here, and I'm going to lift those off, and I'm going to carefully peel off our 4-inch mint tape. I don't want to rip anything. I'm just going to gently peel back to reveal these great butterfly stencils. And now you also get these little pieces, which are great masks, and you could use these and place them down in a project and then blend around them, and you'll get a really cool effect with these as well, so definitely keep them. All right, so then we're gonna take our 4-inch mint tape and place it right down onto our stark white cardstock and just kind of burnish this in place to hold down that stencil for the time being while we do our blending. I'll do the same thing with the small butterfly to adhere it down into place. And then we'll go in and do some ink blending on these. So I'm gonna stick with similar colors to what I've been using, just so that if you guys are following along at home, you don't need to have a million different ink colors. So I'm using Prom Queen from the Stellar ink line, and I'm gonna go in with one of these detail blending brushes, and I'm just going to blend a little bit of that Prom Queen down at the bottom on the top of this butterfly. And I'm gonna do it nice and dark and intense to get really bold colors. Like I said, I want these to stand out against this background and really have these be the star of the show. And then for this top butterfly, I'm gonna blend it at the bottom with that pink color and kind of fade it out into white in the middle there. Then for the top butterfly, I'm gonna go in using Shooting Star Stellar ink, and again, this little blending brush, and I'm going to blend that Shooting Star color down into Prom Queen, and where those meet, it's gonna create a really nice orange color in between, which I think looks gorgeous. And then for this butterfly at the bottom, I'm going in with 100% juice and a little blending brush, and I'm going to blend that up going into Prom Queen. And that's going to create a really beautiful blend as well. I love that. All right, now let's lift these stencils right off the surface, and you can see you get a really beautiful look, and you could probably use this several times before you need to discard it, because it's still gonna be nice and sticky, but again, it's not ripping your cardstock. And just be careful to not rip the stencil if you want to reuse it again. But check that out. You get really crisp, clean lines when using those as stencils. I think that's gorgeous and such solid, beautiful color that we blended down there. Then I'm gonna go in with the outermost shadow dies, and I'm just going to line these up around the image. You see that's gonna line up perfectly with a nice white border around the image, which is great. And then I'll go in with a little bit of mint tape to hold these dies down in place while we run them through our die cutting machine. And same thing for this one, I'm gonna use the outermost die, line it up perfectly with a little bit of a white border around it, and then again, a little bit of mint tape to hold it while we die cut. All right, perfect. We'll place that in our Platinum Scout and run this right through. So now you can see why I used those middle dies first, because that outermost die fits perfectly around these to cut them out like a coordinating die set would have. And then, as we pull these guys out, we can pop them out and check that out. It cuts them out perfectly. I love that. All right, now I've got one more thing to do here. We're going to take these innermost pieces and once again grab one more piece of that 4-inch mint tape. We don't need a lot of it. Just a little piece will do. I'm going to, again, place this right down inside of our die cutting machine. And then I'm going to place down the centermost pieces that look like they're kind of painted and cut out another stencil with these two and run that right through the die cutting machine. And we'll lift this off. And now I'm gonna do some stenciling with these innermost pieces to add even more detail to the butterflies. So we'll lift off that stencil. Again, you have those masks you can use if you want to, but then we have this really detailed stencil. For this, I'm gonna bring back in that sticky mat just so we can hold down our butterflies as we work on them. I don't want them kind of slipping and sliding all over our surface as I work on these guys. And then I'm going to just take these stencils, kind of line them up in the center of that project. When you put it down almost touching the surface, you can kind of see through it, and that's gonna help you line it up perfectly. So get your head above it, and just make sure you can line that up straight over top of the butterfly. I'm not doing the bottom one at the same time because I didn't line them up perfectly to be like that. And then for this one, I'm gonna go in with the Astro Paste in that Phoenix Feather color, which is gonna look just so gorgeous on top of this. And you could do a thicker layer with the palette knife, but here I'm gonna keep the layer pretty thin and just again, do it with my finger. So I'm just going to grab a little bit of that paste out of the jar, and I'm just going to lightly tap it through that stencil to cover the whole design. So we'll lift that stencil off. That is looking amazing already. I'm gonna move this out of the way just so I don't get any paste on it or touch the tape to it accidentally. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this bottom butterfly, kind of holding it above the design until I see that it's perfectly lined up, and then giving it a lot of pressure to make sure that it's held down nicely. And then again, we'll go in with our finger, take a little bit of that paste and kind of blot it onto the surface to get that Phoenix Feather Astro Paste all through the stencil. And that is just stunning. I'm telling you, that mint tape gives such a crisp line too. It does really well for stencils and creating masks. I love it for that. All right, we'll close this off. We'll clean off our fingers here. And then let's finish off these butterflies and create our sentiment. So we'll go in with our black cardstock and cut out the bodies of the butterfly. We're gonna need 2 of these. I'm also gonna cut the shadow of the hello out of the black cardstock so it'll stand out against the white. And then I'll use one of the scraps of the stark white cardstock to cut out the actual hello sentiment. And then we'll run this right through our die cutting machine. And once these butterflies are all dry, let's spend a little time putting them together. So these ones are gonna be pretty easy because everything is kind of already done with all the layers. We just need to add the centers to the butterflies. So we'll just use a little bit of liquid glue and adhere them right down in the center. And they still fit on just perfectly. So then we'll add glue to this one as well and add that down. So nothing really changed with the layers that we did. We just cut them out of masks or stencils and kind of stenciled up the layers instead of die cutting them all. And that creates these gorgeous looking butterflies. And then when you tilt it in the light, you get all of that great shine from the second layer. Super fun. And then for the sentiment, we'll take the white hello sentiment, add a little bit of liquid glue onto the back of it, and then glue that right down onto the shadow die. And that's going to really stand out nicely against the white cardstock. That's why I love when we include those shadow dies for sentiments like this. Makes them stand out really nicely. All right, then let's put this card together. I'm gonna go in with another one of the side folding card bases from the stark white cardstock kit. I'll fold with that kind of mountain fold facing upward and crease that down and then score it nicely with our bone folder. There we have our perfect card base. And then for this background, I'm just going to adhere this one flat onto the card. Like I said, I really want the focal point to actually just be the butterflies. So we're really making everything else kind of blend into the actual card background a little bit more this time. And I'm going to decide where I want this I'll just go right into the center again and just line that up with the crease of our side folding card and then lay everything down nicely. And then again, just go in and trim off the top and bottom edges to make them nice and flush with the actual card. All right, that's looking amazing so far. I really love how impactful just the dimension is, but then you also bring in the fact that it's got that great shine to it once you tilt it in the light, which is kind of a surprise, and it's so stunning. To make the butterflies stand out, I'm just gonna go in with a little bit of foam tape right in the center on the back again, and then I'll kind of plan out where I want them on our card. I think I'm gonna do a similar layout to how I had the last one, and then place them right down to pop them up off of the card and make them stand out nicely. All right, that looks great. And then last but not least, we'll add some foam tape down to the sentiment to make that stand out off of the card as well, and adhere that front and center right at the bottom of the card here. I kind of place it down lightly until I know that it's perfect, and then I'll go in and place it down to cement it into place. And there's our finished card. Another rendition on how to use all of those products, but in different ways. So with the background, using those stencils to kind of color it in with spray, which is a lot different and gives you a much more subtle but still stunning and shimmery effect. It really allows the embossing folder to stay as part of the background and make these butterflies stand out. And then using the butterflies with the 4-inch mint tape to really give a super cool masked effect, and using that Phoenix Feather paste to finish it off. And I think that adds so much shine and makes those butterflies look gorgeous. All right, everyone, thank you so much for sitting down and crafting with me and joining me to create these two cards together and really experimenting with a bunch of different techniques. Of course, you have using the emboss and cut, which I think is such an amazing folder design, and including those stencils too, colors it together beautifully. And then going in with sprays and pastes to really enhance the backgrounds and also the butterflies, really bring your projects to life. And I hope you got a closer look at the solar spray and the astro pastes too, how you can use your finger with some of those products and layer it over top of inks to get some really amazing depth and dimension. I would love to see what you all created during today's class, so be sure to add your photos of your projects to the Scrapbook.com gallery. There's a whole section where you can upload your cards, tag them with my name, share them on Instagram and social media too, and be sure to tag me because I can't wait to see all the amazing things you made during class today. Again, if you didn't get the card making kit and you're interested now that class is all over, of course you can keep watching this over and over at any time, and be sure to grab those supplies and grab the Stark White cardstock kit as well. I think that sampler pack is amazing to be able to try everything and see if you love the cardstock as much as I do. All right, now is my time to stop yapping and wrap it up, but I hope you guys have tons of fun crafting or watching SBC Fest. All right, bye guys.
What a way to end the day.
I know. Wonderful, Simon.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So many more techniques to learn and absorb and sponge in. We're just sponging it today, you guys.
Yeah, I call us SpongeBob.
SpongeBob, yes. I feel like our whole bodies are sponges. Like we're just getting so much information, education, and techniques. So thank you so much, Simon. I loved Simon's kit. Oh my goodness.
I know.
So many things in it. The 3D embossing, stencils, dyes, all the good stuff.
The spray.
The paste, the sprays.
And all of that was only available at Scrapbook.com, like that 3D
I
embossing
know.
cut. So it was the embossing folder and the edge that cut it out.
Yes,
Yeah.
really cool combo. And then if you did his add-on with his paper for his
yes.
cards, that's another great thing. Love his paper. So let's just jump right into it,
Yeah.
Cody. I just want to first off start by saying I really appreciate him sharing his story with us. He really attributes to his start at Scrapbook.com, and we just feel so honored and grateful to know Simon and to work with him. And he is an amazing person, even behind closed doors. He's such a sweet, humble person, and we just love working with him. So for him to say that too is just an honor. We feel like we are part of his story because we've been with him for so long, and
Since he was a wee lad.
since he's a wee lad.
Yeah.
But we just are so grateful for him. So thank you, Simon. We loved hearing your story.
Yes. of
Definitely.
course. And seeing how he's grown. And I mean,
Yes.
those techniques that we learned today were amazing.
Yes.
One of my favorites was using the 4-inch mint tape to make his own stencil.
Yes.
And the ink blended those butterflies and
Yeah.
then die cut them.
Very
so good.
cool. Very cool. And I love his shake, shake, shake with the solar spray. You gotta shake it
Yes.
up, right?
Just like Julianne taught us with with the spritz, same with the solar spray.
Shake
You have
it.
to shake them.
Shake them really, really good because they've got those sparkles at the bottom.
Yep.
You want to get those all in there. I loved how he put the pretty shimmers on the ends of the flower. That was
Yes.
really cool with paste and stuff. The
Yeah.
gold glitter astro paste on the butterfly.
So good. Yes.
Dead. So pretty.
All those pastes and Phoenix Feather was first available here in his SBC Fest kit. Like you couldn't get that anywhere else.
No, you gotta say that more excited.
Yeah, no, I'm excited.
It was here first. We love that. Yes, that's awesome.
That's why you have to tune into SBC Fest.
Yes, because you never know. We might surprise you with something fun like that.
Yeah.
And then I love how he did the right side with Prom Queen and then sprayed the splatter on top of it. He said you could just leave it as
Yes.
that, but then he sprayed it. That color was
So good.
so rich, so beautiful, and just popped.
Yes, it
Yeah.
really elevated the card and just took it to the next level.
It really, really did, Cody. I agree.
And I just loved seeing how he used his new inks, the Stellar inks, and made his own like custom cardstock, and he was just swiping 100% juice and all the other colors, and
Yeah, I agree.
it was awesome.
I think it's fun that we got a 3D embossing folder too in this kit, which is
Yes.
great, something a little bit different and new. And then just all of the techniques. Simon's amazing. We know every time he's going to teach with us that it's going to be mind-blowing. And so again, we are just so grateful. That one of the cards, my favorite card was the white on white with the pop of the butterflies. So pretty.
Yes,
So pretty. Just, I love when something's white and then that color, that rich color of his just pops on that.
Yes.
So really fun.
So good.
So sad that we're at this point though, that we're at the end.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm so sad too, but I'm like, but we have something really exciting.
Oh, okay.
So we have a giveaway, and the giveaway is this, the Cherry Blossom Switch Machine with Scrapbook.com's logo on it.
Yay!
So,
oh my gosh, someone's winning that?
someone is winning this.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. How does somebody win the Switch Machine? That's a big giveaway.
Oh, it is.
Huge.
Yeah.
Wait. What are they getting with it? Should we throw a magic mat in there?
Let's do it.
Let's throw a magic mat. We'll do one of the magic mat pluses.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Awesome.
Okay. That makes it even more special.
Yes, you'll get both.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so let us know just a technique or something that you picked up today. We'd love to hear in the live chat.
Yes, put it in the chat. Let's see it, and then we will choose a winner in just a minute. So get your answers in.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to start with wrapping up from today. I'm still swimming in it. I'm still absorbing it. And I feel like I just need to go back and rewatch every class again so that I can just really sit down and create.
Yes, agreed.
Right?
Same.
Right.
That's what I'll be doing all weekend.
I know.
Just
Thank
watching.
goodness you can rewind and rewatch. So if you have that question and you're wondering if you can watch it again, yes, you can. We went live with all of you, but you can rewatch it.
Yes. And so speaking of going live, if you missed our announcement at the very beginning, we want to let you know that we will be live on Wednesdays now too. So now Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we will be live.
And let's give them a little peek of what we're going to be doing on Wednesdays. We're going to be playing with products, which is really exciting because you asked for it, so we're going to give it to you. So some of the products that we show you on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and maybe even some surprise things, we're going to sit and play.
Yeah. So I'm super excited.
I'm excited too.
I love to play, get crafty, use the techniques that we learned from today, you know.
And I love mostly just laughing with all of you because we have such a good time, and the craft monsters will come out, but we're going to have fun.
Yes.
We are going to have fun.
And who knows what's going to come out on Wednesdays? I mean, because from the Tuesday and Thursday lives, we've gotten things like the llama, the craft monster, cola.
Cola, you guys all call us cola. We love that. That's so
Yes.
sweet. That's so cool.
So we're excited to see what Wednesdays have in store.
Yes, we're going to have fun with our community and our friends, and I cannot wait. So make sure you join us Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays now. And Mondays we have our premieres. So don't miss the premieres on Monday. Lots of talented people. And then Fridays, who knows? We'll see what comes in the future.
Yeah.
We will see. You might just have us every day of the week.
Yeah.
We shall see. All right. Ready?
I will say, before we pick the winner, we do also want to let you know that you can use the coupon code FESTIVE this weekend to save on your purchase. And then don't forget to get your free mini Artiste glue and check out all of the deals that we have going on right now at scrapbook.com/coupons. I mean, we're going all out for SBC Fest.
The coupon code alone is massive.
Yes.
It's huge. So make sure you're using that coupon code when you check out for sure.
Yeah, because you'll save on top of those deals.
On the deals already.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And get caught up with all of your tools and things that you need because we restocked up for everyone because we want you all to be prepared to be able to craft and play along with us. So
yes.
Take advantage of it.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, we're going to choose the winner right now for the Switch Machine, and the Scrapbook.com will tag it to the top of the chat.
Yes.
So ready, set, go! Congratulations to the winner. That is amazing. We'll make sure we get a magic mat in there too for you.
Yes.
All right, well, Cody, here it is.
It's that time.
But guess what? We're going to come back.
We sure will.
We'll be back every week with you, but we're also going to have SBC Fest in
March.
We're coming back in March. We're so excited. We have something amazing planned for you. So put it on your calendars. There's no date chosen yet, but it's going to be in March. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yes.
All right, that was a little spill the beans.
Yeah.
We'll be back in March. Okay, and it's time to say goodbye.
It is. So thank you so much to all of our instructors. Thank you for joining us live today. Or if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching and tuning in. We appreciate it so much.
Yes, make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Sign up for our VIP text so you can be notified when we're live on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for big events. And we will see you all very soon. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah!
Bye, friends.